the basics. And what they said is stop adding features, stop adding projects, just make the stuff that's there work, and make the core capabilities, the APIs, consistent with each other across projects. The biggest customers have concerns about the tightness, the quality, the stability, the consistency of the core. So I think some good work has already been done to define what that core set of capabilities is. Now I think we need to focus on those core capabilities and make sure they're solid. And I think that's how we get to the next big wave of users. And you can define that in terms of supporting an exabyte of data in Swift. You can define it in terms of supporting 1 billion nodes on a network in the network stack. But fundamentally, if OpenStack tries to go and solve container orchestration packaging problems for developers and tries to solve all these higher level orchestration, there's a lot of different projects out there that can sit on top of a foundation with a lowercase f that flips, moves, and stores bits with services calls. And if we just really, as a foundation, focus on that flip, move, store bits with services mission that started this thing, and really try to ignore a lot of the higher level stuff, a lot of the higher level stuff will come to us because we'll be the best place to build things that flip, move, and store bits. And everything is about flipping, moving, and storing bits.
This is fun. Passing this thing around. I hope it's fun for you guys on the other side of the throwing this.
There's a puck. Just as a remote, for remote people, we did set up a Hangout with some cameras on it. So.
Oh, how you doing? So, as a mark of where we've all come as a community, I'd like to start by saying I pretty much completely agree with Chris. So I think we've. I don't know how we've gotten to that place in our lives.
Way.
I think that when talking about this, and there's the fun place that we all like to dance around, which is how can we as a board or we as a foundation affect any kind of actual change. Like we can talk about what we should be focusing on all day long, but really at the end of the day, we're 20 some odd people sitting in a room. And there's been the sort of nascent, interesting work on the product management working group stuff that's been going on. As I've been talking to people about that, one of the things that's come up in conversations, or at least, and maybe this is just my personal agenda, so take it for what it is. A large portion of the people that work on OpenStack on the technical side work on OpenStack for the purposes of for an employer, right? An employer who has missions, an employer who has features they want to see added, capabilities, and sort of all of those things. And so sometimes I feel like we get ourselves into the trap of maybe if the board could talk to the TC about priorities, we could get something sorted out. I'm pretty sure most of the leadership of the technical side would love to slow down the onslaught of incoming feature requests from people and be given the breathing room to lock down on some of the core capabilities that we're all talking about. But we have no control over the 2,000 developers who are constantly slamming into the projects with their thousands of feature requests that are all being driven by their thousands of product managers in their thousands of companies. And so one of the things that we can potentially do as a board of directors and as a foundation is to start getting some messaging out amongst all of these participating companies, right? To say, okay, yeah, we understand everybody wants their thing, but maybe if we can get those companies' product managers to actually coordinate and chat more, which is very new for many of them, very scary and that's a new step of sort of collaboration. But if they don't, there's not a whole heck of a lot. I mean, the onslaught of new things that people want out of Nova on any given day is overwhelming, right? And that's not going to the input flow isn't going to get trimmed by the TC setting priorities, right? It's just not possible. That's a thing where it's going to take work on the technical side, right, to be able to appropriately prioritize. People are working on that, but also I think on the business side, we've got to start coordinating with what people are asking, of what people are coming into the conversation requesting of the because ultimately we've kind of built this thing where everybody can have a voice, and that's got positives and negatives.
No, I was just going to put a finer point on it. I think you're absolutely right.
They've got one down there, right?
We keep going back to the TC on things that are actually under the control, quote unquote, of people who are sitting in this room. It's us who have armies of engineers who are doing the work and lobbying off blueprints and and all the feature requests and so on. So, and I think this is what we try to do, at least. I think moderately successfully with things like Win the Enterprise, with also things like the core and so on. And I think it's more of these type of activities or kind of framework or structure that we can that we can have things like this. But those type of activities are only successful to the extent that we are committing to them. And I think we probably need one click down, if you will, in terms of what are we and our companies are actually willing to sign up for in terms of backing down on loads of features in this area, supporting the core and really applying resources to what the DevCore guys are saying, not what we think is the right thing. So, and I think that should be the discussion around this. And quite honestly, I mean, IoT, things like IoT, the requirements are no different than everybody else, which is the same type of discussion around stability, usability. I mean, you can. I mean, everybody.
You can reach more markets by actually just figuring out that they all want compute storage and networking, or moving bits, as Chris said. It's actually very, very common, the thing at the core.
Right. In fact, IoT, by the way, it's probably the easiest one to support because a big part of what they want is, and I'm involved in a bunch of IoT boards with Cisco, where it's it's actually it's called Internet of Things, but in a lot of ways it's the anti-Internet of Things, because the biggest problem in IoT in terms of how endpoint devices talk to each other without having to deal with any infrastructure. Obviously, you do need the infrastructure to be aware of this so that it can manage it. But I'm not sure there is like loads of requirements that that you need outside of what is being done already. We just need to do it,
Consciously.
Yeah, consciously and more right. So.
Well, I think, Monty, back to your point, I think it is, in many ways, I think the responsibility does lie with this board. And I think at the beginning when we were setting up the board, we were saying, we're not going to really do technical issues. We're going to let the TC do solve technical problems. And now we're finding with the need for come up again, product management. Are we really talking about a long-term roadmap that we want? And that is absolutely a valid discussion for us to have as a board here, and we can influence that the way we should, which is influence through the technical community, because we have here put all of the contributors there. Vast majority of the contributors. It's really not thousands. Let's be real. In terms of the active driving these things, we're talking about hundreds, which we do have a lot of influence over because they're largely our folks. But I think it does. There's two aspects. One is that I think we are exploring new territory as we're going into mobility, as we're going into NFV and Internet of Things. The scale is very, very different, and we have not designed. The compute side has actually been designed for much, much lower scale. It's never been designed to be at this kind of scale. Networking was an afterthought. And so if we look at the internet, there's two characteristics of the internet. It's a huge network, abstracted network, not at the device, but an abstraction of what is meant by networks. And it's a very, very large number. And so things even such as keystone, authentication, we haven't built it. When I look at OpenStack, coming from a distributed computing background, don't see very little relationship to large-scale distributed applications. I don't see us that way. We've got control nodes for, where we think that a single control node or three of them for resiliency can actually manage, a very large number of nodes out there. Tim, you're smiling. I can imagine, that's just wrong. You just would never design distributed systems that way. So I think simultaneously we should almost focus on three areas, and that's maybe where we're going to get to more. What is the future of OpenStack? What areas do we want to go after? High-level vision, that kind of stuff. How can we introduce product management principles sort of in here? Because we have a million different, we all have different features we all want in there, and you've got to have a process by which we put product management, making those decisions in there. And then the third is recognizing we can't do it all. So the things like OpenNFV, these affiliate groups that want to work with OpenStack but really specialize in an area, we should perhaps think about having more formal relationships with them, sponsorship of maybe these other kinds of entities, use the power that we have to make these other organizations really spend the time and develop the features, the sort of the product requirements that they need out of OpenStack. So to me, it is that those three: it's product management. It's actually the.
I really agree with you. The one thing that strikes me about this whole discussion is that I cannot think of like a specific requirement that we don't know about that we would need to do for IoT. I honestly just can't. Outside of what is really being done, maybe not too well. I think it's how we do these things better. And I completely agree with you on some kind of relationships with the key other projects. I think that's going to be really critical.
Sean, did you have?
I did. Yeah, thanks. So, is everyone familiar with the idea of the hidden influencers that we started talking about? Rob, I, and a few others started ranting about a year ago.
And that's the product management working group now?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been renamed to the product team because it's not just product management people. It's basically trying to fill the gap between, it's trying to fill the gap that we were talking about.
They're not as hidden.
Pardon?
They're not as hidden.
Yeah.
That was true.
We'd like to make them less hidden.
Visible. So, so the general idea behind the product team is to come up with a multi-release roadmap. We had a mid-cycle about a month and a half ago now that was trying to. We drilled down on what we're going to focus on, and it's actually quite basic. We're going to right now there's about 4 or 5. Actually, there's more than that. There's about 8 different people from that working group. They're going around all the PTLs and gathering their fits and gaps and what they see for the next couple of releases for the project. There's another group that's focused on coming up with a process that would be the multi-release roadmap, not unlike what we did for DevCore, coming up with something that works within the release cycle. And there's another group that we're working with Devendra on how we're going to actually operationalize it, likely through cross-project team. It's not 100%, but that's likely the direction it's going to go in. So do you guys, I don't know how many people are familiar with what we're focused on, but that's what's going on right now. So I think probably over the next 4 or 5 months, probably not by the summit, we'll have a good cadence going and some idea of how it could work within the OpenStack release cycle.
Sean, can I ask a question? Does this also encompass things like weaving together the projects, if you will? Because that's one complaint I've heard is that the projects are very siloed, and we sort of, as a foundation, we need to sort of weave all these things together. Would that encompass that type of work as well? Yeah.
So basically the main output of the what the product team would be doing would be this multi-release roadmap. The way it would be presented is by this concept of themes, which is essentially looking at all the different verticals of what is OpenStack, a very product management view of how the world is.
Okay.
That information would be fed in by the Win Enterprise user stories and use cases. And so that theme would encompass multiple projects as working with the PTLs, the PC.
Okay.
They would set what is the priority of the OpenStack release I'm not exactly sure what you call it, but called the OpenStack multi-release cycle. And then within that theme, there'd be multiple different subtopics that would represent features, which would really be blueprints.
So are you
that
leading
drill down into the
that
projects.
team, or
What's that?
are you leading that team?
No, it's a collaborative. I mean,
You're one
it's
of the
Rob and Alison Randall and Stefano. Stefano, excuse me.
Before we move on,
I
gotta,
Chris.
I'd like to, please let me comment on something directly related to this. So, one thing that wasn't mentioned there.
Mine was back on moves, so I got.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
One thing that wasn't mentioned there was how this effort and these project managers are interacting with the various companies that have products based on OpenStack and understanding what is Nebula doing, what is Cisco doing, what is HP doing, what is Red Hat doing, and what do they need out of OpenStack so that they can build products that are successful in the marketplace. Where are there opportunities for differentiation? Where should there not be differentiation? What started OpenStack was the idea of open, portable platforms that you could move applications between vendors' implementations. And it's between the Rackspace cloud and the HP cloud and a private cloud and another private cloud from another vendor. And if I think strategically we have one really big elephant in the room that a conversation like this needs to resolve. Is OpenStack a product, or is OpenStack a platform that enables products to be built? And you're never going to serve trillions of dollars of markets if companies like HP and IBM and Cisco and little startups like Nebula can't build differentiated products based on this platform. If OpenStack is going to be a homogeneous code base that is the same, that we manage as a product,
Can I ask you a question?
without coordination,
But can I ask you a question? Is
one
glibc a product?
is what?
Is glibc a product?
I think there are things that are based on it which are products. And OpenStack is kind of a product. Like when you go on stage and you look at who we highlight as the heroes of OpenStack, they're people that use it directly as if it's a product. We talk about it in the context of being a product. On the path we're on, there are 3 or 4 companies that don't exist anymore that were really big parts of this project because there's consolidation occurring. And what will continue to happen if we stay on this course is there will be one company. I don't know whether it's Red Hat or IBM or HP that wins this. I think you're not using eucalyptus again. But,
Yeah, no.
I'm just kidding. But anyway, I think we need to be intentional about what OpenStack is and how it relates to all the companies that are contributing all these developers and what the relationship is between different products are.
I really want to freak people out because I want to agree with Chris again, which is I'm hoping as amusing to everyone else as it is to me. Largely, so one thing I do want to say, I mean, like, glibc is a really great example of a thing that if Red Hat and Canonical shipped different versions of glibc that worked completely differently with different interfaces, it would just destroy everything. Like that's the type of thing where differentiation is very bad, right? And in fact, I yell at people all the time when people backport Python 3 patches into Python 2 for reasons unknown to man because it actually breaks how applications are choosing to work. Those are places where differentiation is bad, right? It's a bad thing. However, I think I've been one of the most screaming proponents of a really strong OpenStack product worldview, right? That open, and I still think there's an important part of that we need to keep our eyes on, which is that I vehemently don't think that it's in our best interests to become an open core company where the software from OpenStack cannot, or a project where the software from OpenStack cannot do anything, right? It's actually useless unless you go buy something from a vendor. I think that's bad for us. However, the more I've been digging into, I mean, we work with lots of different clouds. We're working on adding more and more in the infra side of things. We've been thinking recently about running our own cloud for a bit as an exercise, and in thinking about that, one of the things that came out of that exercise of sort of speccing that out was, wow, actually, one of the cool things about this is there's a whole bunch of design decisions that Amazon made that carry over into default implementations of OpenStack. They're actually terrible. They're terrible for people doing real workloads, right? Or for people doing workloads that are shaped like my workloads are shaped. My workloads aren't shaped like the people who are talking about 12-factor applications want my applications to be shaped. And that's the reality that I live in, right? So if I can make a cloud that behaves differently than HP's cloud, because it's tuned for my workloads and what my workloads are, that's actually really cool, right? And that isn't. There's some elements to that which do fly in the face of there's going to be one OpenStack to rule them all worldview. At the end of the day, we don't have it. And I mean, we can't even get our vendors to agree on whether DHCP is a good idea for guests. So I don't think we're gonna get to a place where they all work and behave the same. But they can work and behave. They can enable people. They can enable the ecosystem to solve problems. Right? It's not actually important that HP's and Rackspace's public clouds share all the same semantics, because it actually gives us an ecosystem where I can say, hey, this workload works really great on Rackspace's cloud. This other workload I've got works really great on HP's cloud because of the different decisions they've made. And in general, it works, mostly about enough of the same for me to not have to relearn all of the concepts and theories and all of those things. But at the end of the day, I can make some decisions, especially when we talk about private clouds, corporate clouds, things that look like public clouds, but they're actually, for IoT, or they're for NFV, or they're for these things. Having this flexibility, which has been killing me. I've been thinking, oh my God, OpenStack's killing itself with all this flexibility. It's actually a thing that some of our other friends in the world, like the Amazons and the Googles and the Microsofts, they can't really provide that level of flexibility. What they can provide is one thing that's carbon copy stamped out and works the same for everybody, and my God, if you don't fit the original design model, you're kind of out of luck. And we can actually serve that. We can serve the reality of the world, which is that most people's applications don't fit into the nice box that you designed on the screen of how new cloud applications are supposed to work. And so I kind of think that enabling that diversity to a degree, right? Once we figure out what are the things that by God just have to be there, actually might be our strength rather than our weakness.
Yes. So just a quick time check.
Yeah, I was about to.
Yeah, it's
there's our
1 hour in,
timekeeper.
10:27.
Yeah. So what I was going to say that I think this is actually all really useful discussion that we should take into kind of the groups as we break out, and just to I think a few of the pieces up. I think that. And also, like, to get back to the context of this. The context of this is not to look at these opportunities and say, how should OpenStack go start a new project that's an Internet of Things project, or a Docker replacement or whatever. It's more of, these are, like Simon said, these are big trends. These are driving a massive wave of usage on the compute, the networking side. We already are involved in actually all of these things. But we're hearing from, we have a small little phone company that that joined us today, where there are some issues with trying to use OpenStack for these use cases. They want to, but there are some issues. And I think that the approach that I'm interested in today is to look at the strengths that we have, which I think we have some incredible assets in the form of our community and the form of the technology that we've built. We also have, some weaknesses in those areas. And not just thinking about priority, do actually focus very heavily on stability and depth core and kind of a very solid core of that basic functionality. But really, how do we make sure that is the right base for all of these other things that are going to be happening over the next 5 to 10 years?
Yes. So we have. I had a slide on what our strengths are, which is getting back to the getting into the $1 trillion club, and it might be worth having a little discussion. I didn't try to come up with an exhaustive list, but I think we know that there are a lot of people that continue to come to our summits, for example, or to be involved in sort of the OpenStack way of development through StackForge and kind of all these other tools that we've built, where a lot of innovation's happening. Obviously the global community is a huge strength, the ecosystem. But if we want to talk when we break into groups about how to apply our strengths, is this the right list? Do we want to add one? Do we want to add two? Like, is there anything anybody would like to add into this?
Platform. Yeah, with RAS, reliability, availability, scalability, elastic requirement, first order requirement for any platform.
That's a strength?
No.
No, that's what we were missing. That's what
Yeah, I was going to ask, is
Right.
a weaknesses page.
Right,
Because
so let me just skip
So
ahead.
I actually have something to add topically to that list,
Okay,
which I think you
I
have
only
in
have
there
two more slides.
for global community. But I actually think that you had mentioned this. The way we're working in open source, a lot of the companies at the table here, and even more broadly that are joining into the OpenStack ecosystem, don't understand open source, and the changing dynamic and perspective of how you interact with open source technologies is a strength for OpenStack. People are using OpenStack as the litmus test
As a
for
model,
how they do it.
Yeah,
And
that's a really good
companies
point.
interact
that
with
is
the
actually a
open source
very
community.
valuable thing.
I think that's a very
Yeah,
key
openness
point.
is
Yeah.
at the core of what we do.
And that we have a way of doing it that we sort of take for granted, but a lot of people coming in, it's their first real experience with open source, and it's a model they're learning the ropes on, and it's not just source, right? It's open design, open development,
And
it's the
commercial,
summits, it's the release cycles,
but also commercial open source.
Yep.
This isn't just I am downloading something off the web and using it. There is a monetization model that we're actually forcing this conversation within companies all over the world who are using this. That whole model is a very important thing. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people in this room about this exact struggle going on inside their own companies. How do our companies, and this is the leadership, right? The next tier is even more struggling with it. How do our companies become open source leaders? What does that look like? That is a strength that the community brings. It's something that people are looking to us to do. It's an opportunity that the foundation has.
And I would agree that because I get asked all the time about governance, because people look to OpenStack as a very successful project. How do we become successful?
Yeah. So that was one of the items for the bullets.
That's a good one.
So,
And should I?
Yeah, I think
So,
let's get to the.
Okay. So this is just something I presented last year that is just sort of like a diagram of what we're doing right now, which is looking at trends, figuring out where the fits and gaps are, as Sean said earlier, and applying our strengths. So it's really just a visual representation of what we're doing today. The actual exercise, is breaking into teams, and we can decide. We've really just talked about these three. If we want to add a fourth or fifth before we jump into teams, but the first thing we were thinking that would be useful for the teams to do is actually define the trend. Now we kind of all know what all these trends are, but sometimes the hardest thing is putting it into 140 characters. So that when we come back from the teams and present to the broader group, try to explain what exactly this market or this trend is. Might be a good opener. I suggested doing a SWOT analysis. Is everybody familiar with that? It's basically made Rob very happy. So my work here is done. It's identifying your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so you brought this up earlier. I think it was on the strength slide, and I was like, I'm pretty sure you don't mean that as a strength. It's more of a opportunity or a weakness. So I think we should be very open about where the weaknesses are in our game, so to speak, when it comes to attacking whichever market we're talking about for your group, as well as opportunities and threats. Come back and present some kind of recommendation. I mean, the point of this exercise is not to create a tactical plan that's going to have 50 steps and that's going to guarantee victory in 6 months. The point is really just to think a little more deeply as smaller teams about where OpenStack fits in the world, given that everything's turning to software. We have opportunities in all these areas. Where do we need to be thinking about prioritizing, and then just kind of come back and present that to the group for further discussion.
Yeah, and I think the key thing with these sort of exercises is that there are no right answers.
Yeah,
it's a
brainstorm. Your job is not to come to the conclusion.
The answer, what you really want is you want to get as much out on the table as possible for people to digest and take away and think about. And so getting into debates about whether something is right or wrong, or is the wrong way to go, it's really about getting more potentially right answers out into the mix and then sharing them. So we can all take away from it.
So two more things I want to make sure we do here. We started talking about this earlier. Remember, we're at the board level. We're not at the technical TC level. So I wanted to make sure we think about our broad range of assets. So we're not here to develop a product roadmap, but let's think about our assets. So Russell mentioned, for example, some of the barriers they had with talking about NFV is people didn't understand what it was. Well, we have assets that can help with that. So as we're breaking in these groups and doing SWOT analysis, make sure you think about all the different assets we have. Our assets have changed dramatically over 5 years, right? So we started out with 10 engineers. We're now 20,000 people with a variety of talents. Second thing I was going to mention is let's make sure we cage this in terms of OpenStack, and not just as part of the SWOT, I'd also like to make sure we think about if we ignore it, what's going to happen, right? So we can make some conscious decisions. So we can say, well, maybe X isn't that important, but what's going to happen if we were to ignore it? If we ignore Docker,
It's in the threat.
then it's in a threat analysis, right? So think about it also in terms of non-action.
So does everybody feel like 3 is a good number, or does somebody have? I don't want to spend like another an hour trying to come up with a fourth and fifth, but it's NFV, containers, obviously Docker being the bell of the ball at the moment, but it's containers and.
I think containers that one is also about kind of like developer productivity. I think that's where a lot of
I want to have one that is developer productivity.
Sorry, pardon
me. Right. A platform for developers.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it can't be so broad that you can't focus on it. But yeah, I mean, the drive for containers is the drive for what's the underlying drive?
Containers is the biggest threat right now. We ignore it.
Yeah, I might disagree with you. It's just I think I agree that the reason containers are coming on like a freight train is because it's solving for a specific.
But there's a lot that OpenStack has to offer to that.
It's also newer and shinier,
right? So
we
just have to get good.
Yeah, there's a lot of new shiny. It solves a lot less real. It's great, fantastic. It's adding a whole bunch of new things in the ecosystem. It also doesn't solve half the problems people think that it does.
Yeah.
But it's 2 years old. So
it's on the upswing of the hype curve.
Yeah,
and
we've had it ourselves when OpenStack was going to solve all the world's problems, and it turns out the world is more complicated than that. Probably Docker isn't going to be the solution to backing NFV solutions. Just guessing.
Watch that.
Okay. Run a real multi-tiered service on it, and then come back to me. It's great. I use it.
So this sounds like a great discussion to have in the containers.
And then IoT was the third on the list to answer your question.
NFV, container, developer capture, IoT.
Yeah.
And if there are other things that people are.
Question: Why is IoT, which is just like lots of littler things connected to our thing, more important than like the concept of the public clouds that are emerging, like Azure and Google and Amazon? I mean, it seems like OpenStack's strategic relationship to a divergent set of public cloud platforms, which are inherently closed, is a more strategic issue than lots of little things that connect to our cloud.
Back to the hardening and other things that we need to do.
Yeah, we actually had public clouds on the list originally, and
we didn't want to put everything on the list. We wanted to have define our.
It may very actually, but certainly it's definitely.
I agree that it's actually a very.
I would agree that it's too close to NFV actually to warrant
a separate topic.
Separate topic.
So I'd actually love to talk about the public cloud thing because we've been talking about two for quite some time.
Right.
Public
clouds. Okay. Anything else? Any other ones?
So it strikes me they're all vertical ways of looking at the thing vertically. But in your kind of $1 trillion club thing, you have kind of horizontal concerns. Hub of innovation, global community, strong ecosystem. You could take one, for example, just having a test and include the reflection. I don't know, like.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're saying the exact same thing, or about to try and say the exact same thing, but one of the things that we sort of alluded, and I think you mentioned it, was that the notion of introducing more of a formal product management discipline. And I know the product management working group exists, but it's still grassroots, and there's not an explicit relationship of it versus the TC, for example. How do they interact? So I almost wonder if addressing that in this context helps us get towards the use case accommodation that you guys are talking about. NFV, IoT, coexistence with the public cloud, hybrid relationships, whatever.
Yeah.
Those are use case accommodations, and the product management discipline is how you get to the use case accommodation. So I'd love to personally address that.
I would as well. I think it's a big issue.
So we're going to have the fourth one, which is more of a, rather than like one of the big things that's happening in the technology industry, it's more of sort of like a strategic, specific OpenStack strategic view on how, on how we deal with the sort of like the product.
Just kind of organizational.
Yeah, it's.
If you consider OpenStack as one organization, when it's obviously lots of people that work for a lot of different companies, but it's sort of like an organizational discussion, right?
How do you span releases? How do you span projects? How do you end up with something that's coherent and determinate? I think the semantics around product per Chris's comments.
Just a time check. It's 10:41. We have until 12.
It's time to break out.
I think that one, the definition one is going to be really important. Okay.
All three?
We've got till 3. We have lunch at 12.
I see. Okay.
So we break at lunch for lunch at 12.
Okay, so those four.
Can you state them again? Because I think I got lost.
All right, so we've got NFV / IoT. That's for the people who like acronyms.
We don't have a whiteboard.
We have an Etherpad.
Then we have containers / developer affinity. Then we have public clouds. And then we have product management / organization.
So it should public cloud also be public / hybrid cloud. Yeah. And all the data we see says that hybrid is the biggest.
Yeah.
Sure. That's public / hybrid.
No, but whoever has the ball should just bring up the Etherpad and type it in there.
Mark, do we have other breakout rooms?
We have two.
Okay, great. Can I suggest Tristan or whomever's on the phone, perhaps they could nominate what group they want to be a part of, and we stay in this. That group stays in this room.
Yeah.
I think we probably need to have a couple of groups in this room.
Well, I think what Tristan has been saying is that the Hangout audio is working very well. The WebEx audio is working very poorly. So I think
more portable.
Preference would be that we use a couple laptops.
Great.
Yeah. So if you could just let us know which.
Well, so perhaps for each group, we start up a Hangout and drop the URL into either the IRC channel or into the or both. That way they can join whatever.
Yeah. Who's delivering the audio into the Hangout today, Rob? Are you?
I am from this camera. Yeah.
I think.
So the camera.
So the camera. Actually, I'm about to move the other camera back to back, and then I'll turn on both mics and let people. And hopefully that'll give us some.
Mark, is it possible to get? Well, I guess we use an Etherpad, but while we have a quick break, is it possible to get any writing pads?
We can set up Etherpads for each group.
Oh. Yeah, I really wanted to try to do it in the Etherpad.
Right.
And I don't know if that's going to work, but I wanted to try to do it.
People here know how to use them.
He's using this thing called a pen. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Maybe there's somebody around the table.
Well, there's this little thing about everyone looking at the same thing and not looking at their own screen that actually has a big impact on common understanding, you know?
There is pad and paper and sticky notes in the drawer.
That's right.
I haven't seen a big pad.
So for organizational purposes, I think it would be good if we get volunteers for each of the groups, and I'll volunteer myself for the container one. Just when we break apart, if you want to talk about containers.
Toby's out of the room, so we'll volunteer him for the NFP.
Toby or IoT and NFP.
Yeah. How are we splitting people up to make sure that it's all?
We started by saying who's going to organize it, and now we're going to be involved.
So maybe this room, since it's larger, we can
containers?
split
Yeah.
2 of the groups in this room, and then the other ones can be the other 2 groups.
So who wants to basically, I guess,
Public cloud.
I can do
lead
public cloud.
public cloud and
I'll volunteer product management.
okay.
Okay, should we want to then see who's going to be in each one? So you get distribution?
Yeah.
How many people? How many people in
I'd
for
like to, but I
containers?
probably should.
Containers.
All right.
All right.
Okay, we got enough.
Good.
Okay.
Those are my people.
NFB, IoT.
It's a fine topic, though.
Oh.
2 people.
Well, no, you got Toby too.
Okay,
Toby's
Toby.
3, 4.
Okay.
I would like to do NFB.
Okay. Okay.
Actually.
Public cloud.
Public cloud.
Okay.
I'm torn between public cloud and container.
And product management.
Product management.
Product management.
Product management.
Hey guys, who wants
A lot of
to be?
people didn't raise their hands, so I guess.
Okay, so who wants, you want to be?
Yeah,
Product
I
management?
think
Okay.
I probably should. Since
Yeah, I
I'm
think you
involved
should.
with
Okay, so
That'd be
we've got
helpful.
at least 4 in each.
Okay.
it. Can I
that's fine.
throw out for everyone as well that it was one of the other aspects of what we're talking about, that there's other organizations.
Yeah.
Yes.
We should have some
point of view on
defined
that.
way of working with them
Yeah.
and what we want to get out of them and what they want to get out of us. So we should add that into what
Yeah, when
That's an opportunity.
you're doing
Well,
it, I
in
think-
each of our groups, why don't we just look for them?
yeah, you should look for existing groups within OpenStack, I would say, and then also other organizations that.
For instance, when I've been going to the OSTT, the open source think tank, last couple of years, and I get constantly asked, product management kind of questions, where are things going, and me not having good answers, a little embarrassing. So I'd like to have an answer. Also, OpenFP and everything else.
Containerization. I won't do that. No, I do that.
Okay, so where are we going?
Okay.
Well, product management is here.
We already have one.
Did Tristan and Kaveh?
What are you getting,
I'm just setting up the camera so it's back to back.
Right now,
It's a fundamental question.
I didn't know that's.
There's multiple approaches.
Where are the rooms?
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me just a minute, we've got room assignments here for people.
Product management is
Okay.
here.
Kicking Lou out.
That's your megaphone, Mark.
Sit on your lap.
Mr. Radcliffe has the floor.
Okay, remember everybody just, we're gonna assign you to different rooms. Unfortunately, one of the rooms only has room for 6, so we're gonna give that to you.
Well, the names are not all in here yet. I was just trying to write them down as we flew through, and I only got about half the
Okay.
people.
Just add me to
So we have one that has 6, we'll have 2 in here, the one room has 6, and then there's one room that holds 16, so,
I think with the containers, we had 4, I think,
okay.
so we can take the smaller.
Okay, so
Product management
containers,
is here.
That's right, small and lightweight, low overhead.
Except for bloated.
no, I accept Rod. Okay.
So what?
Okay, remember moving between rooms, you'll need a note from the teacher to go back. Okay, so the container, the small, intimate, and high-powered group for containers is going to be room in the 27 Lounge 1, which is that away. What do you want to keep in here? Okay.
Product management.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is it?
So public and hybrid clouds, you got 1.4 to 28A. Okay.
We're coming back at noon, is that right?
And one other point, so because IoT is very important, I'm going to send around a report from the World Economic Forum on the Industrial Internet of Things. It's actually quite good. They spent a year putting together all like that.
So, Alan, are we to come back here at noon? Is that right?
Well,
What's our marching order?
I think that I mean that's an hour.
down here.
Okay, everybody's return here at noon.
Read in the corner, and tell us the result. And you need to pick a speaker. Hang on a minute.
Watch the OpenStack Core IRC channel, and we will let you know when lunch is available. I mean, okay. We're going to use.
All right. Everybody knows that there is an OpenStack Core IRC
Hey, there's lunch is at noon, guys. You don't come back here for noon, you don't get lunch.
Yeah.
All right, so we have, I think we have 3 programs in here.
Yeah, product and the NFB IoT.
Yes.
All right. So Rob, catch your question and comment.
I did.
And
We wanted to do containers. Yes. We're taking a break.
What?
We're just gathering. I don't know. Maybe we're.
You can watch the channel.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks. Who wants to do so I don't think we have. Rob, did you set your camera with the other room?
No. So, Ovid and Tristan wanted to participate with the containers. Okay. I mean, 2 hours before, I can go 2 containers through my head. But then it's usually the same one. Or we just find somebody that I'll run over there and
I'll run up and ask if it's somebody.
I'll do it.
There's cameras.
Yeah.
They have your thing out there, right? So you can do your thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'm the opposite. Like, I like being, my brain's more on in the morning, and when it's late in the afternoon, it's just like clearing out.
Yeah. I'm not 100%. Yeah. You do my best work.
Nice.
12 minutes.
Tom, I told, and I have work together in a weekly call. It works out well because I would much rather prefer to like wake up super early and do it and take the time on and him it's late at night, but he prefers night and he's waking up early, so you kind of have to find the right spot.
Were you sitting in the gym, right?
I don't today, yeah.
Especially with
And he's 15 hours.
Yeah, it's right now.
you're home.
Right.
We're plus 5 right now. Plus.
So, starting the meeting, describe.
I think so.
Link on
Okay. Okay. So what is it?
So we go to the
I have to jump out for the call 11 on that.
I don't know if that's going to work. So the thing that's really nice about Hangout is that we've got audio running from 2 different sides. So I don't know if
SWAT? It ought to be just one.
what I'll do is I'll turn off their audio and just
With this breakout.
No, I mean from the Hangout. The Hangout, I can't see it. So here's what we have as a suggestion from audio perspective. We're going to run the Hangout the audio pointed to us, and if you guys want to keep the phone going, that people can listen on the phone to you.
Oh, good idea.
That would actually work out pretty well.
Okay, so should I mute mine?
Just take them both down there.
Oh, you just can drag them both.
Do we know
Yeah.
our remote friends? So Cabot's going to be in containers without
Which is
So let's jump in.
Oh, you're already muted, so it's already that way.
Oh, just in
plus kind of functions, so everything. Routers, switches, load balancing, firewalls,
MCL
And guarantee something.
certainly part of the infrastructure, the NFV infrastructure that supports IoT. You know, like your connection to the cell towers.
So this will work really well when we're back together.
There's and
So I don't know if this is necessarily.
also like
what trend, right?
DNS.
More of a statement of.
Okay, we're
Yes.
Also,
Yeah.
scale or enormous setups.
So,
I think basically the topic.
So the hardware
of
section.
trying
okay.
to
Oh,
go
okay.
have discussion. Well, for the other three kind of were based on trends.
Oh,
like,
I see.
you
And
know.
I could move it all.
Well,
down.
we, you know, I realize this sounds primitive, but Simon will get back we apparently do.
I mean, I could just launch into
Yep.
If you don't mind me, I can type. I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, I'm going to set up for this.
Are you a lawyer?
Wi-Fi.
trying to play one I do.
But I think you're scribing, aren't you?
I'm scribing, but
So,
I can start with you.
my observation is, so far I've got, OpenStack started as
You run the
code
meeting.
wins.
Okay. Well, so, and then the hardware software
dynamic.
dynamic, I mean, is there necessarily
yield the most determinate, stable, mature thing that you might base other things around? I mean,
we're not saying that NFV and IoT is necessarily primarily software defined, right?
And I'm not sure what
It's both hardware and software. But there is a trend towards software,
wherein
software being smart and hardware
have some sort of
being
more
less
product management.
smart.
Like
Exactly.
Or
The
the control
RCO
plane being in software that is distributed.
RCO actually
regardless.
just announced at Mobile World Congress, we're
so, I mean,
going to do 75%
in and of itself
2020 will be
controversial.
software,
If it's viewed as
25%
right
hardware.
or such, right?
So it's a transitioning ratio.
But,
So maybe we put emphasis
the
on
problem that we've seen, we've heard
Software.
is unique.
distributed
Well, what is
software
this thing
for
in
control
control?
plane
Stable and
management.
to
transition
deploy.
to software-based network appliance.
What does it look like? So yours
Is that where we want to go with
By the
this?
way,
Yeah, I
you know,
was
this
going to
is
say, that's
happening
basically
over
clear that
Virtual
eastern
network
extreme of
functions.
Well, no, we're talking about
Yeah.
defining
Farm,
NFV and
the
IoT.
western extreme. Is
Network,
what, is it
networking
known to
functionality
it?
is hardware and software.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
And
So
so
the thing is,
the thing that
a simple
occurs-
example
I think
is
that
like
makes sense.
there's
Perhaps
routers
not
that we
formalized
give to
the
customers
work you already
because,
done.
and
maybe actually
they want a special
in the
protection and they
extreme,
want to route their traffic in a unique way.
elevate
So
it
we give them a
as a
router.
co-equal
Typically,
entity
called the customer
in
premise router.
relationship to the TC.
Typically, we put that in their building.
You know, that might be
Nowadays, we're actually
controversial,
not doing that. We're
in terms of
building
intellectual
an
honesty, that
OpenStack
seems
setup
like
in an aggregation site where all the circuits come to.
Actually, an email
And
put
then
out
we
last night.
build a
saying exactly
virtual machine that
pretty much
has
what you just said, almost
has
verbatim.
a router on it.
The way I put it.
This is
Starts
what
by
really
drilling.
don't
Yeah,
no,
deploy
just
stupid
stupid Ethernet switches.
Right.
And what's smart happens
Yeah, I set it up to
inside
the
virtual
product.
machine.
The product running.
And then that's why we have lots of those places.
Product
There's
dash
like 70 right now, and there's 200 next year.
So,
I need a small deployment so we can run like
long story
tens
short,
to hundreds of
there's a discussion about when to
So that's,
router approach,
that's probably an easy to grasp idea
my
of
point
the
was,
network function, a router.
we don't have the credit yet.
That is no longer hardware,
So-
it's now in a virtual machine.
So
the cloud that's running these special
So
virtualized
it's not that there's not
network
desperate need
components
to
where
do something like this.
different
TC
requirements.
owns the reason, and it's been doing an excellent job.
The other thing,
We don't want anything to interfere with.
I mean, they're looking for how do we now do all
So,
the services. So
that
it's software services. It's not just,
another,
software's always been a part of networking. They've
group
got
being
companies like Cisco wrap sheet metal
where I
around it
put
and
it
sell it
is,
to a customer.
using
Now we're recognizing those actually are services, which means
things
that
work.
they are pure
TC is
software.
responsible.
You don't need to
The
take that.
details are accountable.
And
Potentially the product
platform looks like
the product
that.
could
The
be
platform du jour about where you
well.
develop new services, you develop
Because
the interesting thing is they may be on these private clouds, they may also be on public clouds.
Proving this.
Well, packet core and everything else, there's no reason why new telcos can't start completely on Amazon.
I think it's going to be huge.
Yeah, no, these fellows in
I have
Mexico
to
making
unfortunately
their
run
own,
to the call, but I was going to say
these guys in
something
Mexico
quickly
making
in that.
their own cell network.
I wouldn't forget about
from,
the
like,
user community group, because I think
garbage
that
You know, Wi-Fi connected.
I think that there is a lot of credibility there, but not necessarily a lot of like resources and action that have happened. And I can see, I mean, essentially what that user committee was a product group in a sense in terms of like, you know, documenting the profile of current deployments and feeding that information back into the, you know, technical committee or just, you know, the development committee at large going to those planning sessions.
Well, the
But
potential
I
is
think
there.
that
I mean,
this
most
new
of what
product
we've been
group
talking
arm
about
can
doing
really
is just
add a
taking
lot
old stuff
to what they had
moving
originally
into
set out to
software,
do. So I think
trying to get
somehow
it to look
figuring out
more
that
like a
structure and
cloud
getting that kind of
application,
credibility
not,
being aligned with the
telco,
user community and that.
hardware.
But in the process,
somehow
I mean,
figuring
when
out
you-
that whole flow of the
You're
different
only
groups
selling
work
the
together. You know,
possibility
like,
of having
when the enterprise
all these
started
other
the user committee or whatever
adjacencies,
else, like these different groups of
just
users,
give you an
the
example.
user stories that are going to this product group that's being fed back into the
That's
the
exactly
technical.
what that is the workflow, right?
You can actually run a
It's
whole
that
bunch of
when the
different
enterprise
services over that.
brought more broadly
Unified
sense,
fashion.
will be
Beyond even telco
So there's the
No,
telco
it's
group,
like
there's
the
the
same
enterprise
exposure
group,
that
there's
we've
the
done
whichever
with
group.
the telco
They're all
functions.
kind of
People take them
going
and
into
put
a
them their
central
applications
flow
too,
to
so
be
it's
communicated
more,
back. I apologize. I actually have a
it's
call
making
off.
available
Another
things
So you
that
have
now
in
Okay.
the product
components that you
defined
would never
way
been involved in.
that
So like
operator,
both with
employer,
call
group
control, call
essentially
waiting,
able
or
to
call
request,
stuff, you can actually
prioritize
control that
things.
with API
Or
back
that-
to your app.
not just the whole.
So now.
Sorry, I'm seeing it as a very agile.
Yeah, I know you're
in and of
actually
itself,
getting
yes.
into the operations side of it, how to implement.
Gets around a lot of traditional issues. I mean, cell phone, call home, backhaul, anything else like that. Totally changing because now you're actually moving the endpoint to where they need to be rather than where you
breaking down, it's really tying all the.
So
parts
IoT
together.
is very
Thing that
different.
seems like
It's
flag.
got a very
We're
different
having
flavor
trouble
to it
with that. And so-
because I think I mean, we jam them together, but I
There's the
think
cross-part.
NFV is really about
Okay.
networking.
Kind of,
IoT
it's
is
got
really
spun
about
up,
Okay.
much like the
controlling
operations.
or acting as a proxy
So,
oftentimes for a very
well,
weak device.
it's
like
done a
the
lot of things, but it's
So a
still
lot of the IoT
somewhat
stuff
trying to
really
figure out how it
how
can
do
be
you split
effective.
the platform.
But there's certainly, the thing that
a
has been
component that
effective
runs
is,
on the device.
more communication amongst
And
rooms. There's actually
We've
a
done that
cross
naturally
project
with browsers, you know, but what does it mean from now?
Wiki
on?
page
You need to
explaining
sit
how
there and set it
they've been working together.
a thing.
But that's,
Yeah.
that is
I mean,
actually
I'm just trying to think of like
the
what
intent of the product team right now is to
certainly means
use that
perhaps
as the output.
large scale.
We'd actually use the
that you
cross
don't
project
track.
repo
It's hard for me to
as a
think
way
of
of
what's-
pushing out.
We're running what Meraki, which
That'd
is
be
Internet.
essentially the
Wi-Fi
priority.
access for
This is how we
belongs
push
to
that
the
out
cloud.
would be through that.
Why would we do it any possibly with that?
So you can put the
in-
smarts of the
in actually
IoT stuff in the
Wait,
cloud, and then even make it as simple as possible.
responsible or car is just car,
sure communication among
40 processors that are running on a car, whatever.
So as a
So,
board,
so
how do you
defining
how do you
IoT
formalize
just to
that
get
sort
through
of
that
thing?
step.
Or as
My
a
opinion-
collective community?
My opinion, I don't think it's important.
I think how to
Any device that has a cell connection.
And actually, if you see in
IoT is actually what
But,
happens to the internet when
the board is
two
intentionally
orders of
stayed out
magnitude
of
larger
technical
devices.
leadership decisions and
Not-
given it all to
Not devices so tied to a person.
That's going to
Well,
throw you to
now, you're not
IPv6 really
separator when it
quickly.
comes to
but-
depth.
Oh, but
you're,
you
so
so
this,
and how many
without
connected
having
devices
gray
are there
areas where
today?
the work device leadership. But
I used to have a
whenever I've been involved,
It's in the hundreds of millions.
Is it billions?
Yeah.
No, I
Must be
think
billions.
3 billion.
3 billion. 3 billion.
So you're really talking about going from billions to trillions.
No.
You know, just in terms of the magnitude.
Everybody, it's I guess 5 times the number of people. I guess.
The
So
other
that's the other way, because every person now has
that,
about 5 devices.
The other thing that's significant is that the flow of information is
provide
also very different.
official
It's asymmetric in
credibility,
the opposite
official sort
direction
of
that people are
treatment
concerned.
for what the
Meaning that
relationship is.
Internet of Things is all about
You know,
is production of data,
you know,
not
the product
necessarily
management
consumption
and
of data.
and how that's collected.
I actually
is
think
So
also
that's what
security
is changing.
driven.
Another part
Or
of
is
it,
that
the whole
that's
the
a
landscape
big
changes
and
our big data
what is the
setups are
relationship
because we now
between the PC? I guess
closer
you could
to
say,
the device. It's hard
I'm
to
not sure
move all that
everybody
data.
knows,
So
the
if
TC
you're
is
wanting to do
essentially
the analysis
themselves
like
taking on
CDN,
the role
you
of-
wanted to
of
push it closer to the
product
users.
management.
You wanted to push it closer to the
Not sure if
device.
that's the
So
right
that,
term or not.
like the cell tower or even aggregation
Is
cell
that-
towers,
and
that
does
place
the
is a
PC
building that could
itself
have a lot of
as doing so, it's
storage, which do this
continuity,
storage
and
of what.
harmony of capabilities across projects.
So that's like an adjacency that goes with this. Is, you know, you need big data analysis to of the information is easily available.
Like a good environment, a
We
working
also-
environment.
yeah, so we have a whole different
security.
Security is much trickier thing.
Development that happens, but it's like a, you know, it's a pipeline
mental
from
healthcare.
perception
That
to,
is
Yeah, I'm also just thinking about how to
a combination of data
Right.
with devices, with people that. To me, the biggest challenge of all IoT
But I
integration.
think we need to
Just
just look at the whole thing, so, you know, if
We talk about
we're use that,
we've been talking, you're talking about 20 data centers. A year ago, we talked about like 200 clouds that you might need to.
where is the actual,
Yeah.
where is that actually in?
So one of the things that we're saying is that there's a greater likelihood of needing distributed federated clouds in this model than we have ever anticipated. Amazon's cloud is really based on a retail model where I have a website, I serve the website. It's not designed in this highly distributed federated collection.
Yeah, in many ways,
Really-
it's you know,
Such a strength.
it's like billions of micro clouds to some degree, right?
Yeah, no,
With management.
The typical the Amazon and Google's have
Well, we're done, you go ahead.
24, 30-ish sites, right? And we're talking about at least a magnitude more.
Right.
So can we?
But if you take it to the end game, I mean, if you think of there's no reason. You would just try to do with their, you know, OS, their stripped down OS and that sort of thing. I can see in 10 years, OpenStack having a very lightweight version that, you know, that basically can be a
No, we've been
compute
talking
storage
about
and
like
network.
DVR on it and somebody's house.
Right.
DVR. That thing is, has
very important. that
probably a terabyte
all
of
of
data
this
that's
remember
an empty disk
in other
sitting there, or net will have
have a
processing
way
that's not
to
used all day long.
input their.
So imagine
you know,
using that
input
as part of
coordinate their
that.
product management.
Right.
Drop a PDF there.
Well, I'm actually referring to
So the cloud
slight,
DVR is
slight. sort of
Well, that's the other
obvious
part of it too.
where
is
everything's
like,
going because
OpenStack is
we all know
at the
clouds are
site,
better for management,
film,
better for long-term
community
storage.
as a whole, they doing what is admitted.
and we can do
Yeah,
more
but
CDN.
I would,
as
so
a
I heard a really interesting statistic
Again,
where they're talking
the
about the giga networks.
semantics around
And a
what is
4K TV requires, you know, you
So
have
it's sort of
4K
a-
TV should
a-
basically
the
require a
whole
gigabit
process of governance
bit connection.
associated with here's what
Yeah,
the use
4K
cases
TV,
are
yeah,
and how
I'll
to
send you that.
prioritize them.
But
Work
I
backward
don't, our current networking
implement
paradigms are not
across
designed
diverse
for
sets of
that.
projects. to at the other end of it, it's something that is reasonably
Sure, well, that's part of the problem.
Credit
For us
not
is
in its
also
entirety.
we need to scale our network to that scale.
You need a number of other
scale now.
organizations to
Scaling
provide
means
policy
being at a cost
support.
basis
I'm not
that
trying to
requires
say
us to be
exclusion.
virtualized. So
But,
that's one part of our problem. But it's
the difference
on
I'm
the
trying
same
to
part
say
of
is I'm
the issue is on the
simply
other side of it is
combining
the
what I'm advocating to
OpenStack is
input of
in
member
the
companies,
virtual
part
machines
mechanism,
x86
but actually
that is
formalizing
not built
how
for
the OpenStack
millions of
product is
connections
managed.
through a one box. And so you're starting to see aggregation of lots and lots of connections in a small number of hosts. And that part of it is more than what OpenStack's going to be able to help. It's going to have to take
OpenStack
Intel
is not
and technically more things on our host side. But they're
Architecturally,
coming.
yeah, architecturally, we haven't designed, and this is where it sort of responsibility. Would it require us for
So we have these competing
really,
forces.
to do any kind of federation,
cooperative and
require
competitive
hierarchy.
that
You have to be able to, because the direct control of
and then projects are
billions
not
of
only
things
for,
is simply not there. We're, for example, I've got a project, but just gonna make these things ISR.
So
ISR is
getting
services routers that sit at a retail, at
so
a
within my
desktop.
company,
Companies run
we
thousands.
started
We're playing around, putting OpenStack on this. So that cash registers and things like that, which is run
we
by
have all these
application
agendas.
cash register. You know,
It's always
can
hard
run
to
there so that
organize.
one Best Buy can fail over for
Added
another one.
OpenStack
You can't. You have to be distributed.
Very
You
few
can't fail
companies
everything back to a
that
data
aren't
center.
open source first. Right.
And OpenStack sells. We don't have some of the fundamental.
They already have their own
hierarchies.
And they have this
Federation.
It seems really cool, but they don't know how to deal with it.
So let's get into that because I think
Can you
one
give me
of
the
the
example? Sorry, I want just to capture a minute.
So retail stores. Let's say running applications in retail stores. There's how many
customers are at
hundreds of millions of retail stores really now with cash registers.
But are you putting this under weaknesses?
I'm capturing as missing a hierarchy
Yeah.
federation. So the example of applications in retail where POS failures need to go, need to be have a
The
backup.
scale of that data
Some are
has to
really
be
good at
handled.
it. The majority of the
Oh, I thought you were
product
talking
managers
about data
and
failure.
development managers that
Well,
are
failure
showing
is one thing there. I mean,
don't have good
It's not
sense
just
of what
that the data.
blueprints are out there.
Right.
How
So
they-
why don't we jump into like just
it's a
do
strength.
the brain
It's a strength. We're going. We want to say.
just to brainstorm in terms of like
So-
but I think throwing things
What
out
is
is the
my
important thing.
objectives for my own company?
Or-
is to
or-
integrate
so when we
the
talk
way
about
that we're
strengths,
prioritizing
this is
things to
strengths
go
of
into
OpenStack for this market.
Correct.
Right?
Straight to open stack for these
weaknesses
use
for
cases.
the
use cases that I can feed
And
back
are we
into
comfortable enough
product
that we can use IoT, that we can just commingle IoT and
then
NFV as?
get them prioritized, and
That's
maybe low
great.
priority. And then I can also communicate that back.
I mean, I'm okay if somebody says, hey, this is an IoT
I think,
thing.
yeah,
this is
this-
part of it.
we just
Where-
track it as
The reason I was saying that
is
they're connected is because the IoT
Or we get way involved in
waves
this project.
practically what we're going to actually do to help IoT right now
We don't have
is
anybody
in
know
NFV.
now. Actually true, but
Like over time,
so
whoever gets
our
this vision
PTO
where the phone is
that
as
group
the
is just
yeah. The DVR has
low
the
priority.
and that's
Somebody to work on.
that's later. But
So,
right now,
without that
in order
kind
to
of
service
feedback loop,
this broad set
or
of
without that feedback loop,
devices, we're having to make the
this
bandwidth cheaper and more
disconnect
distributed. So that's
between
where that's all
products
on an
that
NFV
are making money.
For us to
and
build a
R&D.
5G network, we're
especially
going to
what
have
needs
to
to happen.
have the 5G to
Is,
support the bandwidth and the
invariably, a
distribution
lot of
that
these people
the
think,
IoT represents. that
naively
we have
that
to
just
do.
showing up at the summit.
So that's where the
practically
connection is.
their stuff.
Like
gets-
later on, running software on devices.
We've already
That's-
figured out what we're going to get in the mix. We're just trying to figure out how to.
So you're saying the number one
actually
issue
that's how
facing
you-
IoT is actually the
Discussion has already happened.
connectivity of the devices,
Right.
between the devices and to the
So that
data
whole-
centers. So I think actually we have a pretty
like
clear.
you're saying, the
mix,
asymmetric traffic patterns,
figuring out how the
management of lots of
people that are driving
smaller
product
locations
departments
instead
get
of larger
is
centralized
that
locations.
flow.
So I totally buy into that statement.
So I think
Here's
I
my
don't know exactly how it's
sideways
gonna work out, but I
dilemma.
think this
I think
actually
NFV
way
itself is also
get them engaged in
a
a
data center and east-west traffic
oriented
in the cloud problem.
oriented way. They get into the flow,
Also,
they understand.
And so I think
at a high level,
what you're
they
defining
understand,
very accurately is
oh,
there's a very pressing need
I work
for
with
this
these user stories that are
data center
important
boundary
to me.
problem with an NFV
So,
address.
and I put them
And I
here
think
and
that
magically
we're not I don't know how to mix in, or if we should mix in the MFD issues within the data center.
Yeah, all I'm saying is within the SWOT analysis, let's just bracket things that might be courses.
Yeah. I do, as a premise, generally think that we can discuss
Actually, very good.
Good.
So we've already got some weaknesses. I mean, weaknesses is a good place to
Even
start.
within the Nasera teams, when they're talking about
So in the weaknesses, like
requirements, the
first performance, I think OpenStack is so largely focused on.
So we're already
We're talking about it,
so,
at least multi-data centers. And when,
yeah, in
networking
just
is
when I
also
started
data
at
center.
Nasera, VMware,
We're using data center networking
within a
technology.
couple of teams, they had
Two
these
dimensions,
things,
the performance of
OpenStack,
networking, and then
they're on a
the sort of conceptualization of
how
the networking
how do we
needed.
work this way?
So currently, OpenStack's very good with L2 and like 10C networks, but expanding beyond that, connecting to 10A and 10A together between two sites. With a VPN or three sites with some sort of routing protocol, that's not really there yet. And that's why ODL and other things have showed up to solve
why
that
am I even
problem.
talking to you about what's
Sort
going
of,
on?
is that because it's completely, it really hasn't.
Anyway, so anyway, I'm hoping this to be a tool that we could use in our various
Well,
companies.
the distributed many-site thing needs a better, more solid cell for that part.
Well, no.
Well, and it could be that,
Yeah, so this,
thing, or it could be that.
I mean, I've been talking to like Cheryl and some of our program management.
The problem exists that we're going from
Most definitely.
one
That was a big part
small
of
number of
it.
data centers, a large number. I think your example.
I mean, look, the problem is that
virtual CPU.
I'm trying to figure out what I keep going back to what problem I'm trying to solve.
Exactly.
The problem
Aggregation centers that are much closer to
we have, and the problem
Turns
that
out
we
that
see,
there's going to be a whole lot
that
of.
whenever we talk to anybody, and from an end user, like an HP customer or a Red Hat,
The other thing you mentioned was
always
actual
the feedback is like,
pure
oh,
networking
that is
performance,
straight.
right?
Stack is unstable, OpenStack, go guys, go fix it.
Typically,
But then, whenever we talk to our
how much
partners
traffic
like
goes through
HP, like that,
VMs or whatever.
it's very easy to
Far-
say, oh,
far
here
worse
are the
than what you
problems.
can
We already know what the problems
should
are.
actually get.
And then,
Far
you
from
know,
line.
when you compare that to
Enabling
any other
celebration
product, you know, whether it's Firefox, Linux kernels,
Exactly. And it's,
all of
and it's
them
very
are big
tied to
projects
the
with
overlay story that you have in the
different
East Cities West traffic thing too, and what you're
you
trying
know,
to do
the
in the
problem
facility.
with this kind of
Like,
stuff, and that's the
for us, we want to put a lot of
problem.
workloads on a small, on a set of
OpenStack
hardware,
is that,
you know,
you know,
because
these
the
are two
workloads have
distinct
non-coincident
concepts.
peaks.
And the next
So we
like,
want to pack in all
it's
kinds of workloads, which brings in
that
multi-tenancy,
actually
and that's what
okay,
brings in the
no,
overlay
Greg,
networks,
you're
and
not
you
gonna
have
put this
something
PCI
to
until
virtualize the
it's
network.
whoever.
When that happens,
You know,
then the performance,
whoever
then
the
it's when the
person-
performance.
In OpenStack, you have this
Right
distributed
Three
security.
tunnels and that.
Right,
So,
you know.
this is,
Right.
this is an area
So
that needs
the
work.
thing that we keep
Most of the
discussing
work is happening within
is
plugins
that
and
there
within,
needs to be
you know,
either
CM
some
controllers.
stable,
part of it.
right,
But
not get
for me, the more
selected
important part is that
lines,
the
you know,
metadata, the
stable
APIs that are
entity
exposed for this
who
doesn't
is the
exist. So
dedicated
there's nothing to
that
plug into.
actually is able to do things that some
That's
of
a
us.
weakness.
But on the
APIs.
strength side,
The
the strength side is
here by
that
into it. And that's
OpenStack has a
probably
great
a
conception
transient
of
thing
tenants
until
and projects
things get normalized.
and
So it's,
having that tied into
you know, and I know that's not
organizations
necessary.
that
Well, but
work
that's,
together.
I'm not sure.
That
But that's the thing. No, no, that's the thing. Who is
don't
that?
totally discount what you're saying, but
That's
No, I know.
But
it's
the other
not-
things, ODL, and that comes from a world that doesn't have
One-
any
okay,
conception
I mean,
of tendency or
this
of
becomes
assembling
not
different
contentious.
things together to make a service.
Okay.
It's only a,
Everybody agrees.
I'll configure this
on,
router and I'll configure this
What
switch.
that's,
So let's get to
things that we're trying to manage that, you know, Red Hat can use as a proper upstream and we can use as a
But that
proper
said, so like
upstream.
your point of security is another
That
area where
removes, by the way,
I think
defining it in a way.
at a starting point,
Kind of
distributed
removes
keystone is there,
the
it's starting to get
company
there.
and confusion.
But that's only
But the
one
question
of
is,
many pieces that are needed to do security at scale.
You
Like,
know, I mean,
you gotta
that is
have
the-
virtual firewalls that are,
No,
that
no, I
expand
don't
beyond
think
just
necessarily
the security
individual,
concept.
You know, I mean,
You have to
it
have
is
VPNs,
the
you have to
product
have,
or
um,
the product
whole
and I hate using the word product
distributed
manager,
authorization.
the program manager.
Authentication.
So we have the
what
you guys
need
call
nowadays
product
is more about
management.
logging.
Well,
You know,
it's
it's
not
a-
team, it's actually
Really
product
clear
team,
and
okay.
concise
But it's
logging.
really I mean, it's just like any big program.
The idea
when
of-
we do like a board, you know,
solving for
many
security
things on it.
is
And
everything else.
but there is one person or
You have to do it front door and yeah.
You have to see what's
So-
happening.
And also reporting into the foundation would be good because
React.
Exactly. So you have
a lot, which is fine. It sort of
So actually, important, the concept, like, this is, and this is related, the concept
Yeah, we
of
need
border
this to be
security is
it should be like, hey,
which is actually
this is
a
the lead program manager for
threat.
this release, and the next
Yeah.
release here's the different program manager.
border security
Yeah.
is not
Yeah.
an adequate.
Trying to do layered security
And
models,
that
is
should
what
be-
everybody uses nowadays.
There's no more.
Try to protect that.
That's
Right, there is no
because
rule.
at least for the next, like 2 years, the bulk of the resources are coming.
I'm spinning backwards.
So
as
that's
you're
very different.
saying,
So I thought, if Eileen goes and
which is about
convinces,
complexity, and one of the concerns I have, and to me, this
we
is a threat,
convince them and Paul, and I don't need to convince
and
anyone.
what you were describing made my complexity
if we
learn
agree,
go off. And that
between
one of the things I see as a challenge
5-6
is that at
companies,
some point, people will say, this is too freaking complex.
That's a
It
very
becomes
significant
cheaper and easier for me to
So I
just
think
buy the
that's what
hardware.
we,
And I
we're
don't
not
give
taking away
tendency
something
yay,
from the
but
TLs.
screw me
I
up.
mean, I'm not saying like,
Split.
hey, you don't
Just buy
you
more
still
servers.
do this, but can you please
Definitely.
like,
There's
hey,
definitely,
here are things that
lately
you
we've talked a lot about this sort of
So
thing of going to a much
I would,
model.
what you're saying has a lot.
The only way
to
to
it.
handle it, you can't do large
and-
scale without getting simpler.
It's
No, we naturally
pretty
want
close
like
to what
this
we're
thing.
talking
Yeah, I mean,
about.
we're doing the
Telco
same with
there.
our new data center.
Uh,
Our models for a lot of
With the product
aspects of the
teams,
infrastructure.
aim is to ease in, do be a
No,
partner.
traditional
with
telcos have
TCs
a
and
policy
for
management.
trying to
Congress showed up in a pretty good way to sort of help
establish
fill that gap.
that
As
as
I think the Congress guys know what it's right in mind. But
uh,
it can easily fly off
Lowercase
the,
constantly.
fly
Now,
off the,
I think
the edge.
we could go into, just the
This
field of
layer
come
of
up with
complexity where you have so many rules,
should be the
conflicts
priority.
between rules, policies.
Very likely to work. And even more importantly,
So that's-
even within our own companies.
That's one thing that we're struggling
I
with, is
could
how
say
do
that
you strip
with
away
VMware,
from
but I'd
rules
like to
and
be
get
wrong
down
as
to
well.
what is
There's,
what's
there's lots of
the
different-
simplest number of rules possible.
There's a lot of
Mark,
many marks.
There's-
My gut
because
is
there's
that
so many different projects going on.
is actually the
It maybe you have a better insight
Russell,
to
what-
what's going on.
What's your thinking in terms of
Your team,
I mean, any of
OpenStack that I do.
any of the aspects of the SWOT?
That I would need to actually work with.
Just given your
And I'm starting that process now with the guys.
Thinking about
to
APIs,
Figure out what
thinking
the
about
priorities are over the next.
Yeah.
quarter.
distributed keystone.
Yeah, we've covered a lot of this. Covered a lot of things.
And then I need to put that
I
out.
was just putting
But
under threads of the.
There's
that I've run
one
into in the past
side
of
tangential thing to
running
that
into
is that
resistance to just lack of
we have-
understanding. When there's a lack of understanding, it's not important. to
people
people.
that develop
And-
distributed
and-
business stack right now have a lot of autonomy.
You know, if as we go through these things,
we
we
need to
identify
be,
gaps, and there's important things
cognizant
happening
of that,
for people trying to do it.
If we get to the point where we're deep perceived that we're not
It's
working
a
with
threat
them, that
if
we're
like,
working,
if the community is not educated well.
we're driving things without engaging
And
them.
why,
getting them to
yes, this is a
It
good
won't
thing
be
for
perceived well.
OpenStack to try to see.
I think that,
And another way of saying it,
Figure out,
when I think about going back to APIs, going back
So
to
like, what I was talking about there in terms of
frameworks
pipelines,
is,
like a program manager is
OpenStack
great
makes
at
things
actually
easier.
bottlenecks, right?
right, if, otherwise
So
we will get
so think about like, you know,
situations,
you
someone's
identify
gonna
a
go out,
requirement, right?
the new startup telcos going, instead of adopting OpenStack, or maybe they adopt OpenStack, for the core, but then they're going to start leveraging other technology.
Shining a spotlight on
If
what's
it's not extensible,
there in terms
we're not
of
providing that.
you know, breaking that design down.
So that innovation can happen around the edges, and so to me, that's a
But
really
I think
important
it's
thing
a-
within if the,
It's principle is key, but also consistency
Shining spotlight on
to
what's
right,
happening
where,
there.
you've been using these APIs this way, and then if it's extended, they look similar to the old ones.
Right. And bottleneck might be.
I think,
Right.
so last week I went to Prague for movie
so that I'll be improving to be able to test it.
Right.
And it's going to change every month as well.
So I don't think this is opposed by the PC. Like something
so,
like with this view,
but it's
like,
going to accomplish the same thing with Honey instead of
more reliable,
It's about actually starting with actually being general contribution, and once you mean in contribution, you automatically gain influence. And if you start by demanding influence without actually having anything contribution,
you said it a lot better than that's
half a day, just watch.
so I think we can accomplish the same thing actually at a time by partnership approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's any different.
And what sort of
partnership
use cases were they?
Without a doubt, for
it's
an imperative.
what
The reality of it
what they're
is
trying to
it's
build
coded by developers. That's they're who compose the community. And this is what I'm advocating is more around how do we in aggregate align their efforts towards a common desired end state.
That is, I think that's everyone's goal.
So the working group is a fantastic start. I wonder if elevating it though to having more of an official charter in relationship to the CC. And yes, there is a way to approach this.
It's related to
is the way. This isn't an indictment on the way. It's hardly the case. Rather, we need to help. You know, there's too much work. It's a burgeoning collective set of projects. And
yeah,
you
so
touched on something else. I see this might be subtly different, which is the need for programming. This is more classic program management. To address bottlenecks.
I mean, all of that
Not
supports,
so much
it supports this,
definition
the innovation
around backlog.
being able to set up a lab
Right.
Do we want to then have a and get going.
Specifically, like,
So we have
hey, we don't get enough test coverage.
we have
You know, you can't advance the effort. Here, we need to like
we have to
bring
get
in focus
rep,
as
we
a
have to
community
get reliable, we
to
have to get
to break that. I almost
requirement.
why
why don't we put that as assumptions?
Just my own internal.
I mean, that would also fit in.
Assuming that we fix
It's
something.
something subtly different
What,
from
but
the product.
that would fit
Go
into
after the
opportunity.
change, go after
That would actually fit into opportunity, which is
the opportunity.
I'm wondering if that's something
If-
maybe the
the
input.
opportunity is basically if
It's a huge market. There's a, what's a
SWOT
the requirement to serve that
without fire.
That's where we might want to
where
fall
that
out.
come on.
You have to overcome your weaknesses.
I don't see.
So it's the opposite of the
every
weakness
team is yet another project.
or the requirement.
So I see them being part
which
of
is
this.
which is yeah.
You have to
I mean,
overcome.
opportunity is the external.
I agree. What I was saying though is I think there's.
I'll just put something in there.
A product, classic project
Yeah,
management.
just throw it in there.
And then there's program management, which fixes, puts out fires.
There's certain, so and that's,
And
I think there's a
advances,
certain baseline.
You know,
This is why I was
eliminates barrier to
originally
advancing
trying to say, do some
the
of
whole
that
of the effort,
stuff
regardless of what it is, and more programs.
Yeah, and that's
Do you
intended
think
to be
we
part of
do
this.
have a lot
Oh, it is.
without getting that
Okay.
core right?
So,
So let me turn around the question. If we had a stable core, does that accelerate these technologies?
Yes.
Because what? Release. What if
Well, it
one
enables
is very core?
that
Yeah.
that you know, group of three
You know,
developers
Yeah, it's like-
set up a
You
OpenStack
need to
lab.
date
Yeah, let me,
but
people
with
that
the,
try to do this
with
stuff,
the-
you know, I wish they could be really focused on, you know, what are the virtual
Okay.
networks?
Yeah, no, I understand that,
How do I interact with them, and how do I get them connected together, and not try and like, have this open stack thing work. Just kind of like, I heard.
He is a foundation.
I'm not sure this is where you're going with this, but to layer on some of your prior comments.
Using OpenStack.
In terms of continuity, like over, line continuity.
I mean, that's just where we are, and that's just sort of.
One of the thoughts that I bounced around a little bit is,
Sort of an aggressive.
with the board, in a, you know, assuming a future state where we provide a charter to the existence of this relationship with DeepSeek. I know that's a big assumption. Would it make sense to consider some sort of fellowship model? Or, you know, essentially a
No,
foundation
it's not like
for
a
some period of time, maybe a 18-month to 2-year term.
So, I guess the question I'm asking is,
Or
instead
a
of
couple
worrying
of
about that in our discussion time, if we assume we solve that problem, then we think next.
I think that's what
They need
Okay,
recommendation
that's-
subtitle,
Yeah.
but they
So
can't.
if we had a stable base where people were collaborating on that,
You
then
might be
developers
infrastructure engineer.
and companies would start shutting off products that worked on that stable base. So that would put a lot of stress on the fact that our underlying network architecture is a pluggable architecture.
And so
we have a threat that maybe it's not a threat, maybe it's a strength, that we have different alternatives to the underlying.
I think would be more like sponsorship.
Okay.
I think that's
So,
all.
and then,
I don't see it as a threat.
Paying them so they
The issue is not extending the facade
as well.
to include enough meta concepts. If it isn't included, then alternatives show.
Yeah.
And then whole scale
So,
alternatives. Not
Exactly. And the pluggability, I think, is the real strength to us right now, because that's, otherwise that could.
Vendors
None of
wouldn't
the
work
times-
together.
It'd never be considered if there was a way to make SDN, whatever that might be, for sure.
Yeah.
If OpenStack
Okay,
didn't.
so there's a
exist,
scholarship
then
thing I think kind of exists.
But if we need to consider.
No, also work with a diverse set of vendors,
Yeah.
more than one in one facility.
So
Very
just to play
important
it back though,
feature.
this other concept to me is calculated.
Yeah,
This is the way I see it. Is, developers can come to
Doing
they
something
go to
more.
HP, they go to Rackspace, they go to
Very
pretty
much
much,
formal, but
and they can
something.
test it on robots, right?
And just like
Even
in
of this
the
nature, in a
let's say
IoT,
that we're going to go.
you need to be able to test
for this next
on premise, you need to be able to test it in
This
other environments. You can't just
Please ignore
test in
these,
a public
you know,
cloud. So that necessarily means is deploy
I
it
know,
with
I see.
OpenStack.
So how would you do that?
You know,
Yeah, so
let let a million OpenStacks.
So the workflow is
crucial.
crucial finalized, but the workflow we've put together so far has been.
People can't take it to their own environment.
We get user stories.
Easily
to-
test
I mean,
on
the first-
from their
the first level
laptop
of
to
it
their
is-
8
first
nodes
level of
to.
it is just being able to deploy it in tens of locations and be able to upgrade.
Ideally, she'll be
Like
getting input from
managing
all
a
the
distributed kind of
as well. There,
cluster of them that's probably secondary to just
Right.
being able to install 70 of them and then have them easily upgradable.
Right.
Because right now, I mean, we
By
have
the time you get through the 70,
20,
exactly. Taking the
and
bridge again.
each one is on a different version.
Yeah.
And it's nightmarish.
Yep.
It's just nightmarish. Have
Yeah,
10
yeah,
versions of
probably
OpenStack
works
on
with
20
the-
different sites.
Something I think you're gonna start seeing too.
early on, very
A lot
early
of
on in
the
cycle.
Stuff
And
I see going on in the NFB and everything else right now is
That's
happening, not
out,
happening down the layer, it's happening with the services that are built on
themes.
top of it.
Right.
The themes
All they need
basically
is
so
a
they,
layer 3
the utilities,
transport
across
with
the
IP
verticals, like
and they can run their own traffic. and everything
cloud
else.
providers.
So
There's,
there's.
the extension I'm talking about isn't that much to
That's
get,
what it's all
cover what
about.
we're
You
talking
don't see
about.
new telcos
Can I-
totally on top
And
of
then
it.
So let me play back that slightly. So the interesting thing is that that innovation, if that innovation happens inside of OpenStack clouds, it's going to drive a lot of infrastructure changes, demands, things like that we have to be ready to respond to. But we want that innovation to happen on OpenStack cloud or on Amazon cloud because
So we have to be ahead of
we want to learn.
We have to
We
be
want to
ahead
go
of the
lab.
Amazon clouds because they will serve.
All right, I can capture that as enough.
There's
We have an
companies
opportunity.
that are going to form the new communications companies, whether they be distributed, whether it be from mobile calls, video, CDN, those all
And
communications.
mashups of all those that we're not.
Right now,
that would be
Azure
over.
knows is trying to look to see how they're going to support a lot
The
of
part
things.
where the
Amazon's
project
been
working
looking
group
at
and
that
the
for a long time.
PTOs come together seems like
And
a
OpenStack.
project. What kind of feedback are you getting?
No, the first
Is it
prototype
kind of like,
of the next
okay,
generation of users was done entirely on
here's
this.
what I actually
Yeah,
see.
yeah, that's what I'm
Here's
looking
what I
for,
see.
yeah.
And that's what they demo.
Right.
It's growing
So
in
it's
scale.
definitely will happen.
Right.
So another.
We were going to run a lot of stuff with
Yes,
Comcast.
that would be part of it.
Super Bowl on top of Cisco's Intercloud.
There's a true strength about this.
Above the cloud.
Right. So just like open source is a true strength, so what we're saying is innovators can basically see the full stack
Question or statement?
and update the full stack as part of their. That's one of our inherent benefits is that if AT&T says, hey, this would work, this interesting idea we have in the lab requires us to make this infrastructure change, they can do that. That's an
Exactly.
I was trying to go ahead and say you want to capture.
I love it. I remind you how it does allow innovation, but not many platforms do that. So we allow, I actually want to look totally above OpenStack, even when anybody's OpenStack cloud, we have to make sure that works.
Right.
People who want to innovate, make OpenStack more efficient in a particular infrastructure, and they'll work below.
Y, and making that a huge strength.
Product guys who come back and say, no, it's not actually.
Yes, David?
I think it was replaced it of us, maybe just a couple minutes on it. So I didn't find any important related organization.
Next to the essential.
Formal relationships with it. Maybe the two
In the open
that are sort of obvious to me are Etsy,
and
product there, and then OpenStack.
I'm not exactly sure how to make this work, but that's it.
So let's go to the yeah, so, well, maybe we'll start with Etsy. So Etsy, standards for course, and certainly. Yeah.
So
so
when it's not helping well.
So I mean, yeah, I don't know what kind of relationship.
Open project. Company X and Y are working on sales.
Okay, we could sell cloud.
They want the land that they can talk openly to the guys working.
I mean, is there anything interesting? You know, the only so when I was talking.
So, what is the current status of the relationships with OpenNFV?
Open NFT more than anything else is. There's been a whole lot of work on NFT.
There's certainly going to be
in many ways parties just trying to do the whole
thing. Particular company.
I mean, if we look at sort of, even if you go into OpenFlow, a lot of the development of redefining,
and that's going to be
open NFT against centralization.
Collectively, because always at that time, we're not going to do that this time. Because that's part
so why don't we figure out a way to work that instead of having
my priority.
No, in a way, it was the Etsy people and ISG that was right at that said, we like what's happening in OpenStack, we want to replicate that for
I'm not sure if the
OpenStack.
mechanism.
And that's essentially what we started to try to do. And I feel like it's a good channel to deal with Etsy. Let OpenNFV deal with Etsy. It's just the standards. And it actually has all the same people.
Yeah, it's
you have to address that
we're the open source group, but like the same, all the activists, they all
encourage it. Right now, I listen to like Margaret,
we can't take this.
They're saying
we can't actually
work open,
move forward at this stage given.
Which I like.
That happens with the projects all the time. It's just not.
Yeah, they seem to be doing. Yeah, they seem to be. Well, they seem very committed.
So
very committed to OpenStack. Very committed to not forking it. So they're doing interesting.
So
So
the interesting thing is, from being up in the, so I bounced down from the public cloud discussion, and one of the pieces of discussion up there was, all right, if one of the things that we need to do is really get some of our networking straight, we don't necessarily see work that's being done in those days directly engaging with, for example, the neutron.
Do they actually have to have developers?
And so I think that it's interesting that down here it is, we don't want to fork OpenStack. We want to get these things and work. We want to replicate OpenStack, work with OpenStack, except in another room in this same group, we're hearing that they're not working with us.
That's one of the challenges with OpenNFV that we can work on is bridging that gap, is making sure that the neutron people are involved in it.
Neutron
OpenNFV
innovation
talked to a lot of people at different times, and they don't
make it work with everybody,
understand
structure
why that stuff
and
happens. And sometimes
ignore this other thing which could be.
So are there ways in which maybe that is the engagement, but maybe making that.
What's nice is that, I mean, in this room here,
they feel like either personal, upfront, or OpenStack stuff.
Because it just struck me as very divergent expressions of intent from group A to group B.
Right. And it's not just that.
But very focused on what I could.
What you need what you need to do in work.
All the BIO specific features that they
security groups, support, we get pushing beyond with
like next year.
You can
communicate why that's happening
into a data path. If you want to use search
about how we fix it, so
for example, which is
either maybe we decide forever where only support this.
Outside connection, going into a firewall, going into a VPN, going into whatever. do these kind of things. And based on all that actually changed the notion of what a virtual machine can do.
Yeah.
So, is to,
So back to Russell's question,
dial it
do we need to up-level our relationship with them?
Yes.
Yeah, so between the foundation and OPNFD, and if so,
they
how?
want to have a presence at our summit.
Yeah.
And we've been asking the incremental, we're supposed to all be asking with
Lauren
and others, how do we have a forum? They wanted to have a forum, they wanted to have a hackfest.
Yeah, they were going to co-locate though, so I think we should start.
And there's resistance to it?
Well, there's resistance because it
What's
takes
your
all the
you've been
OPNFD
doing this
people,
for a
which
while.
we would hope would be engaging with the OpenStack. Summit. But
A little bit. I mean, if there's a product.
let's bring them to Vancouver, but
We've been
let's
talking about it for a while,
talk
but we really haven't just
So that's-
started within the last 4 months doing anything about it.
Well, unless
So
it depends on how
so
that's
so-
done, right?
so-
Because if it's cross-pollination,
Yeah, but if there's some way we can.
Have a session that in the main,
Yeah.
in the main conference.
Yeah.
and we-
I want to up-level this to another interesting topic.
Before we do that, does this need?
No, specifically that OpenNFD, but I want to, because
More commitment from
what we're identifying is actually a question, a strategic question, if we should be altering the format of the
I'm just trying to
summits
get to like, hey,
to engage with
what
other
I'm
communities.
getting you is.
And to me, I don't want to lose that question. So the question is, we have people coming to the summit for a specific reason,
Am I saying this right?
OpenStack integration, and we want to engage with them in that.
There needs to be
You see what
more.
this is what I want to up-level. So we actually have how we interact with other groups.
Engage with other groups
But
in
it's
more
not
direct
just
ways.
with one
That's
group.
discussion.
We have the same problem. We
Well,
know
well, I mean,
that as a
come up with
board,
that.
we actually need to
Start thinking.
we should be asking the question, should
Well,
we
I
change
get
the
it,
summit?
I get it,
really
makes
like
sense.
that.
Who needs
Yeah, because that's one of the few things that we as a board actually have.
Well, to me, the summit should be about, like,
Yeah,
ultimately,
details
the
and
summit turns into CES, you know,
people
where it
within the
turns
company
into,
interact.
I mean, it should be a huge tent, it should be the biggest tent.
Feature requests.
And I don't
part
think
of
it
it
should be,
But
this is an
Which
overall
also has to
principle.
include.
I don't think we should be too cute or worried about.
That we would set aside space. Sure. I mean, that will flow in part.
Well, you facilitate it.
We need to figure out, this is one of my overriding comments.
We
need to figure out
OpenStack that absorbs it directly.
WTF we're doing in
Interaction.
Vancouver.
I'm not suggesting
Because
as a bulk.
It,
You know,
it's not clear to me
the case that
anymore
most
which
folks
audiences
hold their
we're
own.
serving.
There are analysis.
Yeah, I'm just
Your comment here highlights that. If it's developers coming together to work on Neutron and cross-project integration, and yay. So if we mess that up, that's what I'm going to
I'm not.
If,
Yeah,
you know,
no, I think
voting
we are.
for summit
I think there's a lot of work.
clearly the vendor-on-vendor loves
Yeah,
that.
so, hey,
And there's not a lot of users coming. So if we want to turn it to CS, I love it. We just need to make, I think the board, this highlights the need to make those decisions. On purpose, and figure out if we need to.
Like very much.
It's maybe a little off topic, but.
No, it's important. So I just,
tactical things. I mean, some of them may be big.
we've just been doing sort of our prioritization of who goes to OpenStack. And we basically said, all right, if you're
We have to get the.
TC, PTL, or whatever, that's number
So
one.
that,
We start this small group of
we did,
essential board
we had
show running personnel. Then everyone else is basically
we broke it
technical
into 3
contributors, and those who are
One
those
team
are the
is
ones
going out.
we're prioritizing, because we sort of, we came to the same, we're sending a whole lot of people, what are we getting out of it? And we did this soul searching, we said, for us, the importance of the summit is that this is where we engage with the technical community. And for better or worse, there are not many users, there are not many customers, there are not many people who want to sign. You guys are hired everyone else is in the exact same space.
So,
All we're doing is
But that's my point.
it's a technical conference, a very important one for us.
it's almost done, to your point.
So,
There's actually.
and so I think getting the OPNFD people in is completely consistent with this idea
I
of
think that's one thing.
it's a technical bring
So
together
I have.
conference. But if you want a
Close
user
observer,
conference,
I'm intimately involved in it.
sort of like
Well, but Edith has
sort of
great
like
facilitation of
reading,
meetings. You know,
or if we want a vendor
collecting
conference,
or
which like one of the
documenting
other
stream of consciousness.
maybe we should
But-
think
but in
about
terms of
separating
like
that out
becoming,
and
you know,
making the
actionable
summits a
prior,
little bit
something
more
you can prioritize relative
technical
to
summit.
one thing over the other. I think you almost need like a
Because I think
tool. I'm not suggesting a story virtual. I don't know what it would be, but essentially
Well, we're trying to get
call it
a
a con,
vendor
a
show,
community con
which is
board, or community.
Yeah.
And
There's a business networking show.
distinct, like regular work items.
Yeah.
Use a conference versus each other.
I'm going to vote on my regular drum, which is commit cycles.
You know, you want to establish community input or TC input on that.
Right.
But I think that a tool. I'm thinking about this in a commercial sense, but think of like,
We want that to grow.
like a rally or something to that effect.
And it has different aspects.
It's probably what
Because
would make
there's
sense.
something to be said for a
I'd say
number of
that's
people.
possible.
Yeah.
And rather than try to break it
The-
all out to like a separate
One of the
design
things
of it,
that,
thing that goes after the users and an ecosystem. Where I think we're not
what I
doing.
did, and perhaps this is
My
artificial,
One of the
my
threats I think.
is that I tried to follow over the.
I don't see as a huge
That port's been
ecosystem.
successful because it's
I don't see them showing.
focused
up.
on
I don't
filling
see-
the gap.
When we talk about
Right.
users, we're still talking about.
So one of the things that
We're not building
that
up.
core is doing.
No, you're right, and
started
those,
some
so you see
no
no
platform
cloud foundry, right, cloud
pushing
foundry is really not
results
ISP
into the ecosystem. So
ecosystem.
I planned on us doing
So I want to
at
go
least
back to
initially
the
very much the same thing, pushing into the cross.
I think there's a lot more,
So
particularly
it,
with the board
Using Garrett to.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it will likely be clunky for a lot of people. I don't think it's necessarily the final place for stuff like this to
We're
happen.
talking about.
But it is a tool that people use. And it's the way of communicating. It's the way that a lot of people communicate is through Garrett.
So that.
So,
So Garrett is useful for
Yeah, and putting it in. this text
commenting,
review.
engaging,
Both
or
sides of
there's something behind the
Yeah,
scenes,
I've,
but commenting,
it seems
reviewing.
like a lot of
particular item.
the actual work that's happening there.
Um,
is set up
but it
as
isn't-
requirements
It isn't
projects.
particularly useful,
So
or
looking
if
at
it is, I'm not aware of it,
projects, trying to
weighting
accomplish-
one
trying to identify
discrete item from versus
So they're
another.
trying, it's
You
doing
know,
exactly.
establishing
what
essentially a collective
one, maybe
backlog,
two
of
projects
what's the
is
stack
just like that.
thereof.
What
Yep.
does that mean? for
In the
them
past,
and-
frankly, that's all been a
and what-
launch
what's
pad for
missing
connected.
from-
Here's a blueprint, here's this, here's what's in, what's not. Here's your sort of project management type tool.
So I think they're on a good path with that.
Is there
Like
something
where they
that
don't
exists
necessarily
today
have
within
confidence.
existing infrastructure to layer on top of Garrett to do that? Or,
Do I take
yeah,
it
so
to-
maybe
It's
it's
like, I want
forward.
to take this to OpenStack. Like,
So,
it's intimidating and unclear to them how to do that.
So they try to get a session.
I don't want to have an extremely strong opinion on whether or not storyboard
So they can use
a good
some
replacement for Launchpad or not.
precedents around
Parsons,
how
I haven't
take
been
those steps.
very involved other than just, watching this side. I just feel like I'd be able to have a strong opinion if I asked.
So that brings up something I documented as a weakness, which
So
is,
it, right
it
now,
is
I would
completely
assume
unclear.
that we'll
You
work
have
through
something, who
Launchpad
to talk to.
and.
You go to the newly formed product managers, are they gonna have any power if the TC promises you something, or PTL says that's a
What
good
it
idea,
makes
or
sense
a
to
vendor
invest
says, hey, we're gonna support that. It is very hard to make any commitments against this stuff. So if I was an external body of this, like up in NFV, and they were like, hey, we want to party with you, it'd be really frustrating.
So it's pretty frustrating.
I've used Trello
Here's
before.
That's actually a huge threat.
We can't prioritize.
Here's the thing is that.
I'm hoping to whatever more active we got, a broader team, developers,
into the
I've
process.
used
We're
Trello, I've
actually
used Jira.
being activists about that. No,
Rowdy, I've used.
like in this case,
Use all
we
kinds
should
of
be
tools.
recruiting
But
developers
the
from
worst
these
possible thing
telcos
is that
and from
my
the
experience all
PNFB
those
community
that,
and giving them a pathway
have
in.
people in the back.
Because it's more than I have something that I want to contribute it. It needs to be more of a shepherding process.
Simplicity is
Like,
so
you know,
Rally
as an opportunity
I get
to do it in a good way, where there's more comprehensive training and understanding
Training,
and those parts of it, other than just, hey, hey, I have this random thing that body code that may be good or bad.
But let me turn that around.
They're writing on blueprints.
As well.
Well, no. Well, it's still.
Yeah, they're not calling blueprints.
Oh, they're not, no, but they realize that part of their, if they actually want change,
One of the
that they have
requirements
to then
flows from transformation.
So I put it in there, product management function, and created it. Totally different requirements and customer requirements.
But I want to turn something around on that.
They would go out.
Yeah, I sort of am, although some are my
If we recognize as a
Right. So maybe
product management,
it'd be useful if I could steal the screen and actually show the workflow that we put
Oh, that
together.
would be great, actually.
Well,
Yeah.
all you're saying
This
is
is a
that
clearly one. Whatever product that
You are trying to
go and
why can't I see it?
I personally
I
haven't
think,
been.
yeah, I
sure
think
that
it's
it's
the
we want
giving them more
OpenStack to be the board
harder
in this sense. So here's my concern about that. So we have a tendency to say,
So like
oh, you have a great
recognition
idea.
of
Show up at OpenStack, be part of the community, follow our rules, write it in our language.
Yeah, I think that would be
And not
much like how the user
everything that wants to come into the community wants to follow that process. And that's the problem
That part is very valid.
with the project team or program team, whatever you want to call it, being chartered by the board.
Ask anybody who,
Uh,
well, ask consumers to
much
walk
like how
in
the
door
user
and they'll
community
And
okay.
with enterprise.
But
But that's
the
what
thing
makes
is
us
that-
not a good ecosystem. To me, one of the reasons why our ecosystem sucks, and I actually mean that in a polite, positive way. But the reason why I don't think we're driving the ecosystem we want is because a lot of times we turn around to the ecosystem and say, you have to be a full member of our community or you stink. And I think that if we want to make ours more friendly to the ISVs above and below the line, we have to decide if we want them to be in the OpenStack way and be part of the board, or if it's okay for them to be adjacent to OpenStack.
I think what you're saying is the real essential.
No, well, no, it's I've seen this ever since day one, since the Austin conference. It was either you were playing in the OpenStack pool or you are a enemy of OpenStack. I
thought the term was slime mold.
Well, but I think that's changed. I mean, I think maybe maybe this is the
Well, I think we're
opportunity
trying
to
to
change the mindset where, of course, in the early days, we have to go back 3 years ago, there was a game going on, right? There was OpenStack, CloudStack, and so on. But now that is no longer the case, and of course, yeah, obviously there are other large clouds, like proprietary clouds out there, and so on. But I think maybe lots of framing would be to have a more inclusive culture.
I haven't seen that done.
And I think we're heading that way. So
I think so. This is for the board to make a deliberate decision.
For a while.
My point is.
brainstorming.
I know, that's why I'm
one of the things that I want to point out, though, is that we're talking about we, and the question is, which hat do we all have on? Because if we have on the OpenStack,
It's not working.
hat,
It's still not working?
there's very few things that we can do. We can talk about stuff. We can we can talk about stuff. We can spend money.
Oh, I realize.
We can
The only
hire
thing you know
people.
who text who it
And so-
is.
You could hire developers, you could hire
And
program managers.
so I
also
said-
talk about
Yeah,
this is
sell
like,
all kinds of great
look,
stuff.
here's the thing is,
Well, I just want to focus on things that the board can do,
Okay, okay.
because we talk about bringing.
well, no, but you're shutting that down. That's not what this is, right? This is a brainstorm where
All right.
the board, look, is, out there to say the board is too, and so on.
The problem is critical
Which is
stuff.
a waste of
In fact,
Someone will object to it.
whether it's the money, whether it's getting other companies to put people off.
We're a very activist board. I agree with you. Yes.
Are you gonna walk us through this then, Sean?
Just saying, it's like.
Just to answer your question though,
nowhere
what
without
Mark is talking about, I think we could accomplish the same thing with Garrett by
Coalition of the-
just having different.
No, it's, I do think the right way to put it.
So maybe what you were saying,
has more power than
so-
capture what you're
We
saying.
can have
is-
different directories.
Are you saying?
So what I'm saying is that part of
But we could have.
it came across perhaps more
And or we could have.
negative than I intended.
Fees.
There
posted as
is-
specific,
There are things that you can do with the board hat on.
as a,
There are things that you can do with a
and then
turn
within that,
around
we could patch it,
and
update
expend
it with
resources
the current
in your
bottlenecks
company
so that they-
hat on.
uh,
And I think that there are
we could use,
opportunities on both sides of that.
the way that I
That
put it
wasn't-
here,
Yeah, and this is, I actually think you are in total agreement, because
Yeah.
what happens
No,
out of
I'm
these
sorry,
board
I'm getting-
meetings is
You can walk
we
through
make
it.
Yeah,
a
I'm sorry.
mild statement.
I'm jumping into the middle,
Turn
pardon
around
me.
and execute it. And that's the pattern that you see out of it.
Yeah,
A year and a half ago, there was recognition
so,
for documentation.
And this is something I came up with as a result of the work we've done so far.
You guys
It's been well
contribute
reviewed,
more
but
to
this is
documentation.
what I think is our best, best case
I do
so far. So,
exclusively on
the
as a part of
idea
accreditation, not
being
as a
that we gather your
So did
user
IBM
stories
and others,
on a
and we
continual
turn around.
basis. That they're-
But the question
this,
is, I mean, we've got,
this
you
touch
know,
point where we
point made earlier, we have
and it
16
would be
dollars.
right after
And we're not doing
the
things.
design summit. So we start over here, right? 2 weeks after the
One of the
design
points
summit
was
time,
made earlier
uh,
is
the
contribution process,
last
which has been
release roadmap
revised,
emerged, and we
goes
come
to
back
red.
over to restart
It
it.
hasn't gone through QC because we have 2 people.
And actually, that's, the
And
timing is
that's,
a little
yeah, this
off.
whole,
So anyway, let
corporate
me start
CLA
with our-
problem
So we
will
started
go
the design
away
summit.
because 90%
We
of people
gathered your stories.
they're
We
full-time
get
employees.
pushed
looking
to
for
the
government
cross-project
employment,
repo,
corporations,
probably a
CLA.
specific directory.
Once we get
within
the,
it,
the parts
we
aligned,
that out.
then we'll,
There'd be
then
some kind of
once
simple
the
testing
CLA
to validate that there's stuff. There's
Yeah,
So there are.
the point is, we need to pay some
Yeah,
money, but the other point I'd like to come back to is, we were identifying people who are gonna do outreach, and we kind of got
community,
diverted as to how we
most
do
of the
outreach,
technical
and then we
community,
could go back to,
anybody,
who should we do outreach to, maybe bring to
reviewing, updating
conclusions, how do we
voting on it.
collaborate with them, but
So here we listed.
I just added this in recently, that we can do some kind of spot check of,
Which
Did
we
we
have
do
to
this
summit, I think
before?
we can't, we will figure out a way to do something.
We started with
So,
that. We
that's
said we
the
didn't-
standard. Yeah.
We said we didn't need to do.
well,
I feel like Etsy and ODL and others
ODL
can be
is
channeled
that
through
term
OPNV.
kind of this.
We make,
Could-
we can
could
help
be
assist
another-
OPNV work, then I think
So
that
we
would
changed
be
it
the,
to
it'll help us not have to deal with all the other.
I like that statement because
So, kind of the
OPNC,
same
that's what they want to do.
Hmm.
Right, and by us saying.
So that's after.
Yeah, it's between.
have to be.
I mean,
It's
but
between
companies,
between the design
foundation
summit
is a-
and the
foundation
milestone
is a-
upgrade. So this, this
gotta-
is
you gotta
going on.
Say, well,
I guess there's
well,
something
that's
that
actually like government. So,
Did this keep happening until milestone 3? So over
actually,
most
government's
of the
really,
release, this
does
activity
government
is
stop talking? The government spends a lot of resources on engaging and talking.
Yeah, it'd be-
Countries, we've got whole departments for it. I mean, companies start
Pardon me?
with business development, where it's about engaging, helping other ecosystems.
No,
understand
this
what
would be
we're
happening
doing,
between
you know,
the
figuring
design
out
summit and
synergy, so
milestone
when
3.
the right time comes.
So the last
along,
design summit
you know, with
and the next milestone 3.
we can, you know, take
So
one
this
of
would
it.
be going
So
over
in some
most
ways,
of
I
the
feel
piece.
like what we're also
So if,
talking about
like,
is
say this is the
we could expend more
Liberty
resources,
Design Summit at
whether
the
it's
top, are you
within the
hoping
community,
to
whether it's
make
at the
an
board level,
impact
or
on
maybe even
the Liberty
on the
release
foundation.
cycle, or
No,
are you
it'd be
looking
the
forward
next
to
one.
him?
Yeah, it'd be
Okay.
Engagement with a lot of these organizations around
Are you
it.
describing like a foundation Department of State?
And
I
actually,
mean,
a lot
I
of
mean,
this
I think
is
it's
actually
a very reasonable thing to
It's,
say.
or
That-
the
that
work on.
An outcome out of this might be that we want the foundation to staff.
No, I'm
a-
sorry, you're right. It would be more
a-
looking to M.
a
Okay.
but also,
foundation
and
to foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
State Department.
It's the stuff that
There
the
was already different standards.
But also maybe
Yeah, and I
help to
think, I mean,
document
so the other
what
thing, and
comes
just,
out of the,
you know,
but
one thing I think is important to remember when we talk about
view
engaging
of
the
just a
standard
simple
bodies is,
step of like being
there's
able to
right
document
now,
what's coming out of the
there's a
design
big
summit
conflict
in
between open source
terms
and
that aren't
standard
just like,
bodies
you know,
because of the
blueprints
way they
that are for the
operate
development
and their
community, but
mindset.
for other people.
And so standards bodies
So
are all
even if we're not
about
able to like
top
impact the
down,
Liberty release
so, like,
roadmap, at least
everybody
like better
gets together,
document that, yes.
confidentially,
Okay.
produce something, there's patent process and all this stuff,
So,
which is kind of the reverse of what we're doing. So
We're not
when,
doing any RFCs.
yeah, so when, you know, so when we think about, so we think about engaging with standard bodies,
Actually,
remember,
actually-
it's gonna be like plugging a US
Yeah.
plug into a UK outlet.
and
So
so what
it's
all,
gonna be challenging.
what I did, that
That's-
point I'm
that's
saying
the-
here is
that's
all
the
built.
foundation could be
Highlight
doing. We could actually
specific
be to
deliverables
interface better with,
that are
we
not
might want to, we might want to surface.
This is,
There's an
still
opportunity,
relatively raw.
can we do that?
Yeah.
There's an opportunity.
It's-
The opportunity would be to
Yeah,
actually
to the point where we
produce
start
more
thinking
about operationally, how do we
and to
make this
interact
work?
with
These
standards
times
bodies in a
where
more
Are we thinking about the right things at the right managed way?
Although it takes a very, very different
Get
mindset.
involved in, from just like the foundation marketing team.
I don't know.
I don't know if it's-
To
I-
different
what I
project
think-
details, like, right, we used to
Maybe
do
more
the sessions
generally
during the
instead of saying
summit that were like the
directly with
project
Betsy is to say,
presentations that
we
do
should
it now.
have
And
at
now we
least
actually do them
someone
after
who
the summit as
is-
webinars. And we, you know, kind of
There
like
should be
give the
some
details
interaction
a
at
week
some
or two
level
to
to
like
say, are
gather,
we,
put together,
do we at least
organize
know
their
what's
thoughts
going
of what
on?
happened
Do we
and,
get
you know,
reports?
project forward
Do
and
we want
what's
to
really
engage in a
coming
formal
next
level?
release
Maybe
cycle.
not.
And we do
Maybe
these like half-hour webinars with them, which are
we
really
should have a
popular. They're
structured
things that we
interaction.
So let me
so
circle this
we usually
around to
have
my
a few
earlier
dozen
comment about in the
participate,
pool
and
around.
afterwards we get a couple hundred views on them,
Me,
of, you
this
know,
is
what's
this is
happening in
the
that
full
project.
circle of that.
And it would be great to have the
OpenStack's
product
first
management
response
team involved
was,
in that.
come in,
And certainly it's great information,
Right,
but you
yeah.
know, oftentimes,
And
of
I
course,
think what we're
we
saying
do those
is, you know
webinars
what,
right
there's an
after the summit,
opportunity
and then
for us
leading
to
up to the
actually
release, we're
have
going back around and
some
doing a round of interviews again
that
to
the
detail
that
to
are,
understand
well, it's
what
not,
else
no,
is happening, and, you know,
it's not,
things
to
have
me, it's not a
changed,
big
and
thing.
which
To me,
is
what we're
fine,
saying
but it
is,
would
you
just
don't have
be
to come
great
in
to
the
kind
tent.
of have a better documentation throughout
Visitors
that
welcome,
process, and
but
you
we
know,
are
I'm
to
also
say.
really been shy to like market too much in the beginning, what's like coming out of the, I don't want to like set expectations that aren't gonna happen, I'm like, oh, get ready for this coming in the next release, but it'd be good to have better understanding.
A lot of overlap. We've seen some of the newer things that are going in RFCs that are coming out.
Yeah, busy calendar.
Lisa Cisco in OpenStack.
I'm
You're
worried
like
about
quadruple booked.
having the effect of people saying, just, your project should come into OpenStack. It's a big tent now, everybody's welcome. When some of these projects and standards buys and stuff like this, like, we're our own thing. We don't need to come into you, we want to have a relationship with you.
Well, so long as we
That's
but as long as we get out to
people here, right? Made it their business to do
Yeah.
All
right. So I think that your point is right. I don't think that we need to absorb any of these other organizations, but to have a structured relationship with them.
Yeah, so there's
So basically, so
I'm going to capture this as a weakness.
What if it's,
Yeah.
our annual report? It's a little part of our annual report. Here are the new RFCs that we've initiated. Here are the new standards bodies we're negotiated. Here are the things that we want.
I think that.
And that's work on our part into their organization.
Yeah, and
We're out of time.
I think that that's a good. I think that that's a good idea.
So anyway, the general idea here is that this is forward-looking.
Maybe
Yes.
something. Maybe
Yeah.
something that
This thing
would. We started talking about
existing
OPN
tools, working within them.
maybe one of the first ways to do that, as a concrete suggestion, here's something that could happen is fund somebody whose job it is to entirely try and coordinate and build bridges between the NFB community in various incarnations and OpenStack and help them to get together.
There's not, even for the latest release, there's not a good.
Maybe we use that as a model for trying to build out
not
to
only
other
the
places.
community, but also our customers. Our customers are asking for this. So,
Yeah, I mean, we
So
go to
I
like.
think that would be a
Because I
really
think that
good
page and then
networking
have
is
technical
so core to what cloud is about.
translate that.
And
But it'd
there's
be, I mean, I
so
think
much
that's
that is
basically
being driven by IoT and cloud.
Yeah.
and networking.
So it would be useful for the staff to do it as well. So I think one of the things that, to your point, what are some yours?
Well,
How
I
do we
think
start this?
I guess there's a couple of them. It could be just someone who's like
How do we start
has a
attacking
part
this?
of that time.
We can start working
My
on
contribution board took
this workflow.
Sure, yeah, I'm not.
Or there's like.
I'd love to have you guys help me with it and start identifying
That's
where we can start making progress.
Especially if it's still.
No, definitely not. So this is something I spit out last week.
Yeah, well,
That's,
so.
that's my concern about
Some of the basic
community
engagement.
attitude.
It's going to be a point of essentially straw man.
But guys, remember,
I put this out there, we're going to start saying, this is crazy. Okay, tell me why it's crazy.
it's not necessarily debated these ideas. It's getting captured in ideas.
I agree, I'm just trying to think the idea through. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not trying to say it's
Okay. So here's,
Okay.
the easy trick, that part of somebody's job in the foundation is supporting
So it's like dressing up.
How many people today paying their salaries?
Is
We have a special sort for that?
So
Next year, we want you to figure out, keep track of.
Open
I think, yeah,
and maybe
RFC
perception
or applicable to our, hey, neighborhood purposes, something that is important for firefighters. Just like, because we're saying it's important for us to be through the.
Back to the board. And I think that
feels
one
like
of the things
there's
the
a lot of
foundation
groups that sprung
has
up, and some
is
of
it
them
has
are
tremendous
extremely
people.
successful, gotten traction,
And
that's all
people
fine,
do
but
pay attention to
starting
what the foundation
to,
says. And so it's
I mean,
the foundation
I live
even
and
were
breathe
to
this every day, and I still
report
don't
out,
quite understand how all the
here's
groups
our-
like fit together and
here's
work
how we
together
are
and what the
building a bridge
workflows
with
are, so I don't even
OPN and
think
a
it's
B.
just like
Here are
the board
RFCs
dresses
that are
less
doing
the
it.
product up and now that like over all this stuff. I think it has to really, we have to really define what the relationship is between like user community, which under that I see like when the enterprise
Inward and outward is the
all
same
the
thing.
different places user stories are feeding in, and with that product and to whatever technical kind of how all that works versus just kind of like.
Well, the extreme end of it is that the bylaws that try to use I personally advocate for people and that to come back to us and tell us how product.
Tell them that we have.
Very good idea.
Which
I think
basically
that
is
would,
what
I think that having that sort of
at a high level what the user
ambassadorial
their role be, and they are also
would
deliberately defined in the bylaws. So that's why I
Yeah.
see that this being a function of that, which also gives the group a lot of
I
credibility.
think that,
No, I think
And
well, I don't think that it's bad to think.
I think we are too.
might be interested in this conversation.
Well, thank God you're here.
Sorry.
I like that we've gotten out of the tech of it into
We were just discussing
how we're actually going to influence these other.
all the work.
Yeah. Let me
Yeah.
step back a second.
When
I
can you
think
get
one of
that?
the things that came out of the
Okay,
tech
I'll
discussion
delegate to the
was
guys
these
in
ideas are
Philadelphia
not
next
coming
week,
from
and,
within
talk
the
about
coming
company.
from adjacencies.
Yeah.
And so this
So
is
we're
really a
talking about
topic about adjacencies, and what
how,
we're saying is we need to enable
when
adjacencies.
the enterprise
OpenStack needs to be better at enabling adjacencies to be successful.
is
And that's the big thing.
And I think that's an interesting
And how,
point, which I'd like to tie back to the earlier point
Lord
about
was-
the ISVs.
I'm gonna probably say this wrong.
ISVs are adjacencies too.
Well, what I would
Yeah.
love to see is the user community kind of
I
take
think
this
that
as,
if we
the
say
umbrella
we're going
and
to
start to
start
have more,
we're
regular
going to
meetings
start
that bring together all of these
formally
groups, and maybe, these groups are
figuring out
working
how
on their
we
own deal,
engage
but
with
the,
adjacent communities.
when the enterprise and the
and
telco group
make
and
sure
the
we're heard
application
and make
ecosystem
sure we're
group and
hearing
all of these
them, which I
different
think are
kind
equally
of,
important.
they're
Then
gathering user
that
stories, plus
also
we have the
puts us
user
in good
survey
position
itself with that
to
community
go out
data
to
is feeding into the
like
product
cloud
group,
boundaries or
which is,
other
then helping to
ISV-ish
document a lot of
type
this,
of
and is working
communities
with,
and
technical community as
Kubernetes
well,
or
on
what
future
have you.
plans or
And-
whatever else the role might be,
and
but just kind of figuring
say,
out
how
what
can we
that
hear,
flow is,
what
but
are
I
you doing?
think it makes
How can
sense
we help you?
bolstering
Here's how what
under
you
that
can
like
do
user
can
community
be
umbrella,
enabled
I
on us
guess, in a way that like,
do those sorts
So
of
maybe
things.
it's a-
it's like
I
a
think
work
that
meeting.
is a good step, not only in sort of the standard world, but in the building ecosystem.
Of people. I think one of the difficulties that you always have with users.
I think we've got a lot of great stuff,
A
actually.
good
Yeah.
user who knows OpenStack well, can interact well with the community, and who has a lot of time
Might take a
available.
couple.
Well, that's
And
why-
I think that's just my.
I could have a shot at
some
framing
work
it up.
around having a look at what profiles of people we need to be getting involved with, and it doesn't necessarily mean they've got to be users.
Yeah,
but
jump in.
I think what they've got to be is they've got to be sensitive to end user
Project management.
requirements, as opposed to there is really no reason why you can't get someone who is employed by a company.
I'm not sure.
Does not have to.
Depends on how much discussion the other.
I think
Well,
the one thing we get to put people,
Yeah.
Set people who are kind of
Right.
saying, hey,
and we can actually show.
Well, like
it
the
as well.
product group,
We
if
can
you
use it as a presentation.
I mean, like part of that, like you three have kind of, or the
We
member of
lost
the town has that
Trudas, and then
special
we can
access that you
weigh in
for
on
like data or
like,
whatever
right,
else,
yeah.
and kind of like,
you know, we
just
can't be
I wanna
saying
make sure
Sean's got
take your
access
heads
to all
over
the raw
the
data in a
group,
survey.
yeah. But
Well, that's where they
basically,
have to,
when
we've got to
enterprise
put a
is
to-do down there.
active
I want to make sure we got something to take forward.
members
Well, we
of the
got-
user
we got a whole
community and, like,
detailed
product
these
group
in there.
and like whatever else, and they're all
Strengths,
kind of working
weaknesses, all
together on
these. Yeah,
singular
exactly.
efforts.
But I think there is a need to find a way under which we can get those different user sets of working together.
So we
So I
should
can justify it.
Creating business when you're scaling properly. Three different
Yeah,
working
groups.
Yeah.
So I think that's where yeah, having an they're all basically about user experience. And we've got an output there. And so having the user committee set as kind of an umbrella that has these different initiatives, and then
Could
some
be like
kind of
the monthly everyone together.
We've got the right profiles. We want to drive.
Yeah, decided for winning, losing, or before game starts happening.
Well,
We're in the game. I'm front running.
Very dynamic set of working groups. Some of these working groups are very, very well started. That means it's very difficult to just keep track.
So you guys like good with that idea of
Things that were.
I don't know what we call it, charter or
Take
last
it.
we got
Our
centers
really are
to account for
We are
assets, right?
I agree, that's why I was saying.
They already have people at the center.
So there's currently a structured working group.
Tiny
So,
little
formally, actually, when the
Wow, Chris,
enterprise
you look so
normally under that.
Yeah, I have
We
that.
actually look so very similar.
There is the
We talked
application.
about, it's not our fault. It has a crude metaphor that's what
It's
open file.
bylaws wise, it's a very good structure to
Yeah.
bring things in and take them out.
Right.
So actually, it's something.
You know what, you don't even have all the that's much better.
In that case, it's sort of
That I like.
Sure, yeah, but I think
Perfect.
that's.
Yeah,
that's-
I mean,
you know, that's good.
Monty, I like that.
You both have glasses.
His glasses are much cooler.
They are kind of. Yeah, I don't think it's about.
Travel time.
I don't think it's about the three of you running.
I have
all
no
this
idea,
kind
but
of
I'm sure they
stuff.
cost
But I think
10
that,
times
that
the
you know
cost.
that if it's
Trying to figure out.
these groups have some sort of common touch point, and maybe it's coordinated by like Sean or somebody that's like got some bandwidth and is very passionate about this.
So
And then
I'll just
sort of like at every summit there's a session where the kind of like the user committee and the leaders from the different groups basically review the charters, review the direction, review any overlap, and kind of like it's more of a biannual checkpoint at your level for all of the groups, but it's
Some of like, in particular, working out
Is that what you say?
overlap
Yeah.
between the different working groups, which is currently one. My biggest worry is when I look at the number of
I mean, that's still I put it here, we're just like, they're not, it's like not even complete sentences.
Right,
Yeah.
I know.
So I just
I
have to
agree
go
with-
like,
with the enterprise.
With Rob's group, or Rob's group, about just kind of figuring out what that is and actually clearly updating the description of the user committee and charter to explicitly talk about how the content function.
There's a strong intersection, so it's obviously something not great.
I think it's a nice way of formalizing in a relatively light way the fact that this is the endorsed body from the foundation for this activity.
Yeah.
yeah, it gives it that a little. I know that you guys were talking about that a little bit earlier too, because the user committee does have sort of like that formal authority or whatever built in already, and then put it on
It's an sponsor organization.
So I mean, it was trying to address the subtleties that makes it from product versus
Maybe it's a question of moving beyond capturing feedback and getting the other direction. Moving it towards contributing to design.
I did
Yeah.
I don't think that.
The last time I came back with.
That would probably then actually is to use it with a subgroup, which is a survey working group. One of the ones that are at the end, but there are this big automatic selection that user committee is made up of.
Yeah.
There's nothing out there.
I think that there's value to having
But then it's more of that tagging.
you and a few others see kind of like
Yeah.
people here.
Yeah.
But and I don't know exactly how to like crack that role other than just being all
At that time, maybe it's before we're pushing the line,
Very European idea.
You're going the wrong way, Alan.
Is it the wrong way?
Actually,
Oh, there is? Okay, I'm like, can I us to do that? We'll see.
You would know what that is.
All the way around. Okay, thank you.
What it is based upon, you know, HIPAA and assumptions of really
and then
well, to a given race of students, so you can take like from that, whatever, and assess it against future attempts. But it's really is OpenStack is.
At a core level, a better way to communicate is get a basic concept of what needs to be confirmation offer and what are the core
Yeah, I agree. I actually kind of wonder if even the right section. Something.
Yeah, maybe. People don't know, and we want to be able to communicate. Like, here's all the places you can get involved, and so we're just trying to desire enough so we can actually show people, like, you're interested in this, go here, if you're interested in this, so you can do it.
Yeah, of course, it's more about
So, I think this is really helping all of us.
So the original idea is that, you know, we just spent a week once every 6 months to put the spreadsheet together.
All for good. For good reasons. Right. The awesome is what we're starting next week, which is great. But we're trying to scale.
No, I mean, they're not. That's like,
what are the core features of OpenStack?
Agreed. And that would essentially what is a stable base.
Yeah.
And the other is what would become in future state. So,
but again, these are really important. So that's going to just an operator group within OpenStack.
And maybe a simple way of putting this, maybe say that core is more
I point to
Although I can't make diagrams.
My view is, that's great.
That's great. Yeah,
Where's the food?
So,
Maybe
I'm sure I'm
whether or not we should propose the product group being added to the bylaws.
to the user.
Inside of the user committee. I mean, we haven't done that with any of the other working groups.
Maybe not. So the thought was, how do you get the TC I mean, part of it is this ultimately is a human enterprise. You're not going to get people to do anything unless they see it as a mutual interest and benefit. But I'm also interested in how do we manage attention to what you're going to discuss and prioritize there. And just sort of thought of structure, providing sort of formal treatment for it. And maybe like do it as an activity among users. We define, the product management agenda of the company. That's it. I'm not trying to constrain too much.
But like updating the user communication on our website right now, it's different groups that are involved, but we talk about the different, here's all the different user group inputs, here's like the product group, here's their role, like, because and I think it'd be great to have a diagram of kind of the different groups involved, because a lot of people that come to us, they want to know like how to call community, they just don't know about these different groups, and we need to be able to communicate that better. I think it'd be helpful to just know all these different groups, the relationship between them, and which one's the right for you.
So the just so I understand the landscape, that's is the intention there to avoid having to go by law?
Not necessarily. I just think it's all important. I don't know that getting bylaws are necessarily going to like take the groups more authority. I mean, I think
that's what
it's communicating it to them everywhere, basically.
If I remember the top people bring the user there's actually a main rather than just sending. This is
got it. I was just looking actually
the cultivation of user requirements for food. We don't think about the people who are running accounts,
working out
without a clean workforce.
Okay, so hence the
it's not forward, it's not the technical committee.
Yeah.
So to be you guys are taking
But the original mission was to close that feedback. So it just makes sense.
I do need to get the reason why we started off with this organization effort is to gathering all the requirements is that having all the information that sort of leave the block and having it in place. So reaching out so and she can also come up with solutions as well as just creating feedback. Representing our company. Priorities. Talk about how planning resources for these specific.
No, that's what we still have. So my wife goes out and
it will also be communicated publicly, but prior to where the reason. I think that could be
Or
to
there's 6, 7, 8.
Basically, I
The ladies, I like my students, so I'm not the old.
On the other hand,
on the topic so the discussion but I guess another sort of claim whether it's not be there. I guess that's my there are people that I don't know what the right way is to make sure that there are specific
It was always
yeah, so it's not to specific vertical use case and
I love it. more to your question. So when you need to get the station here, you get a whole station back bay. It's so wonderful. What I would say is you need.
Yeah, I lived at Back Bay.
Right across from
So what are you looking at?
like next
we meant to work on socializing that.
Yeah, that would make sense. Oh, there's something there. Not like
Then you get the little girl in front of you.
Yeah.
Who's like 3 or 2.
Next week's story. Really rushing.
Everything they did. I had a.
Yeah, we actually. I would
Really not.
I'm really tired.
You're not paid my house because I shouldn't have to put a bleach source.
As the priority, as
It actually really has that.
What do you mean?
We started.
Oh. Sorry. I don't know. It's late, but I'm not sure, whatever.
The priorities are.
This is better to do that than have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning.
And actually, we're talking about which ones.
Yeah, music mornings, right?
The OpenStack projects, the project.
Yeah, kind of about what is it, about the diagram, the product group also feeding back to the marketing side of like the analyst relations group is working together, presentations for that, and different like things
how to implement I don't know if it is providing EDC status, really something to that effect. Well, there you go, right? You know,
This has been a really difficult conversation.
What are these?
Just on the user community side too, trying to like, what's that bar that makes the most sense, if it's a percent or not.
And so maybe
Seriously, being very sarcastic, but seriously, I've already, I think with my team, I've already we've got really sort of all of the team starts listening through your stories, prioritizing them. You're like, oh my god, what do you talk about? So in fact, really the best way is that way. That you're going to be a way to get us our I think we did that, but
So they try to see not
Yeah. Because it's a hat. All right. Oh, yeah. We got you guys were given your document tomorrow?
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
Okay.
We need to go already.
I just want to make sure I got it after.
Oh, I'll can forward to you. They can post it.
We never used it.
Pardon me? No, I was like, do that, sure.
Okay.
Okay, I can leave. If I've been, if my feet has been vacated. No, no. Yes, that's really honorable.
Both has been with Chris Kemp discussion.
I was.
You guys take notes somewhere?
Mm-hmm. In the Etherpad.
In the Etherpad?
Oh,
it's yours down towards the bottom?
Yeah, we had our own Etherpad, which needed to do that.
it was, yeah, it was the Etherpad OpenStack, whatever, it was called Public Cloud Strategy.
Can you,
This one? Where are you on your page?
All right, never mind.
So everyone's 12:30 each. Yep. Waiting for these guys to come back. And we'll get started. I was going to grab one of these.
You don't want us to throw it, Jason?
Toss the cup. For those on the phone, we're slowly gathering back. We're missing a few tonight. As soon as they get here, we'll start back and do the reports from the breakout.
Really, yeah.
It's almost sci-fi, but it's of the same guys. Yeah. It's all right.
Who, read?
Right.
Yes.
I'll go on the email.
You would look down like the list, work on the list. 300, you know, an occasional. I like to find series, long one with one book. So I can just. Things like I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I enjoy this issue also. Somebody had to finish that up. I mean, I'm not the first book. So I know. I have like everything right but I actually put it in real time as it I was handy, so I was just say it's a heck of a lot better writer. Yeah, it's funny. There is the sort of like when they the one they wrote sort of together, it's like this is. Oh wait, I remember why I like it from here. Right? It's like the first couple of books were actually much more like the stuff and right? They give us stuff to happen. You know, which is so bad. Like I couldn't not read it because at this point it's not like it was committed. Yeah, committed too. But like I wasn't really liking it. And yeah, I was like, oh thank God, this is actually going on. I remember why I like these characters. I read all of the non-standard books in Market 9-inch, or how do you say that? Let's play the book rating 1-1-1. There's somewhere in there, like, they really got stuck in their intro character stereotypes, like in the middle, and like, you know, stubborn and strong, whatever, won't come up, and then finally, like, it was like, well, I'm going to have one conversation for 5 minutes. You just go to straight up. Like, oh, wait, hang on. Together.
Even if there was, there's certainly no, I deserve a great source of focus and marker, very close cameras. Yeah. So, very good. Very good. Never stopping for so having to babysit them through the whole process. Anybody else? So there's a little bit of constructive competition or constructive so a little bit of lectures at VMware. Oh yeah, I can't remember that's all we're doing. But yeah, those are great. I really like but so it's sometimes hard to some of those histories. It's actually really good, but also not an origin of conversation and have it experience. It's really like, oh, this is so we're people doing really enjoyed that. So, just the better organized, more content. But yeah, so there's a lot of totally agree. I'm really early in stack actually. Not written hard in some ways. Hard at defining them more organized. Any cultural thing that's created for the eyes to local areas you know, so many something that didn't have that knowledge. It's good. So, but overall, because you're just things that are so small scale, there's never, you know, there's so much, you know, so those are going to have no chance of
are not. And members of the minority open so yeah, this is very, very interesting because it's not one of the but anyway, so it is extended. So yeah, what's going on with the kids going on with the it's interesting. Within the that's exactly right. Oh, yeah, no, I didn't. Is that something that you guys see that, what is the important, what is the important, some of the,
yeah. All right, guys, let's circle the wax back to the garden.
Oh, she probably lose that. I was like on video. It picks up sound from one side and it's wherever you put it, you and I are on it.
Yeah, thank you.
You guys figure it all out.
For people with these feelings.
We'll call the meeting back to order, and we'll turn the time back over to Mark to lead us in our whole group discussion.
Thanks everybody for following along with our formula today and breaking into teams, including Monty, who I know is listening, because he brought us to New York. Is that true, Monty?
Oh crap! What?
Mark. You were. The meeting was called to work.
I can't hear from them now. It's too far away. My old man ears are, you know, not
snow in there.
Yeah, it's snow in here. It's actually not snow. It's dirt.
That's what this will look all day.
I believe that. Cool. So yeah, I hope you guys found the activity so far worthwhile. I really enjoyed this morning's discussion, and as well as the painter group wanted to spend some time thinking about that and wanted to come back and present on it. So I think we don't have a super strict time schedule, but if we can aim for around 30 minutes per topic, that'll probably keep us roughly on schedule. So who wants to go first?
So what I'm looking for, guys, I'm not looking for answers, but I'm hoping we'll come out with some items where you can go, okay, we can go figure that out later. And Mark and I, or Jonathan and I, or you and I, or whoever, we'll have enough notes here that we can come back and go, okay, we get the idea of what it is. How do we start to work that and refine that into something workable? Maybe we assign a board member, you know what I mean? So we can at least take the next step on the item.
Yeah, and I forgot I was going to add too that whatever group you went to, you probably already know more about that topic than a lot of us. So if you win the NFV group, you probably already know a lot about NFV. And so, don't be afraid to just share your knowledge and make this an educational session for the people that don't know that much about whatever that topic is. So that, a lot of what we get out of today is just sharing knowledge about these different opportunities. Obviously, there's some opinions and debates to be had about, where OpenStack fits into each of these. But as Alan said, we're not trying to leave here with, a final answer on any of these specific topics, but a lot of it is just kind of sharing the knowledge that might be locked up in one or two people on each of these topics, so everybody can go back and think about how to make an impact in their organizations and the community, after today.
Okay, well, we'll go first.
All right.
IoT. Yeah.
You could actually click on the link that's on the Etherpad if anybody wants to see the Etherpad just on that topic.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Click on that.
What is the URL of that pad?
They're all on the master pad.
It's in the master.
Are you asking what the URL of the master is?
I can put it.
I'll put it on the. Are you in the IRC? I'll put it in the IRC. Yeah, I'll redo it. Just in case you're recent.
Making those on the phone hear me okay?
There's a video back in there too.
I know it's a.
So, and some people are saying the audio is better in the video feed.
Oh, really? Who has video feed?
I just it's in the Etherpad. It's on the WebEx, and it's also on the IRC now. You're good. Roll.
Okay, roll. Okay, so our group was focused on network functions virtualization and the Internet of Things. And our first job was to frame up what is NFV and what is IoT for the purposes of the exercise. And so what we decided to do is, rather than come up with a super fine-grained definition, is really talk about more the themes that are associated with it. Of course, Toby in our group was Toby. Van joined after a while. Rob, Lou, and Alan joined for a little while. Who have I missed? Oh, Russell as well. Russell was a big part of it. So basically, in terms of NFV, as we all know, what's happening is that we're seeing virtualization and devices that are otherwise hardware, software becoming software defined, happening throughout the compute environment, and that's going all the way down to traditional devices in office, in home, in network, that right now are tightly coupled, packaged hardware, software devices. So with network function virtualization, the overarching themes is a shift to being software defined and virtualized, and then also a shift to being more loosely coupled, and therefore being able to manage a large number of functions in a much more sort of loosely coupled and flexible way. And one of the things that Toby talked about is one categorization of NFV is really it's just all the layer 2+ functions that are out there today, and then future functions as well. And he talked about WAN and EPC and USB and so on. So there's some very specific telco elements of NFV. And then the other major theme was that NFV is a lot about a shift to more of a services model rather than a hardware model for delivering these capabilities, basically. So that's NFV. In terms of the Internet of Things, we talked about the fact that it's really about going from today billions of connected devices to trillions of connected devices with explosion of applications, many of which we're not even aware of right now today over the next 10 to 20 years. We talked about the fact that in each of these devices, even though there's different models that are emerging, sometimes the devices are still simple or dumb devices. ultimately there being compute, storage, and network capabilities in those devices, whether it's for the purposes of gathering information and feeding it back to the network, or feeding it back to applications, or pushing data out to the devices as well. And in that sense as well, we touched on a little bit, although this is sort of getting into more of the opportunity side of things, that this sort of future forward concept that the Internet of Things could ultimately become sort of an internet of micro clouds that are out there, that are running on hardware. And so sort of thinking expansively about what the Internet of Things is. So then, actually, Toby or Russell, do you guys want to add to that?
I thought it was really good. I don't know if I guess quickly, I thought I'd maybe recap an example that Toby gave that I think is really useful if you haven't looked at NFV too much. Just a really concrete example of what it would look like. So as a service provider, you're saying that traditionally they may put a router in a customer's office because you route traffic in a special way, whatever. But traditionally that'd be a hardware appliance that's delivered there and it sits on site. And the new way of doing that is instead of putting something on site, it's just delivered as a service. So what's on site is just a dumb switch, but the actual router is spun up as a virtual machine in some aggregation facility that's somewhere in the general area, and that would be an OpenStack cloud, and that's where the service is provided. So that's sort of a very concrete example of, and that's referred to as the CPE use case, or virtual CPE. And so that's like it just helps illustrate the transition for me. Share that in case it helps.
What does CPE stand for?
Customer premise equipment.
Everything in
this case is no
telco
longer
carries better initials.
PLA.
Yeah, so it's not really so much customer premise anymore, right? But the acronym I assume will stick. But I thought that was a useful use case in helping illustrate it we're trying to define it.
Right. Anyone else on the team want to comment about the setup? Toby, did you have anything else to?
No, just about IoT is there's sort of a continuum of what's happening now and then what's happening later. So eventually we'll get to a vision where maybe DVRs or cell phones will have, or end some computing that we want to take advantage of. But at the beginning, it's a lot about NFV and enabling a cheaper network bandwidth, more services available close to these really dumb devices at the start. Because again, the stuff that we deploy, we want to be simple and solid, and then we want to extend it by having a services model. That's where the two kind of worlds connect.
And give that example that you gave of the the centralized but close to the edge, OpenStack VMs managing.
Yeah, so I mean, in an IoT realm, I mean, one of the things is that it's all about data. It's like collecting health data, or gasoline, dispensing gasoline, or it's about whatever. It's all about sending data as opposed to cell phones, which is about receiving data. And so that data has to go somewhere. And putting data in a central repository in St. Louis for all stuff doesn't make any sense. You don't want to move traffic across fiber that's expensive. You want it to be close to wherever it's going to be analyzed or used. So in many ways,
although Toby did commit that fiber would become very inexpensive.
And free for all board.
Pretty OpenStack.
I heard that.
Free transport.
Each fiber isn't going to get more, but we'll be doing more with each fiber.
The other attribute might be worthwhile.
Do you want to grab Lou, the mic?
I think, I'm going to talk into the camera.
Yeah.
It's that management of devices is moving to the cloud. And so that, like at Cisco, Meraki, that's a small company we acquired, because it allows you to manage all of your Wi-Fi access points for a company. It's much easier to manage from there. You see Apple doing the same thing. Everything's going to iCloud, right? You're seeing it in the cable market that DVRs in the home are going away and then becoming a cloud DVR. And that's a very concrete use case. If you think about the fact that the DVRs that we might have in our homes today has spinning disk in it, even going to SSDs. If that fails, the cable company has to send out a repair guy right? Or you got to ship that back. It's very, very expensive. Whereas if that becomes just a little like Apple TV, there's no spinning disk in there. All of your information is stored in the cloud. It looks to you just like you have a DVR that shows you recorded, and you can stop and start it. But obviously, through erasure coding and everything else, they can store it a lot more efficiently back in the cloud, and yet give you the same experience. So the cloud delivered services are replacing a lot of the things that we see in the home, in businesses, in retail. You're seeing it in cash registers. You're seeing it all over. But the management's now going to be up in the cloud, and the data collection and aggregation is going to be up in the cloud.
And Comcast has talked about the microcloud concept kind of in there.
Yeah, and they're moving, getting rid of large centralized data centers to a large number of distributed data centers, all running OpenStack.
Hopefully that frames it up. It's great. And then we went into really a brainstorm session around the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. It's always easy to start sometimes with the weaknesses, so I'm actually not going to start there. We'll get to those in a moment. But in terms of strengths, we felt that OpenStack is well placed because it's open, and what that means is because of the requirements of both upstream and downstream and above OpenStack and below OpenStack for new and innovative storage subsystems and capabilities that are below the OpenStack software. There's a whole ecosystem that's growing up around that and has grown up strongly. And then above OpenStack as well, there's plenty of room for ecosystem partners to innovate. The one related weakness to that we saw was that we don't think that as an organization we're doing a great job of sort of engaging with, or the best job that we could do of engaging with that ecosystem above OpenStack and enabling them to extend, to tinker, to experiment with running OpenStack or running these services and other capabilities on top of OpenStack. And it also tied into the other weakness that we've already talked about, and I think ad infinitum, which is that core reliability of the core OpenStack platform at any scale. Enabling a developer to be able to set it up simply and easily and upgrade it, across a laptop, across a small set of nodes, right up to a more scale-out POC that is production grade is really critically important because it enables that innovation to occur. So that's really a core, continued weakness that we think, does need to be focused on. I think, obviously OpenStack at its core does recognize that automation is key and that it is a software-defined infrastructure, but there's still, the flip side of that is there's still a lot of centralization, which is problematic. And Lou touched on this in terms of, OpenStack right now is not fully a distributed computing model. There's still a lot of major gaps in terms of running OpenStack across regions, with unified identity management and so on. And obviously those sort of things have been built into the part of the product roadmap for this year, but it's those kind of capabilities that are a challenge for us. Who else wants to talk about strengths from our group or highlight some of the strengths that we have? I mean, obviously community, scale. I mean, we're in
the biggest strength actually is that it is a private cloud. In that cloud, I think I mentioned, I think that cloud computing as a new developer platform for services has already won. Everybody recognizes the cloud is the way you do. If you want to do rapid deployment of new applications and services, you do it on top of a cloud. Now they have a choice. Do they go to one of the established cloud providers, public cloud providers, or do they run it themselves?
Right.
And OpenStack gives them actually the opportunity to do either. Because you can either run on another OpenStack cloud or you can build your own cloud. So if you're a service provider and yourself, you'll probably run your own. But you can also then burst out to other people's clouds. So it becomes really important for us to pay attention to this interoperability, being able to move workloads around the clouds. Because I think the only way we're going to compete with a big public cloud, I'd love to hear what that group says, is that we got to be as big as they are. And that's going to be a challenge. We can only do that by making sure the OpenStack clouds are compatible with each other, and then we have ways of then doing federation and transport and things like that.
You need a big footprint, but the footprint of
Could
clouds has to be
multi-vendor. Could be
interoperable.
multi-vendor, which I think would be a very strong value proposition. The strengths, I think, are very obvious. I think the weaknesses are that we've been focused on a single data center, and the scale's been too small to address this market. So we've got to address the WAN, most particularly in terms of wide area networking, not just networking, data center networking. There's obviously around resiliency. You know, your expectation for these internet delivered services is that they're always going to be on, and there's no outage, there's no planned downtime. You have to be able to do upgrades seamlessly in place with no interruption of services. So those are, I think, share the same kind of requirements that we have to win the enterprise. The enterprise does the same thing, but in fact, the enterprise is generally a lot less reliable than public service providers and telcos. You're talking 6 nines there, not 3. So we have to really have a lot more emphasis on resiliency and nonstop running forever. I think that, you know, where we moved into more on the weaknesses, more sort of where some of the things that we need to go to, and that is that since this is outside of our area of expertise, except for a few members in OpenStack, we need to have more partnerships with some of these other organizations, and that at the very end we can get into sort of the recommendations that we had. But I want to hand it back to you.
No, this is great. I mean, this is a dialogue. Yeah, and on that, I think overall we feel that we need to do a lot better job of. It's kind of like changing the culture of OpenStack to some degree. I mean, I guess this is the weakness that we see, which is, you know, in the first few years of OpenStack, it was important that OpenStack was in, you know, when you talk strategy and markets, there's this classic sort of 3-phase model for how markets move and products develop. You know, phase 1 is the frenzy of who's going to become, you know, the dominant 1, 2, or 3 platforms. And there's certain behaviors that happen during that phase that are essential in order to become the dominant platform or a dominant platform. And I think, you know, some of the things that we're talking about is a bit of a cultural shift where, you know, OpenStack is clearly very relevant. It's clearly becoming ubiquitous globally, and so on, even though it's still early days. And we're really moving into that phase 2 where culturally we need to shift to, you know, an even more engaged model where recognizing that, you know, yes, we need to work on a really hardened core and it needs to be reliable, but at the same time we need to be putting, you know, the board and the community, whether it's a company, whether it's a government, whether it's a, you know, a foundation, the same principles apply. You have different groups and different people who are responsible for different things. Just because you're working on your product doesn't mean you ignore the outreach to the market or you ignore the outreach to folks. So we sort of came up with this analogy that you know, we need to shift more to this ambassadorial type model, not saying you have to be part of the OpenStack tent, but engaging with these other communities. And I'm sure this applies, you know, when people are talking about Docker and some of these other big macro trends, in ways where it's just engagement, to understand, to take the ideas that are in those communities, bring them back into the OpenStack community, understand how they fit with our operating model, understand how they, you know, where they can slot in from a product roadmap perspective and that sort of thing. So we felt that an emphasis on that, which may include suggestions like, for example, on the foundation side of things, Jonathan, you know, we're fairly leanly staffed when it comes to that kind of relationship management engagement. You know, there's a lot of relationship management and engagement that happens with participants in the community, but there's not really a formal role or structure, you know, beyond you or beyond, you know, Mark and, you know, perhaps Heidi, for engaging with these other platforms, these other capabilities, and taking much more of a broad approach. So we felt that was a weakness right now that could be addressed.
One thing, I mean, I think that view, the major threat, I mean, everything is an opportunity or threat, right? And NFV, the major threat there is an absolute fork of OpenStack. It'll be very easy to fork. You're going to have a lot of very big players who, with EPSI and a lot of the other standards bodies, will simply say, we're going to make it just for...
The good news is they picked OpenStack. The bad news is
the bad news
they
is
can
that
turn it
they love
into
it. They
a
might love it to
different
death
flavor
and fork.
tomorrow.
And so we have, the way you stop that is that you work with them.
Right. We need to love them to death.
We need to love them to death. And I think there's so many similarities between winning the enterprise and NFV and all of these other things that, in terms of the core that we have to do. But then we have to recognize there's a lot more expertise that is outside of the community and networking than is inside of OpenStack community today. Most of the people in OpenStack today are coming from a data center world, not a networking world.
Right.
But there's more people in networking world here working together than in any of the other places.
Right. So there's an excellent opportunity for us now to, and that's why we talked about. So what are the mechanisms for that? So again, so it was like have a liaison, have somebody really embrace. We have actually a near-term opportunity because we got the summit coming up. So what do we do at the summits? What are we trying to do with summits? Summits could be a place where we actually actively engage sort of adjacent communities to bring them in where they want to have an intersection with us, and we bring them in, we work with them, rather than having them work on their own. Because it's the big tent theory. If they're in our tent, we've got a chance to influence and keep it together. If they go off on their own, then a fork will absolutely happen in this area. If you think of actually Linux and Android, I think that's largely what happened there too. There wasn't a way to make a Linux for a phone, instead it became an Android. And so, yeah, they share common roots and everything else, but...
No, I'm going to disagree with you on that. I believe that the Linux kernel is not forked and is running inside of the Android, and I believe that Google did not want GPL user space software, and they also did not want to interact with Oracle on Java. So they forked Java to the Dalvik VM, and they...
I stand corrected.
Yeah, so
that's more accurate. That's more accurate.
Sorry, I had to be the pedant in the room.
Right. But what we're trying to do is that we see that there isn't necessarily, there shouldn't be a reason for a fork to have to happen in this space. And
so on that specifically, there was some very active discussion, which is also in the ETHCAT, around issues like performance and networking, like specific product-related issues, APIs, and so on. Who wants to talk to that? Toby, do you want to talk a little bit to some of those aspects?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to networking, there's two dimensions that need to be improved. The scope of functions and the metadata that is in the facade. Because the plugin model works, I believe, very effectively to bring many vendors and players to the table to work together. That's very good. But if the facade isn't broad enough in that realm, and it doesn't deal with the WAN aspects and some of these layer 3 plus functions better, then there's risk that somebody shows up and does it themselves, and they have. ODL is there to cover this extra space. And I'd like to see it be pulled back in as a plug-in part of the scheme, and it was very clear how they work together. Right now it's not clear how it works together at all. So that's one dimension that needs to be improved. The other part is the performance, too, is the performance of x86 hosts for doing lots of network connections and network throughput is suspect. There's a lot of work going on in many directions to help fix it, but it's not there yet. And that does need some focus.
But, the things like ODL is an example, right? There's enough of us who span these groups, who have connections on both ends of it. If we set the liaison relationship up and start actively working or engaged there, we'll make that.
I think that would go a long way.
I think we should,
yeah. And part of it was we wanted them to know that we love them. So we wanted to actually, one of the ideas was we want to actually say, knowing this guy and having them tell them, I'm in your contact.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's a great
So we were thinking, as a foundation position,
Hugs all around.
or a responsibility of somebody on the foundation would be to actively do that. And another one we should not forget about, IETF is still the place where changes in the internet happen.
Yeah.
And anybody can submit RFCs. And we should be looking at what are the RFCs that we think are important, and we should perhaps be issuing some RFCs because it's important for us to have an internet that is compatible and works well with OpenStack.
Can I ask a question about the liaison? So you're saying that we'd have a liaison, we'd have one for open platform for NFV and then another one for Daylight, or have one?
No, I think you could actually, the foundation could support one position or even only a half position maybe,
Okay,
but make
yeah.
it the responsibility, make it a formal role
Yeah.
in the foundation
Right.
to act in a liaison role with,
For
with
many
however
of
many
these.
we think.
Okay.
Right, and then at the
Okay.
summit, we would use that as a rallying point to bring like minds together.
I
to
like
have
that,
a
yeah.
session.
And in our yearly report, I want to have a report on how we've
Yes.
done with these other
Yeah.
committees.
Yeah.
Okay. That's really good.
For example, there's a lot of RFCs still out now around IPv6. I think we should weigh in on some of those things. It's going to matter a whole lot to us.
Well, we're
Better
weighing in
better
individually,
identity.
right?
Individually, we are.
Yeah.
Right, so, yeah.
We're all in the same RFCs, it seems.
Yes.
Yeah, I think on the summits, one of the key things that we talked about as well was, we took it to an extreme example, but that I think we all felt that, given what we were talking about, but also sort of assuming what, the discussion around Docker and the discussion around, future emerging trends and platforms is that the summit should really become more inclusive. We've got to figure out a way to, let many flowers bloom around the summit. And, you could use an analogy of, back in the day, I was part of, eBay Live, and that was a good example of an ecosystem where, there was the central summit, but they were kind of relaxed about these other, entities co-locating and spawning, and as long as there was a, liaison between and cross-pollination, you don't have to force everyone to be under the same. We use that Big Ten analogy, but I think where it falls down a little bit sometimes is, sometimes people see, when you say Big Tent as OpenStack, people see us as saying it's our tent, whereas what we're really talking about is enabling that ecosystem to grow up, and that because that is a great way of cross-pollination and communication of ideas. So thinking about how we shift the summit and enable those kind of
and
engagements
actually,
going
so if
forward.
you look at Apache and Apache,
Right.
There's other summits that are part of that around it, like OSGI hosts their event up alongside, and Apache helps set it up and run it for them, right?
Yeah.
So we could be in that same kind of model if we wanted.
Yeah, I think one of the things we've noted, a lot of what's happening with kind of the TC, talking about the Big Tent and tagging and stuff like that, is really sort of recognizing what's already happening that maybe we haven't really acknowledged before. Which is, if you go back to Paris, Atlanta, the last few summits, there are lots of people there sitting at lots of tables working on things that aren't OpenStack. So it's kind of already, we've had these things called pods for like these different Stackport projects. So a lot of it's sort of happening, but I think it's been happening, but we probably ought to recognize it and support it, nurture it, and sort of encourage it more, because it's a big, huge strength of OpenStack is we have these summits where people come together twice a year, and it's the people that we want to sit across the table from and say, hey, we love you, please be part of what's going on. And it's not that you have to. It is, to your point, it's sort of beyond OpenStack. It's just an open cloud thing that happens twice a year. And we already have people coming to all of these that are not purely talking about OpenStack. They're just related.
Should we
should maybe just do more.
There's a related thing to that. So I know
There's a number of companies.
In terms.
By the way, this is dangerous giving Monty the microphone, but I will.
All right, and now I have the power.
There is a mute button.
You brought up a really good point, which is, so there's sort of two different tents, right? Like there's the big tent in the OpenStack world, which is that we don't want to bless your OpenStack related thing as being OpenStack related or not. If you want to call yourself OpenStack related, go nuts, right? Like that's great. We welcome you in. But there's also these other things. Open Daylight probably doesn't want to call itself OpenStack. OPNFV probably doesn't want to call itself OpenStack. They'd like to be adjacent. They might want to, like I can't remember, was it Open Daylight or OPNFV that was actually interested in co-locating their summit with us? Yeah, and so that's that's the type of thing that I think is this other tent that that's I'm talking about.
That's the context in which you're talking
It was
about.
a related software
circus
crack.
Yes. So just for to provide a little bit of, because I know this, like Mark said, this may not have been well publicized, but the last few summits we actually have had space for other open source projects that are
that touch OpenStack but are not part of any kind of OpenStack tent. And in Paris, we actually expanded that too and worked with. There was, you might have noticed, there were basically 4 events that kind of went on around our summit that everybody had organized around ours, because the OpenStack Summit was the biggest one. But there was the Open World Forum, there was the Open Compute Project, there was the OpenStack Summit, and then
one more.
Well, it was Cedric.
One where I spoke.
Yeah. OW2, yeah.
OW2. A lot of O's that way.
But yeah, I mean, I think that and we actually talked about this in Atlanta a little bit. I know that at the time, some on the board pushed back really hard. But I think that one of the things that we have seen that's just happened organically is our summits have become this sort of gathering place for cloud technology. It's just happened naturally and organically, and I think that we are happy to embrace that and make that kind of something that we continue to extend. At the time in Atlanta when we talked about it, there was a lot of pushback that we would lose focus on OpenStack if we did that. But if we think this is a good time to sort of broaden that and shift, I think that's
the cadence, I think, is really important. It's like it can become sort of the heartbeat of the industry as people are announcing things around that, they're getting together around that, and it's like, why not sort of capitalize on that?
We bring a critical mass of companies and thought leaders to a location.
Yeah.
And so it just makes sense for a lot of these people to come play there too. Yeah, I think it's.
So, as we start to go down that path, and we talked a little bit about how there's a developer summit, and we've kind of bifurcated the way we do the setup, where we have a few days of business-oriented conversations, and then we have a developer session. Well, there's an increasing number of people that have deployed OpenStack and are using it, and I think there's an ecosystem of vendors that plug into OpenStacks and run platforms on OpenStacks and software on OpenStacks. And I think that's if you extrapolate forward 2, 3, certainly 5 years, this thing starts to look a lot like Amazon reInvent, where no one is talking about how they build the data centers and how they run and the code in Amazon, because no one sees it. It's just literally something you build on top of. And so my recommendation would be, as you start to get to the point where that becomes a priority, what you want to do is bring the whole ecosystem together around using OpenStack. And then you start to focus around the people building OpenStack and operating OpenStack and the technology that enables the data centers and infrastructure under OpenStack. And you can just do those as part of different events, but that's what
Right.
makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I think we just have a few minutes left, and don't want to take more time than we need. By the way, this doesn't work. It's just a good way of controlling.
Like flashing lights.
Flashing rockets.
Dang, you let out the secrets.
I know. So I think we've covered. I mean, we've jumped around a little bit, but if you go to we recorded a lot of these thoughts in the ETHPAD, and I guess just requirements to win. Let's just have a quick look at that. OpenStack needs to be carrier grade. We talked about related organizations. We've talked about engaging with other groups and so on. I mean, one thing I think we didn't touch on, though, Russell, you raised the question of, bringing developers in and the need for, particularly if you think of OpenStack in the NFV and IoT framework as having to be very extensible, very pluggable, very, obviously scalable, but that means that we've got to have developers who are not just OpenStack developers, but developers who are wanting to, they're working on something else that they want to either use OpenStack as the platform for. They've got to be able to very easily enter the community and so on. And I think you still see some challenges there, right?
Well, there was a couple of areas, and part of it was just, so I was with the OP and FU group for a couple of days last week, and they spent half a day just fumbling through deployment tools and Node and things that were half working. Where really this group is, part of what they're trying to do is throw a big systems engineering effort to pull OpenStack and some other projects together, and then try this out with some virtual network functions, and they're still struggling pretty hard on just combining all the components together. And so there's just a lot of the same stuff around how easy OpenStack is to use and operate. But there's plenty of maturity left to do there. Another aspect of what OPNFE is doing is they're trying to build this reference platform as they end up identifying gaps in the various things that they're pulling together, including OpenStack, and then they want to document those things and then bring them back to OpenStack to get those closed. And I think they see it as a very large challenge to, it's just a challenge to contribute to the community. It's just unclear, maybe like some of just even partially just from a process point of view of just how they contribute, but also just that OpenStack's not a very easy community to contribute to. It's actually gotten harder and harder. The community is complex. There's a lot of established relationships and like groups of people that are harder and harder to break into, and there's a lot of bottlenecks that are hard to get over. And I felt like I spent too much time apologizing for how difficult it was to contribute to OpenStack for these folks. And so,
hey Russell, one question: when you say they were trying to figure out how to bring things back into it, would it be like going back through the product group, for instance? Would that be the way to bring it into us, or is
that's
it
part of it? I mean,
okay.
So I think their ultimate goal is not just to come up with requirements, but to also turn that into a design and then turn that into code.
Okay.
I think they can use some mentorship and just making it through that process, and the right ways to engage the OpenStack groups, because these people aren't full-time OpenStack people. They're just people that they're working on other things, and just their work has taken them to wanting to drive a particular enhancement into OpenStack, and that's been a challenge.
So a mentoring relationship that we put together would be good.
I think so.
Yeah, we can't do it our way. That's what you're.
Yeah, so I was going to bring back something that we came to a bit along those lines, was that a lot of these technologies for IoT and NFV are really being created as adjacencies, meaning they're not OpenStack projects. They are related projects that need to interface with OpenStack, and our success will be related to how well we enable that. We can't necessarily expect Open Daylight to become an OpenStack project. They might not be governed the same way. Cloud Foundries, we had tons of examples where our success and growth was dependent upon adjacencies, and so far OpenStack has very much had the opinion of you join or you don't. We don't care, and so that mentality has actually been very harmful in bringing in certain other people who have their own way of doing things and their own style, right? And I could give a lot of examples around this, but we have to be able to say, hey, these adjacent technologies are really important to our success. We have to interface with them in a way that doesn't assume that they have to conform to us or be absorbed by us.
Yeah, speak their language and their processes.
Well,
do some translation.
Right, and respect that their way of doing it is different, or their needs are different, or their, in
For
some
their
ways
own
we
reasons
have
that are
not.
Our people would have
we have not
equally as
shown.
difficult a time to go over there.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
But if it's a market we want to go after, we want that market to build on top of us. It's incumbent upon us to go to them, and we'll take care of getting it done, because we can't expect them to file blueprints and do the work and everything else. But there's a market that we're going in.
Let me give a very concrete example. It's not NFV, but it's worthwhile. Is to me the solemn thing with the whole platform as a service plugin was if you were OpenShift and Cloud Foundry at the time when that was done, it was very chilling to those two projects. It was sort of like, you guys aren't us. We're gonna figure out the right way to do it. And even if that wasn't the intent of Adrian when he was doing it, and how it got socialized because of how the community sort of bubble chambered that. And I think that we do that, and it's not helpful to building ISV communities. It's not helpful to building these relationships that we need, standards bodies and things like that. And we as a board, we need to figure out how do we succeed in these technologies where OpenStack itself is not going to be the only driver to success. We have an equal dependency on these other technologies being incredibly successful, and that doesn't directly make OpenStack or contribute to it.
So I think that's a great way to pause, isn't it?
I want to pause right there. And does anybody just from the board disagree with that premise?
I don't want to say the word disagree. because that's troubling. Because I mostly agree. I think that with a lot of things in this space, the devil's in the details. And so there's some things about what you said specifically that I'm not sure what they mean in practice, and depending on what they might imply in practice, I might disagree with an implementation of that goal. I think the goal is absolute. We should figure out how to work with the surrounding communities much better, right? 100%. When we start talking about we need to meet them on their terms, one of the reasons it's hard for us to get anything done in OpenStack is that we allow a plethora of opinions on how things happen, and I think that multiplying that with in an additional axis might be problematic. That might not be though. So this is why I think okay. Yes, with an asterisk of I think it's worth diving into what that actually means on when the
Money, I want to say, what I think we're trying to do is that we need to do fewer things in a more targeted manner. Mm-hmm. And so this is like an area we think is a worthwhile target. Mm-hmm. And so it'd be worth us figuring out what that community needs from us.
Yeah.
And deliver that. But it's actually trying to narrow the number of different things we're going after into a few large markets.
Being more conscious about it.
Be more conscious about it. Yes. And particularly where there may be a threat. It's a great opportunity, but it's also a very realistic threat. And I would put the cloud foundries and other kind of things, like the containers and the same kind of categories. So this session, I think, is specifically around trying to focus our activities.
We're going to and also it's a progression. It's like a startup. When you're a startup, you don't start with a whole lot of product people, right? Or business development people. You start with developers. And that's sort of like phase one, and we've gone through that, and now we've been layering in the last year, sort of more of this notion of helping the TC and augmenting the teams that are actually building the product with sort of product strategy, not product management, but bringing a lot of those, connecting the dots for them, helping them do outreach, understand what the requirements are, all of that kind of efficiency. And now this next phase that we're really talking about is making sure that we've got enough engagement and outreach beyond OpenStack, and it's deliberate.
Yeah, totally.
And it's listening and discussing and so on. So it's that, which is that natural next building block in order to be able to make those choices on an individual basis.
Totally
right?
agree. I think I mainly just want to accidentally walk us into a place where we somehow accidentally ask PTLs to start tracking blueprints in two different places, because all of a sudden we're going to track OpenStack, Open Daylight related things in the Open Daylight project. I think that would kill something.
We would never want to.
Yeah. I just want to call that out.
But
as
we do want to make sure that there's a
yeah.
class of input that comes from these other communities that we both accept and give to them, right? That help to smooth the friction between us.
And if we as a board or the foundation do things to help facilitate communication between these communities, I think that's super exciting.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, we might wrap there.
One thing I'd just like to say, there is a very specific action item, I think, for Lauren and a few others around. What do we do about this open NFT request for the summit? Before we leave today, maybe during break, we should just try to get it. Because I'm sure a number of us, different companies, have asked.
Yes.
And we want to get back with, I think, a concrete proposal that we all know about.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay.
Ahead of time.
Any other reactions from the room or comments from the report?
This is great stuff.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Do we think that there's discussion around a possible interoperability liaison role that being as a foundation staff employee, could that be also, well, alternatively be a committee or liaison?
Interop at what level?
We individually have those roles in a lot of cases already.
Interop at what level?
I think we're talking about two different things there. Liaison liaison to the adjacency. That's
I think
what-
Sean's angling to be Secretary of
Is a
State.
function.
It's an adjunct. You have to be the adjunct to the
came up with that.
adjacency.
I was just like,
Let's not become
I
UN.
think it actually makes sense in certain places for it to be kind of that community, because there are, I mean, I know several of you in here have very close ties with certain organizations where it
Yeah.
makes sense for
Yeah.
you to be involved in the relationship. And
trying to reproduce that with one person might be kind of painful.
Well, I think at the end of the day, it needs to be a
Person-
multi-layered
Yeah.
approach. Like Jonathan needs to be doing it. A committee of the board could be also a part of it. You know, potentially a dedicated resource
I
as
think
well.
we should take the action to
Yeah,
come back
let's
with a
figure it out.
proposal.
Yeah.
I think
You
it's a
guys
very
gotta
good
figure it
idea. Clearly, you know, there are these other groups that I mean, need more attention. Basically, it's about giving them attention, and that takes hours, and that takes people, and so. But instead of trying to decide if it's half a person or one person or exactly how to organize it, probably
Figure it
we
out.
can take the action to come
I
back
think
with a plan.
it would also be useful to have it be a front door. That one of the things that we identified but we haven't talked on is that people aren't sure which way to approach in this, and if we said, all right, there is a way that you engage with this, then everybody can funnel those to that approach.
Secretary.
Because then it's not, you know, hey, who do I talk to about this? It's like, oh, there's actually somebody who helps coordinate, you know, OpenStack interactions with other organizations. Just that would be a tremendous help.
Yeah.
Even if we don't call it ambassador.
The liaison has to be credible with both sides of the conversation as well.
Yes.
It can't just be a person who's forwarding emails.
Yes.
And I think if the board and the foundation have said this is that responsibility, they're the clearinghouse or whatever, then we will at least know there's an authoritative source. You'll have a report. These are the things we're doing, and then you can register. Oh, I have an alliance with this group, and then that person will know to coordinate with you.
They go out to their events. Yeah, I mean,
I think that's
Open
really
Source
helpful.
Initiative has a similar outreach program where they actually had memberships for other organizations. So I think that would be yeah. And I don't know that you want to create a membership class, but I think having somebody
Yeah.
No,
And
I
many of the
think-
standards bodies do this too with formal liaison relationships that they then use and have regular phone calls with and other things.
I understand Hillary Clinton.
Available.
That was see. You were in my committee, so that's not. I can't.
I saw that on the news.
Better title would be Secretary of OpenStack.
Secretary of Stack.
Who wants to go?
Ooh.
Marketing hat. There you go.
Well done.
Very nice.
Who wants to go next? Do public cloud. It actually segues nicely.
All right.
All right. So I had Heidi, Monty, and Van in a room for an hour. We took actually. We did. It was good. So we actually, and then there's an Etherpad you can see here. We basically took public cloud, talked about the strengths and weaknesses, and in that context, we looked at the relative strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats of OpenStack, and then we came up with some recommendations. So public cloud, reviewing the strengths and weaknesses was an interesting exercise. So we actually spent a lot of time on this. And I think it's worth kind of spending a few minutes here. One strength of public cloud is that they have very little friction for user adoption. Within enterprises, we find hundreds or even thousands of internal users. It's so easy to sign up for these services. They're often given away for free by public operators. And this scale actually drives what we call unfair, but we'll put as competitive advantages to these big three operators. So the bigger they get, the easier it is for them to get even bigger. And this is actually driving market distortions, such as custom Intel CPUs and custom hardware that's being developed, which will not be available to smaller operators, which will further drive economies of scale for the hyperscale operators and further make it difficult for OpenStack to potentially be used as a mechanism to compete with the hyperscale operators, because that differentiation will continue to diverge in the favor of these large operators. Also, you look at some of the other strengths, some of the early enterprise and government adopters find, from a cloud perspective, this to be an easier choice, because they don't have to build it themselves, they don't have to have expertise. So much of the heavy lifting is already done by the service provider that most of this cloud adoption and the workloads that come along with it are happening in these public cloud operators. So lots of strengths here to compete with. If you're OpenStack and you're trying to build a competitive offering to one of those public operators or a service offering within an enterprise as an alternative to these public cloud offerings for your internal employees. Now that said, there's even a longer list of weaknesses, which I think there are opportunities that we find. Before I move on from the team, any comments on those strengths? Heidi? Okay. So on the weaknesses side, we have a lot of this scale, which is a good thing, as we discussed, results in a homogeneous nature of the services which are offered. And I think this is probably one of the key opportunities which we'll talk about as an OpenStack opportunity. But basically, Amazon really, and Microsoft and Google, the scale they operate, these hyperscale service offerings, they can't afford to do little niche things. They can't really afford to do services that aren't relevant to a large number of customers. They can't efficiently support those things. They can't justify them. So what we're starting to see is, even some of the attempts to offer, like GovCloud, for example, all of the services aren't available because they can't operate an entire portfolio of services at smaller scale in some of these offerings. It's also hard to get data in and out, and it always will be. A lot of government, when we talk about Internet of Things, it's about new sources of data coming from existing infrastructure. If that data has to come from your existing infrastructure, traverse the internet to one of 12 regional data centers, that just implies a constraint that is a weakness. A lot of times this data is just simply too big to move across the internet, or the peering or the implications of the latency makes the particular application workload or data set not conducive to putting it in one of those regional large hyperscale environments. It doesn't necessarily integrate well with the existing enterprise infrastructure, which I think is a huge opportunity for OpenStack. Efforts to do VPC and to connect over the network to local enterprise resources are nice, but insufficient when you look at some of the things happening with the drivers that exist for Neutron and Cinders and the OpenStack projects. The integration and interoperability with Active Directory, with LDAP, with identity, with storage, with network that is presented through some of these new abstractions and interfaces that we have kind of demonstrates a desire for more integration, which the public cloud companies really simply can't do. There are actually real and perceived risks around security, privacy, data sovereignty. Governments are beginning to enact legislation that treats the data within the boundaries of their borders with special protections. Again, this doesn't map back to 12 regional data centers. We also don't really see meaningful on-premise capabilities being offered by hyperscale operators. Rackspace came closest to this with OpenStack, ironically. But from Microsoft and Google and Amazon, the hyperscale guys, there isn't a really easy way yet to operate these important, the meaningful majority of these services as a private offering, and they're not open yet. So big long list of weaknesses. Any comments on any of those? Heidi? Yeah, cool. Okay, so on the strength side, so OpenStack, and we didn't spend a lot of because you guys already know the strengths, but obviously.
Can I stop you or just ask a question for you? Sure. Are you just specifically private implemented private cluster OpenStack?
It's attempting to kind of generalize. Okay. So with OpenStack, one of the biggest strengths with OpenStack, and we see this with a lot of the bespoke and native implementations of OpenStack, is there's a really strong desire to integrate with what you've got. If you're Verizon, if you're AT&T, you want to take the thing that you already have and make it better with OpenStack. So that's why we're seeing a lot of interest in bringing big engineering teams to bear to kind of build OpenStack into your existing infrastructure. We're seeing it in the driver support. We're seeing for a lot of the network and storage products. Another strength is that all the vendors we've got supporting this. So the entire IT multi-trillion-dollar ecosystem that we talk about is largely the sales of the stuff of the companies in OpenStack, right? And that's a huge opportunity. Also, the promise of interoperability. The biggest weakness is that, frankly, interoperability is just a promise. We haven't yet achieved it. And Monty actually said it's impossible, which I think is a very strong statement. But certainly, it's
I'm the new Randy on that topic.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's happened. But.
Yeah, I mean, it basically, we haven't delivered on that promise. It's also really hard to understand. It's a sprawling group of projects. It's often described as a toolkit versus a platform or a product. And customers and enterprises that are trying to understand OpenStack, they have to jump in the deep end, typically send people to training courses, send people to our OpenStack summits, and they dive in, and they really don't understand it. It's not being sold consistently across different vendors. They see different ways to buy it, consume it, so it's complicated, and that's stalling adoption. Also, the industry consensus reduces innovation velocity. You see this in the interactions developers have on IRC chats, in sessions at the design summits, just in the overall velocity of the project. It wants to be too many things to too many people because it is attempting to be everything to everyone, and it is kind of it's a good opportunity, but it also is one of the threats. So, kind of rounding out the threats to OpenStack.
I'm still not clear what you're trying to convey with that point.
Well,
are you saying that the consensus model is slow, or are you saying that?
Yes.
It's
far easier. It's far easier to be a philosopher king with a product management team that is rallied around one specific violent vision of execution than.
That will always be true.
Always be true.
Always be true that 4 people in a room can move faster.
Right.
Right.
It basically
that
just
does not mean that enables the voice and participation of 450 companies. And like there's trade-offs that we've made, and we've.
I'm not disagreeing with the point. I'm just trying to make sure I understood it.
Cool.
So when I come back and look at the notes later, I'll remember what it was.
It speaks to, like, we shouldn't attempt to win on that point. I mean, there's a point, what you should do is you should try to take what you're good at and become great, not take what you're bad at and become mediocre. And so this is, to OpenStack, we shouldn't take something that's going to be nearly impossible and try to make it a little less so, because we're never going to win on that point, like a focused company that has one organization with one focus. And then I think the final threat is just the lack of core stability, which has been is really hampering adoption. If you can't make it work, you're fundamentally going to move on. And also, it was noted that a lot of the existing organizations that might host OpenStack as a service can make more money just leasing their data center space to Amazon. And so when the economics just simply aren't in the favor of the incumbents to even try to compete, the public cloud model just becomes, it's further and further away. And we're seeing companies like AT&T, respectively, and Comcast make huge investments in trying to build infrastructure, even for their own internal consumption, let alone attempting to take infrastructure service providers on directly at this point. And big companies that could, like Facebook, haven't yet because they're still building up that momentum. So I think I'll just pause there for a second. We have 5 recommendations, which I think we could probably come up with more, but we came up with 5 in this time we had. It could maybe help address some of these things. Any more comments or recommendations? Okay.
One of the weaknesses is that we don't have that ecosystem.
Right.
Of companies that have built their products and services to run on top of an OpenStack cloud.
Right.
And Amazon and all public cloud providers are investing very, very heavily in that ecosystem, partners and everything.
Reinvent.
Promoting their services.
It's a pull and a push,
and that's what embeds a platform by the rest of the ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that's something. I agree. That user ecosystem, it just keeps on coming up.
Yep.
And but I think
one of our goals,
like this next year, we can push hard on that.
Interop is the first step, right?
I have a refinement question for that, though. To the extent that people are adopting OpenStack and they're building an ecosystem, how much do we get a free ride on their ecosystem development? Because there's a certain degree of tools that are written for Amazon can be ported to OpenStack. So I'm not saying it's not a problem. I'm not trying to minimize this. What I'm trying to say is, do we get a certain amount of free ride following in Amazon's wake from ecosystem development?
Sure, but does anybody know of any big cloud services that are running on were on Amazon that are now running on OpenStack? Netflix isn't. I mean,
I got a couple.
Roku. I mean, what are?
Yeah, I'm sure other people do.
Yeah, depending upon the definition of big, but certainly we've seen folks that will burst or repatriate based on the economics of going a hyperscale elastic, or it's a steady state workload, bring back on-prem. Yeah. So it lives in relationship to the.
I've seen it coming back on-prem because
the bill gets too big and they have to go and bring it back in.
But to give you a specific, we've got a mail system that is scaling on our cloud. It's our public cloud.
Good.
You know, we've got big
So
games
I think there's
systems
some really
like
good end user examples of that are not just like point solution.
Well, I mean, somehow I'd love to
individual
know
developer
how we should gauge that or measure that, because I think the number of apps that are built running on to be deployed on top of either a public or a private OpenStack cloud, I think is a metric that
If we captured
we need to
your
track.
strengths, would reflect the reasons why they shifted to us? We captured.
Well, one, we can do private. A public cloud, by definition, can't do private.
Yeah, so one of the things we do.
Yeah.
But I want to keep
window
on
is
our
closed.
on our channeling Randy Bias theme for a moment from that.
You don't have
well,
the hair. Sorry, that's not what I was doing.
But it's, I think it's worth, it is an adjacent word of the day for me. It is a related question to say, well, hold on a second. Yes, we want to have cloud adoption and ecosystem. Is there an ecosystem out there that we can cannibalize as part of our strategic going forward, and is that also part of what our strategy should be from a public cloud perspective? It's not just public clouds of OpenStack, it's can we, draft on...
It's the same ecosystem, but I think you were saying you can port to OpenStack, but the issue is there's not one OpenStack to port to, which comes back to DevCore and interop and all those things. Is like the reason why people don't necessarily port to, they might port to Google second after Amazon instead of OpenStack is because there isn't necessarily one OpenStack, in terms of the interop side.
I don't know if I believe that or not.
It's kind of stating it, maybe overstating it, but
yeah, I think that, I mean, in terms of strategy, to sort of go along with what Rob's saying, I think one of the important facets of a strategy is knowing what you're not doing and not trying to chase things. So quite honestly, the idea of Netflix moving to OpenStack is crazy. Like, it's not because OpenStack couldn't do it. It's that Netflix is really, really stinking invested in a large portion of the Amazon ecosystem, right? And the cost for them to do that would be so that in the list of things we should chase after as a thing to show success.
Okay.
Probably not it. Probably not one.
99% of the other ones.
But wait a minute. But there's if we are wildly successful with what we do at the public cloud level, and Amazon has a credible alternative to it, or something that's interoperable at least at a tool chain level, then the barriers to migration become much less, and it might actually, for economic reasons, become something where people might want to go and move to a different public cloud.
Sure, but I think that's actually sort of one of the things that we had gotten at in some of the other bullet points is the economics of Amazon, Google, and Microsoft running their public clouds are really, really difficult to match. And I think that if we think about attempting to go toe-to-toe with that model, we're setting ourselves up for a bad situation, right? Because this is Google throwing extra stuff on the side at a thing that can undercut the price by whatever that is going to be somebody's primary business. On the other hand, the attention, like Chris pointed out, attention to detail around things like GovCloud, right? Like is things that Amazon and Google's margins don't let them focus that type of bespoke attention on even a very large customer. It doesn't make any sense.
It's a good segue to our first recommendation.
Oh, there we go.
Which is public clouds will win. General purpose innovation and scale, right? And it'll win for all sorts of reasons. I mean, as they continue to operate with higher scale, the ecosystem of chips and hardware will continue to give them more leverage, more sustainable competitive advantage, and it will become even harder for them to offer vertically focused solutions or even private solutions. So I think OpenStack focusing on vertically specialized clouds, ultra secure clouds, ultra local clouds, ultra portable clouds, ultra.
There's one called Giga Cloud or Giga Media.
Yeah.
It's focused on game.
Quite frankly, with the worldwide local is some place that you can compete very effectively with Google
what
and
Rackspace is
Amazon.
doing with sort of white glove service around
what they are.
Those sorts of things. That's a specific
and private clouds.
Extra thing, yeah.
And there'll be lots of private clouds. So I mean, I think just really laser focusing on that, because it's really hard if you attempt to be a service provider, meeting service provider requirements while at the same time trying to be something that can be deployed privately. It's a broad spectrum, and trying to be
But some of us in this room are going to try to do that.
I know that, and that's fine. It's a matter of what the foundation and
Understand, but there'll be a set of pressure requirements that will happen.
Yep. And I think along with that is an urgent need for the foundation to articulate how OpenStack fits into the future of computing. So there is Docker containers; they're not going anywhere. There's orchestration. We've got to have a clear statement on this, and it needs to be keynote out there in front, so that we're not all out there saying different things to different people, working on different things simultaneously. Not to say that we can't allow innovation to organically happen, but it is to say that we need to very clearly articulate that. You know, and where we fit in with public clouds, where we fit in with moving from a human-oriented data center orchestration to OpenStack maybe being the bridge to get us to software-driven infrastructure orchestration. Because right now what we've got is we've got OpenStack being installed in a lot of places where people click buttons, and we went from people pulling racks of servers around, pulling cables in and out, to people clicking on VMware in vCenter doing that. We virtualized the storage, virtualized the network, but the same people are doing the same things with buttons and UIs and management consoles. OpenStack comes in with APIs, and then there's this other stuff happening in the public cloud. We haven't done a very good job, in my opinion, of articulating where this all fits in, and that's going to become increasingly important. I'll finish the recommendations really quickly and we can talk. Focus on federation and interoperability. If there are going to be all these clouds, if we've already agreed that there won't be 3 giant OpenStack clouds to rule them all, there'll be 3 million little OpenStack clouds deployed in vertically focused and private cloud scenarios. That implies federation. It implies a big enterprise will have hundreds or thousands of OpenStacks. We're already seeing it. So that means there's not enough emphasis on what happens if you have 2 OpenStacks or 3 OpenStacks. I know there's some federation work happening and it's new. We need to really go in big time on that. And that's a meaningful and specific way we can support this future. Let's focus on interoperability and federation. Those 2 things. Yeah, which is great. And I know. But it dovetails with the first talk.
As I've been doing that for a while. I would hope others would join in.
Yep. Yeah. I'm just reiterating, this is what, that would be a huge thing for us. We need to also build bridges between the product management teams at vendors and the PTLs, and the product management teams at vendors and each other. HP in a vacuum, thinking about HP's product roadmap, without talking to Red Hat, without talking to Nebula, without talking to the product management efforts going on at the OpenStack Foundation, basically results in a whole bunch of engineering teams doing uncoordinated feature work with uncoordinated roadmaps, landing a bunch of code, absorbing it, which just further slows the already slow innovation cycle that we have. And so, developers come together at the summits. Let's get the product managers together. Let's not just suggest that they talk. Let's really do something that gets them in the same room together fast. Right? Because I know our product managers, and we don't have that many of them, they just don't feel like they can interact in the sessions at the summit, and they don't know about your thing. And maybe that's my fault. But really indexing it on it's a big deal. Reduce emphasis. Basically, every time OpenStack comes out, we talk about Icehouse and Juno and all the new features in the latest release, which is a red herring. Customers take the latest release and they can't do anything with it because they're incomplete features. The quality isn't there. Good work has been done with DevCore. Now we have a set of core capabilities. Now the foundation, let's get on stage and let's talk about the core capabilities. Let's talk about what works, because that's where we're going to see the highest probability of interoperability. That's where we're going to see the highest probability of success. I'm tired of hearing our customers ask for features that haven't even been coded yet, because they heard about them, or some stub code is in some project that got some press in some new OpenStack release. It is a huge distraction. It just delays adoption cycles. When we have to say, oh, well, that's a great feature in 2 years, when the code gets finished. So the good work that's done with DevCore needs to become the complete and total marketing focus of the foundation, which will set us back about 1.5 years, right? From a feature perspective.
I think that, and this is actually going around on the DevCore list right now, so it's timely. I think there is a confusion between OpenStack statements about core and capabilities and vendors' statements about core and capabilities, because there could be vendors who believe that a feature that was added in the latest release is totally suitable and appropriate in the product. And I think that's where the confusion gets. You get an individual vendor making an OpenStack statement when they're really making vendor to product statement.
Right. Yeah.
Chris, one thing that I've been talking to some, well, there's been discussion around is, I think we need to think of OpenStack as kind of breaking the mold of software platforms, like I said earlier. And so I wonder whether, you know, leaving the trademark legal thing aside, which I think we can get around, I think we definitely need a you know, rich, flourishing OpenStack compatible ecosystem that can call itself OpenStack compatible. And by the way, our direction to the foundation will be make it work. Like, you know, from a security to the trademark, just get the best lawyers and make it work, you know. That, you know, that flourishing, I don't think that flourishing, you know, ecosystem around the core is in any way incompatible. I think every operator, you know, the idea that OpenStack is and will be packaged software, it's not packaged software. I mean, no matter who it is, if you're an enterprise and you're trying to implement OpenStack, you know, you're going to have a certain amount of consulting expertise and so on to do it. If it's a private cloud, even with the public cloud, you know, you're going to have documentation, you know, and so on. So I think that that is a key component of this. It's a key philosophical shift that we're not, you know, we're still defining we're still doing DEF-core, but then fast on the heels of that, I think needs to be some sort of decision around that ecosystem and how we make sure that companies and individual developers can play in that space and not feel.
Stated differently, you could say that there is this notion of what we call core, and everybody in the industry needs to understand what core OpenStack is. Right. And then everybody in the industry, buyers, customers, need to understand all the innovation that's going to be coming as a separate thing. Right. And now we've just defined the core, which is about a year and a half behind where we are at the edge of, like, if you look at what it'll take roughly. So those two things have to be super crystal clear. And then the other thing that has to be super crystal clear is what's awesome about Red Hat, or what's awesome about HP, or what's awesome about Nebula, what's awesome, because there's differentiation that exists there as well, and it needs to be known and clear and a good thing. Right now it's a bad thing because it's confusing and it's cloudy and nebulous.
But you won't get every marketing organization across every company to act and behave accordingly.
Absolutely not.
Marketing is marketing, right? And every competitor who's also...
I've got my OpenStack hat on now.
I understand that, but I think
down.
But I think it's not an errand that we can task the staff to go tackle everybody's marketing department and say, here, change your messaging to this.
But you get the product managers together, and they'll start to have conversations that aren't happening today, and we'll move the ball forward.
Product management is different than
product marketing.
The top-level marketing message.
You can affect what the trademark can be used for.
It's very narrow.
There's also...
I don't think this is a first order.
Yeah, and I don't think we can solve these problems.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that there's some good things. I mean, and some of this is we've actually already been working on, especially coming up to Vancouver, and this is why we've been pushing. This leads into a very important discussion that's after these that is less strategic and more tactical around DEF-core. But we've been pushing very, very hard to get. Right now, all we have is an advisory DEF-core. We want to get to some real, you know, DEF-core specs that we can go start really driving to. And I think that does become a lot of what we talk about in terms of the core OpenStack capability set. And you know, I think that as you said, Simon, the challenge is that we want to basically put a lot of effort into explaining, here's the core of OpenStack, here's what you can expect every time you see OpenStack, and this is going to give you stable compute, storage, networking that's available in different form factors, whether it's public, private, hybrid, appliance, whatever. But then at the same time, you know, if you are on the bleeding edge and you need XYZ capability that's at this level, you know, there's a good chance that there's something in the OpenStack ecosystem and, you know, these other organizations that we've talked about that ties in and builds on top of those core capabilities. I think that's, you know, that's the challenge and the opportunity to, but you know, a lot of it does depend on, like, we got to get through this next tactical step of
So, yeah, in the spirit of leaving enough time to get those reviewed and approved, maybe we can talk about containers now. If I can put Vish on the spot because I volunteered.
Thanks for public cloud. That was good.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, I think containers has a lot in common with the earlier topics in terms of, there are adjacent communities, adjacent technologies that everyone is both a threat and an opportunity, and so Vish is gonna.
Okay, so containers discussion. We had Mark Collier there, Todd Moore, Igor Siegler, Kavit Munshi called in, Tim Bell was there, and myself, and yes, that's all. So cool, we've got it up on the board. So how many people here know what containers are? Oh, okay, good. It's important to realize that containers have become popular for a couple of different reasons. And I think that the reason that most people assume that made containers popular initially, which is that it supposedly provides better utilization of systems than virtualization because you don't have the overhead of kernels, that's the first reason that people started hearing about containers. Like, oh, I can save all this space and I can run thousands of processes on the same machine, is not the reason that they've taken off lately, because that's been around for a long time. The reason that they've taken off lately is because of the realization that containers could be a basic building block in a standard way of packaging and deploying an application. And it is interesting to note that even on that respect, they aren't as much of a panacea as people think they are, because one of the reasons that they're so portable today is because everybody's running the same kernel versions, and as soon as you have cloud providers with multiple kernel versions trying to run containers, you're going to start running the interoperability problems, and you're going to lose some of that portability over time, regardless. It's also important to mention that containers, all the container technologies are very early, especially when it comes around various types of security. They haven't really considered some of the sort of integration points with traditional things like storage and networking. And the community, because it's so fresh and new and there's so many people fighting over the space, is quite factionalized. So there's a lot of different companies competing over the same types of, solving the same types of problems with each other in the container community.
They're in phase one.
Yes. So you have Docker, and then you've got Rocket, and you've got Cloud Foundry has Warden internally, which is basically the same thing, only it's their own version. Ranchers, and so there's kind of all of these people trying to fight over the same space. Mesos is sometimes against Docker, sometimes with them, and you've got Kubernetes kind of come in from Google, so it's kind of messy. One of the opportunities that we have with containers is kind of spinning it towards what about using containers on top of OpenStack? Because OpenStack does provide a lot of pieces that the container story doesn't have today, which we'll get into. And we'll talk about some different paths towards how we can improve those relationships, and maybe some suggestions as a community how we can get better in working with those communities. So on the strength side, one of the things that we have internally that we talked a bit about is heat. I think Todd was a big proponent of the standard, the Tosca standard, and what we can do with hot templates. And there's a recognition that it's got some holes in it today, but that's one place that we can improve and provide some kind of orchestration to give a way for some of these higher level services to be deployed on OpenStack more easily, so it improves that kind of story between us and them.
Reduces the friction.
Yes, makes it easier for people to use them together. Another thing that OpenStack has that a lot of these other services don't have is they have a consistent multi-tenant model, a way of accounting. So Tim was mentioning that one of the reasons he pushes people towards OpenStack is he's got everybody who's getting access to hardware under one kind of centralized management platform, so he knows who's got what and how he can charge them for it, etc. We have much better networking and storage integration, so a lot of these places are just starting to think about networking and pretty much haven't even scratched the surface on storage. Authentication and authorization, we have a pretty sort of mature framework in Keystone for people to authenticate with the system and have a consistent user account through the system and all the different services. And one thing that I think is really important is that we have pretty strong relationships with infrastructure and hardware vendors, like NetApp, for example, whereas these other companies don't have, haven't really fleshed out those relationships as much, and so they don't have a good story for how you can use their stuff on top of existing things in the data center. Some of the weaknesses that we have in OpenStack. So one of the advantages of these newer projects is they're younger, they're easy to hack on, they're simple, OpenStack used to be that way. It's gotten so big that it's very difficult. I think Russell mentioned earlier how hard it is to get code into the project these days, which tends to turn people off.
Take some of the fun out of it if you're just kind of like, oh, I'm going to try this out and join this new community and be a contributor and hack on it. And, it's a little more serious and there's a line. And
I don't know if that's even possible with that sort of attitude. You're going to drown if you're not focused pretty seriously.
Just a quick question, clarification. When we say an OpenStack threat, are we actually saying a Nova weakness, or are we talking about just look at OpenStack collectively?
I think OpenStack collectively, any of the more mature projects, I think that the newer projects are probably a bit friendlier and easier to get used to, but any of the more mature projects, you tend to have to go through a blueprint process, long review cycle. It's not as like, oh, I'm just going to go in and add this feature. It's more like this whole big endeavor to get going.
We're not saying like this. The next thing to do is to go back to where we were 5 years ago. It's just a recognition as part of the SWOT analysis. Just a recognition that the reason why there's some interest and hype that comes into newer projects is because you can kind of come in and start to. It's a little bit easier to play with early on, and we're just in a different scale of maturity, a different phase, and it is what it is.
Yeah, drive-by patches don't really happen to Linux kernel either.
Yeah, it's not that this is a bad thing per se. It's just a thing that we're in a different phase.
So at risk of a naive question, maybe you come around to this, but KVM is certainly not part of OpenStack, but it's a relatively close to default expectation. Certainly there's broader support, but KVM is external to OpenStack, and it's something that's well integrated with via Nova.
Yes.
So, pardon me, and I'm not suggesting containerization is an enemy per se, but, to quote from Sun Tzu, the supreme art of war is subdue your enemy without fighting. Why not just provide sort of capability API layer, essentially something analogous to Nova in front of various container tech? What is that not the solution to this? Because there's different sort of modalities of I want compute. Bare metal's one's virtualization, and containerization is another. Do we not just provide specific treatment for containerization?
So that is one solution. In fact, there's an approach to do that already. There's a project called Magnet, which is attempting to provide that, and I think that is valuable to some degree. However, I don't feel like what people want is a container provisioning API out of containers. So I feel like we wouldn't really be solving the problem that people are flocking to these communities to solve. So
the fact that I can say Docker run Ubuntu bash on my laptop and get an Ubuntu container, and then Docker run Fedora bash and get a Fedora container, that's all I need to do. And it works right now. Done. Like that's a different problem. Sticking REST API on top of that, just made it 10 times harder.
I mean, but I still think that there's an architectural difference between what the modality of Docker containers in infrastructure are than what OpenStack is designed to be. I actually think that, and because I saw this happening when people were like, because we did this for the Hong Kong Summit, where we enabled Docker as an alternate VM. Woo! And it fell down like a house of cards because the architectural biases of that community and the way that community goes to use that resource is different than the architectural drivers for how OpenStack is. It's actually an architectural mismatch.
So I guess this is where the naivety really comes in. I guess crudely viewed it as another way to slice compute resource.
If that was the case, the existing LVM driver, LXC driver that we had would be rocking and rolling, and people would be delighted by it. And it used to be a head scratcher to me why it wasn't.
A lot of people are running Docker on public clouds.
Yeah. So
they're running Docker management infrastructures on public clouds, which is not Docker per se.
Yeah.
So that's
my view of
bottom line on that, we need a strategy.
Yeah.
For how do we live with a world in which a lot of apps are going to be written in containerized.
So my view, the reason that this has become so common is because the application deployment and lifecycle management has not been solved, and people look to platform as a service to do it. it didn't quite get there, and so people are looking to Docker and their ilk to write their own sort of custom platform as a service specific to their particular deployment strategy inside their company. So they're like, okay, I go try Cloud Foundry, I can't install it. I tried Heroku, seemed kind of cool. I want something kind of like that with application management internally. I'm going to go, well, this thing's really easy. I'll just glue Docker together with Kubernetes and then maybe add a little super glue in there, and then I've got my own internal kind of platformy type application deployment strategy. So I think the real thing that people are looking for is really application deployment. And unfortunately, at the point which is in the community, I don't think that us providing our own platform as a service is actually going to solve the problem. I actually think it will make it worse if we try and do that, because it puts us at odds with these different communities. So we're then going to be competing with not only Docker and Kubernetes, but also Cloud Foundry and OpenShift and everything. So the better solution is to enable platform as a service type offerings on top of the core infrastructure that we build really well.
Yeah. Just like we do pointing downwards into all the things that we produce through drivers.
So that almost sounds like the OpenStack community, and I'm not sure exactly what this will look like, explicitly engaging, not necessarily in an OpenStack project, but in the, not LXC, but in the some of the containerization projects.
Yeah.
So engagement there to make sure that it is cognizant of OpenStack and integrated.
Yeah. So we think
so we do.
It's another it's an adjacency that can either be a threat or an opportunity for us. We want to turn it into an opportunity and avoid it becoming a threat.
There are multiple points of integration where containers and container-type technology, cluster management type projects could potentially be integrated with OpenStack. And one of the things we wanted to do out of this exercise is actually just try to list some of the OpenStack-related projects that are in some way related to containers, simply just to socialize it, because it's a really long list.
Yeah.
And probably half of them will be gone in a year, and that's fine, and that's part of just people experimenting, but so that everybody here can look at that list and say, okay, there's a thing called Magnum, there's a thing, there's a thing called Cola, which is more about orchestrating the OpenStack services through containers. There's Ironic to a certain extent has a role to play if you're trying to do things on bare metal. Like there's a really long list that's in the Etherpad, but I think part of it is just thinking about what state of those projects are and which ones sort of people think ought to be the model going forward, and maybe it's more than one, but it's probably not 10.
There's 12 related projects.
So
some are more related than others.
We came up with a couple of approaches. One was to just say focus on just basic infrastructure. So really do compute, storage, networking, and identity really well. Improve the ability for these other services to use those and kind of adopt sort of a hands-off approach to the higher level stuff. Todd had this great suggestion that we actually focus on heat. We haven't really emphasized heat as a major part of OpenStack that much in a lot of our media, etc., or summits, things like that.
We're seeing other people pick it up. There's now translators into.
We're going to use it like 3 or 4 different places.
We're using it internally across the
so
projects that we don't talk about.
If we can provide this as a plug-in point for higher level services. All of the platform as a service partners, all of the Docker, Kubernetes, everything, and just say, hey, if you want to run something on top of OpenStack, heat's the way to do it. And we've actually encouraged all of the higher level OpenStack services to do that. So we've been pushing Trove and Murano and all of those to focus on heat as sort of the orchestration piece. Now I think there are some risks associated with this. So there are some holes in heat still, especially when it comes to related to things like scaling and management, having to integrate either with an internal service or using Ceilometer, which, as we all know, has had some challenges. And there's also the possibility that something else which competes in the same space, like in Cloud Foundry, there is Bosch, there's Juju. So there are other things that are trying to solve a similar solution, which is orchestration on the level of virtual machine management. The internal management of Kubernetes and the internal Cloud Foundry using Warden, those aren't managing virtual machines, those are managing containers. So those don't directly compete, but Bosch and Juju do kind of directly compete with Heat in terms of the way that you want to deploy this stuff. So it's the safer play for us to say, okay, we're not even going to focus on heat and just say, use whatever orchestration platform you want as well. But the advantage of having something that we can point to and direct people towards to integrate with the lower level OpenStack, what we want to call our core services, could be advantageous to us as well, because it provides a nice, easy story. We can publish templates. We can have a way of sharing these things that everybody can use.
I mean, Bosch has its own set of weaknesses. If we do a really good job of what we're doing, work across the two communities.
There's a
Bosch
thing
is
that
for
came up at the
management.
last summit that I think has gotten some good work done, which is the heat guys now have in the heat tree a bunch of outbound interfaces to popular things like Puppet, Chef, Ansible, whatever. So if you want to run heat and then do these software config hooks, they've got that not as you could go to Puppet, but actually, hey, we know how to get you to Puppet if that's the thing that you're trying to do. And the flip side, there were conversations that are per community specific, but out of the same thing, as well as teaching Heat how to run Ansible, teach Ansible how to run Heat, right? So if you're doing an Ansible thing or a Salt thing or potentially even a Juju thing or Bosch, right? Like, get some plugins for it so that if Heat's available, if it's there, there's features they could take advantage of so that it's a bi-directional thing, so we can feed off of each other rather than sort of saying, no, we want to re-implement everything from scratch in Heat, screw you guys, go away, so that people can feel loved. And if they don't want it, they just want Bosch to just run Nova commands, okay, fine by me.
It seems like the mission.
Yeah, the outbound software config stuff has already landed in the Heat tree. The other stuff is per upstream community. So like the Ansible patch have to land in Ansible, and the Salt patch have to land in Salt, and stuff like that.
So apart from the code element of that, you're recommending, I mean, there's also what we talked about before, the outreach, the community engagement, and is your sense about, is that happening sufficiently, or is
we have people planted across the community.
Sure.
So yes, we do have the ability to go exercise that. We could do it much more in depth, and we could have it led by the foundation as opposed to just individual members going out and doing it, trying to make it come together.
Yeah, I know there are various engagements with some of these communities in different companies, like yours and ours. So yeah, we could do it on a foundation level. Also, there's things that we can do to encourage collaboration in the developer communities. I think one of the key components of a lot of these newer services, they're written in Go. So there's kind of a split between the Go community and the Python community in terms of we're almost exclusively Python, they're almost exclusively Go. That said, a lot of the Go community used to be Python community, so a lot of Python developers have moved over to Go. So one thing that, developing some kind of standards around having a Go project in OpenStack somewhere, even if it's like a StackForge project, but here's the coding standards you use, here's how you would integrate it with Git Review, here's how you integrate with Keystone. Like there's things that are really easy to do in Python that nobody's taking the time to figure out how to do in the other language to allow a little bit of cross-pollination there. That could be valuable. Specifically providing those communities with the ways of, you would like to support OpenStack as underneath your system, here's how you go about doing that. Like here's how you write a Heat template to do it, like, etc.
There's been several efforts of doing that, like Heat templates to deploy Atomic or CoreOS or whatever, and running Kubernetes on there and having yourself a nice container cluster, and I don't think they've been publicized that well. But make more noise about those things. It's good examples.
Yeah, and that's the type of thing that Foundation really helped with, is making noise about those sorts of things and pointing fingers and jumping. I mean, Collier's great at jumping up.
Woo!
Fingers. There it is, right there.
I'd like to see even for us to have really solid Heat templates for some of our higher level services, because I think that would provide a really good example. So like if you had a series of Heat templates that actually ran a scalable trove on top of an existing OpenStack cluster, including a scalable database, including plugging in with Keystone, then people in other communities have something to follow as an example for here's how you would actually create one of those things. I don't think we even have that, right?
Lou, you had a comment on that.
Well, I was going to say, there's many. If we were to take a holistic approach, and we have to define what's their objective here.
Yeah.
I think, yes, it's a new shiny thing, so it might just go away on its own. I don't know. I doubt it. But it is around application lifecycle management. It is around having a repository of large number of useful images. Mm-hmm. It is around rapidly spinning up something. So it's all tell me about ease of use for the application developer.
Yeah.
And we can learn, so we should learn from why is this thing taking off? Those are things that developers want. So I agree with you. Let's invest more in heat, because heat would, I think, make it easier for people to develop and deploy applications. Lifecycle management, I don't think that we're really dealing with that at all. We may have to, but maybe working with Cloud Foundry or OpenShift and everything else, we get some of that, and we just make it that OpenStack is the best place. If you want to run paths or containers, OpenStack is the best place to do it. And if we solve it at the, sort of that high level NPR, what does that mean? Does it mean you want to be running on top of VMs, or do you want to run on top with ironic bare metal? It might be two modes of doing it, but it's actually making it the best place to run, containerized software.
Yeah.
A quick, just to make that really tactical, just put a blueprint, a little 1 to 2 page white paper on the OpenStack website with the heat template. Here's how you get Cloud Foundry running. And heat can run Bosch, which can run the install for Cloud Foundry. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Well, we're already running Cloud Foundry on,
right.
On OpenStack.
As we went in, but the point is, we had to figure it out.
I know.
We had Josh in a room for a day with Devin, screwing around. Is it version 184 or is it 192? I mean, there's a lot of work, and we force all of our customers to go through that every time, just so that they can use our OpenStacks. So, I think the foundation could just say, hey, you want to do Cloud Foundry, you work with the Cloud Foundry Foundation to get a mutually agreed on, here's how you do that on OpenStack, and publish it.
Yep.
And it holds us as vendors accountable to making that work on our products, which leads to interoperability.
Yep.
So it's a win-win-win.
But if we want OpenStack to be an engine for higher level things, then we have to force ourselves to do that as well. We're talking about this big tent model, right? So we have all these things, we want to include all these things in the tent, but the things included shouldn't just be official OpenStack projects.
Right.
We have to provide, here's how to be an engine for all of these things and make it extremely easy for all these things to run on top, if that's where we're going to be.
There seems to be a common theme among each one of these. Working with these agencies, making it the best place for these other things to run.
Yeah, in terms of something that's actionable, it sounds to me like, can we rely just on the overstretched community of developers and PTLs to, be creating those templates, be creating that document, and so on, or do we as a foundation need to do something more formal or bring more resources to bear on this particular aspect?
It was brought up earlier that it's really hard for people to find an entry point where they can become involved in, and this is actually one of the reasons that I always push back when people say we need less projects, because the new projects we've had in the OpenStack ecosystem have never sucked resources from the existing projects. It's always new people show up and do new project over in the corner. So we said, hey, we need some people to do some heat templates. I'm sure there's a bunch of people who've been dying to get involved in OpenStack, but can't figure out the Nova patch queue, to have a thing to do. Maybe it's possible.
Well, the Heat community, frankly,
it's
has
a good thing
grown
to start
because of that. If you look at Heat as a project, it's been getting folks into it because it's a lower barrier to entry to just be in and be part of it.
Yeah. It's at least worth trying.
Right. There's been a repository of Heat templates there since the very beginning. It was an OpenShift Heat template there from the very start. That was one of the early ones. But yeah, we've never turned that into a kind of a marketplace. Here's how you make that easily discoverable and easily consumable.
I think what's interesting, the common thread in all these discussions is that we want to be more focused on the core, but we want to also be more inclusive, which seems like a contradiction, but it's really not. We're just trying to kind of think about how we articulate that to say that the core of OpenStack is compute, storage, and networking. Heat potentially is a really good glue to plug in other things, and we want to have a more collaborative, perhaps more formal relationship with these other things, which are just different groups, different organizations, and sort of not treated as either or. It's basically about combining things. And if you actually go and look at every OpenStack cloud out there, they're already made up of many things that aren't OpenStack, right? And every OpenStack cloud has a whole bunch of software in it that's not OpenStack, and that's
to express
just
why
the way it is.
Why they're not in conflict, to use Mark's point, is the Heat template that allows you to install Cloud Foundry doesn't work because there isn't a consistent enough definition of core across all the different products so that it even works. So you can't have one without the other. You can't have this interoperability in this ecosystem without having a consistent interoperability story around core.
But I'd give you I can give you a contrarian view about heat from that perspective. So I understand why people are interested in heat from this perspective of solving it, and it's a very OpenStack-centric way to look at solving the problem. When you talk to some of these ISVs who are selling these platforms like Cloud Foundry, the reason they have Bosch is because they got tired of trying to deal with the 20 current deployment systems that were out there, and they felt they needed to defend themselves by creating their own. And so I think that there is potential danger and an interesting discussion about heat being yet another deployment thing that's specific only to OpenStack. It might solve the problem of making portability for OpenStack work better, but it might also be creating yet another thing for our ISV community to have to support when they've already got Chef, Puppet, Ansible, Salt, Juju, Bosch, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think we need to be careful. We're not, the thing that would be interesting to me, and this is the discussion point, is should heat actually become a deployer for Amazon clouds? How would we feel about that? Because then somebody would use heat and could use it as a common deployment infrastructure, not just against OpenStack.
I've actually been arguing for a while that I should be able to run heat outside of heat standalone, and I should be able to point heat at multiple clouds. Yeah.
Right.
It turns out, if I can't do that, I can't use it because I have multiple clouds, and neither of them are running heat.
We run it. We
back to our federation.
Well, and so, but I think.
But all those use cases exist.
That's the reason I'm using
and people will try to use it across that, and those requirements are going to go flow into the heat project.
I know, and the thing that's interesting is, and then is it an OpenStack project or is it a cloud orchestration project?
But it is an OpenStack project. We control it, we own it, it runs under our trademark. What do we want to go do with it, and how do we
load all
want
the
to
other
use it?
bootloaders off from it? I mean, just load Bosch with it.
Yeah.
Load Ansible.
Even that would be very helpful.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Just stop there.
And ultimately, with these things existing, like, we're not going to converge on convergence isn't going to happen, right? So heat exists. That's a true statement. Ansible exists. Bosch exists. They all exist. We kind of have to at this point deal with all of them, and make the experience. If you're interested in heat, using heat templates to bootstrap Cloud Foundry, here's a thing for you. If you're really obsessed with Ansible, here's how you're going to get started with OpenStack and make sure that the OpenStack story for each of those things is clear, understandable, so that no matter what your entry point is, you always know how to get your job done.
And this is where I was trying to go, which is that a big part of, and I think this is straight out of NFV's discussions too, a big part of what makes OpenStack interesting is that it's a wrapper for other things. It provides a layer that makes the adjacent technologies work better or work in some seamless way. And that ends up being a defining trademark, so to speak, for OpenStack, more so than that we have a thing that does something. And it's, I don't know the answer. This to me is the question.
So the thought here was that we would use it to, again, reduce the friction between us and the other organizations. So whether it was OpenShift, Cloud Foundry, or take your pick, that it became the steady target that they could start to depend on. And having people in both ends of the wire there, we could make sure that we started having those cross dependencies, and they were things that therefore allowed us to deploy on anybody's OpenStack and make that, become less of an issue, right?
And
across this room, we should be able to cover all that space.
And if that type of abstraction is our objective, we should be clear in stating that, because I think that that's a little bit different message than being a thing, being a product that does stuff.
Yeah,
right?
I don't think we want to turn heat into a product. I don't think that's the case, but I do think we want it to be a very valuable component of running an OpenStack-based cloud. Otherwise, why do we do it as a project?
Regardless of the mechanism, I think that what we're saying is that it's important that we make OpenStack a very friendly home for people who want to start developing their applications using containers.
Yes.
Then you
we're going to figure out
what do we have to do? What do we have to do for that? We have to solve the issue: is Bosch supported or is Heat
Does he
and
help
the
that
mechanism.
problem?
Which container technologies are we going to support? Or are they going to be supported on top of VMs, or are they going to be on bare metal? Or both? I mean, it seems like there's just a simple set of questions we could start to have somebody enumerate.
Just a quick time check, it is 2:32. So
5-second comment, we do everybody a favor within 3 miles of here. If on OpenStack, you could stand up Docker, Rocket, Cloud Foundry, with just 10 templates on OpenStack, because then they'd all do it on OpenStack, because that's so much easier than screwing around with 10 different installers for 10 different kinds of platforms on 10 different hardware infrastructures.
Easy to use, make it easy.
You're right. Just my 5-second comment. I've actually gone even a little bit further, which is, and part of this is marketing-esque, but for the potential deployer of containerization tech, that they fail to make the distinction between OpenStack and containerization. That essentially OpenStack is the vehicle for containerization, which should be the desired end state.
I would agree. That's a good goal. So I think we have one group left. Product, something. Something to do with products.
Product, something. That sounds vague.
Do you want to lead, Robert? Sure. I think that we might have spent most of the time. Actually, there is a Google Doc. Oh, there you are.
How appropriate. It's a Google Doc for the product.
Google Doc PowerPoint.
Right.
Slide, please.
Straight into slides.
Product guys have slides. We turn pads into slides.
I have to laugh at myself for that. So we probably moved a little bit past SWOT. I didn't quite get to that specifically, and more focused on going to move to the next or scroll down. Hey, what is the specific topic? Actually, if you come up, yeah. So it seems self-evident that there's a potential gap that can be filled in what is sort of the specific topic we're addressing. How can we endeavor to deliver features and capabilities that are harmonized across projects over time, spanning releases that specifically respond to deployer needs and a combination of emerging use cases. So, we've talked about IoT and NFV. We've talked about a public cloud, I guess, is one permutation of a use case. How do we actually drive those requirements into the community at large, prioritize them, and I guess sort of like my mental map for this is, or filter for this is being very much an agile process. How do we actually sort of build a common backlog, stack rank them, and provide focus? How does OpenStack define and refine on an ongoing basis the roadmap itself, payload, and priority, and then of course communicate it and make it actionable across all the different projects. So that's any objections to that sort of, I guess, is more maybe a little bit of a mission statement. So we jumped past SWOT into recommendations.
Maybe I just mention one thing. Just does everyone know that I think we mentioned this before, but the product team has been operating for a couple months already. Yeah. Just in case. I think we mentioned it before, but that's why we jumped ahead, because it's already kind of in play. So.
Yeah. So if we could start out, jump down to the next. So, and in fact, I think a good part of the discussion was around how can we recognize and provide specific charter, if you will, legitimacy to the efforts of the product work group, which isn't to say that it's considered illegitimate, but rather bring visibility to it and make it more of a sort of a formal part of the cadence, formal part of the process. So of course this has to live in relationship to the technical community. One distinction that's made here is this isn't strictly the technical committee, but rather the community as a whole. Mark, you had made that distinction. One question was, or at least that I had, was does it make sense to provide formal accommodation for this in the form of like a bylaws amendment per what it prior treat how it treats the user committee? it was sort of determined that, at least amongst our group, that it probably made more sense to actually use that as a vehicle. So the product working group essentially exists as one of the users, if you will. Of course, that also definitely avoids the need to potentially amend the bylaws. Reuse of existing facility, if you will. So establish and sustain a community-driven and prioritized backlog. So we'll get into some of the tooling on this in just a second and how that would actually be accomplished. Consider potentially a foundation sponsored, basically essentially paid, multi-year activity where we can actually provide a means of ensuring continuity over across releases. Would it make sense for the foundation to actually essentially provide this salary? I'm not sure that that's the right way of putting it, since it would be more of a sponsorship and less of an employee per se.
Good job. This ties into the position on the foundation staff that we were looking at, like over the last year or what have you. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. Perhaps I had to get my prescription fixed here. There is also a question, and actually Chris had mentioned it. What is really meant? I don't know, I'm paraphrasing here, by product. It wasn't. There's definitely recognition that products are created from this as a base. But there's a need, obviously, for all of the commercial participants to provide differentiation, such that they can monetize. So there's a need for, I guess, the product working group to kind of more specifically address the semantics of what's meant by that. I don't think we're advocating that OpenStack be in the classic commercial product business. That's not at all the intention. But rather, how can we make this, OpenStack itself more coherent, repeatable, determinate, polished, mature? And so the next slide, if you don't mind. So a big part of it is making sure that the existing product working group is understood to exist, that there's been good work put in on trying to advance this. We would certainly we would advocate that the foundation act in some form to provide it more of an official charter, whatever is meant by that. Perhaps it's an action here in this meeting or a subsequent board meeting. The evolving and implementing the work group, well, that's already underway. How do we do that? Well, part of it is enfranchising and incenting participation. I think this is broader than just the product working group, but how do you actually bring people into the fold? How do you make it worth their while? Some of this is, I think, inherent, in the function, but some of it is probably could be accelerated by, this is just one suggestion, perhaps conveying ATC status or some equivalent to that. Again, to encourage participation, encourage involvement. The proposal would be to start implementing a workflow, and there's a subsequent. I borrowed your flow chart. To implement the work. Well, first of all, agree upon the workflow within the product working group, and then start to implement the working group such that it would affect the outcome in N, but of course it would actually start during the M process. So it would start to communicate priorities in the M time frame. So there's also a strong preference to use existing community tools. So this would mean potentially using Garrett and perhaps maybe Storyboard. One of the recommendations is to investigate a dedicated project management tool, which might be potentially a commercial tool set like a Trello.
Nope.
Yeah.
That'll get vetoed. But go ahead. I like everything else you're saying, but
okay.
we will.
So perhaps we could discuss that. I'm not sure I understand that.
Because the infra team can't run a commercial tool, and we don't want to be dependent on that.
So the foundation could certainly work with an external commercial provider to facilitate the use of such tools.
No, not at all.
Well, it seems like there's more discussion to be had on that.
Yes. I think it is a very important discussion, but I think that it should be very clear that the development infrastructure is not going to integrate in a fundamental way that requires open source developers to use a commercial tool to get their job done.
So we move away from Launchpad is what you're suggesting.
Really, why is that? Launchpad is an HEPL free software project.
But it's not in its hosted form, assume that way, right?
It is a completely free software project.
Why would we have that?
The particular tool seems like a pretty.
Yeah, we can solve it. We can totally solve that thing. I want to be really clear that it's a really big hurdle to get over that. So fighting that battle is probably not very interesting.
Yeah,
I can solve this and get something.
We can say you would
amenable.
prefer to be an open source tool. There's really nothing else available in the market. Come on, none necessary.
Okay, we can.
No,
we have
rewritten.
We set this thing up outside of the technical community with a different set of values from the technical community. You might go ahead and use Trello, and then when you try to bridge the gap with the technical community and realize your values are compatible with.
Yeah. I don't think there's any intent to be prescriptive about it.
No.
I guess the reason why I reacted that way is I personally would prefer that we evaluate all of the capabilities for their basic qualities, and certainly you can define a phase map, roadmap, if you will, to use the fully open version. But I think I would favor expedience over
I think
religion.
Mark's point is pretty important, because part of what I'm really interested here is, all right, cool, you get these people together and you come up with priorities, but like, how do you actually affect real change? And if that's not, and that's going to require a very, close relationship and respect from the technical community. So, a fundamental thing like that can kill the whole thing.
I'd point out that the way that the product team has put together the plan so far is it's not changing anything. This is what Robert's talking about is potentially something in the future, but right now, if you take a look at what's planned for the product team, it's using Launchpad, it's using the cross-project repo, it's not fundamentally changing.
And I love the words up there, potentially invest, because there's things that the existing community has already pointed out that are problems that we need to. I mean, the Launchpad question is actually an extremely good one. We've been working really hard to get off of that as a single point of failure. It just turns out that it's really hard to convince people to invest in such things.
And the only reason Trello came up actually was I mentioned that we don't have good visibility into how things progress through the pipeline of design,
It's a huge
whatever, and we can't see the bottlenecks. So
having the capabilities described by that bullet point are a fantastic idea.
To underscore Sean's point, the recommendation is to use existing tools as is.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's a conflict at the outset. It's more around how can we agree on an end state.
The path forward, absolutely.
Okay.
Is it exactly what you guys are saying? When the technical community is using, that's what we'll use.
Yeah. But then, then the question is honestly, how, as we define a roadmap, how do we get to where are we right now, and then what's the end state we want to get to, and just making sure that we're working together to define an end state that's amenable to everybody and solves everybody's needs, and not something that's going to alienate or exclude members of the community.
But we should put this on the table right now. If there isn't a tool that the product management community thinks is suitable that is a completely open tool, then one has to be written. Like we wrote Storyboard or whatever like that. And so I think that while I understand it, and I'm not trying to argue against it, I think that it is a reality that if we want to solve this problem with immediacy, and we have to write a tool, we've created a barrier to solving the problem. And we had better start writing that tool pretty darn quickly if that's the only solution.
There are lots of large communities who use completely open tools right now. The question is,
then let's put them on the list and figure it out, because we are literally submarining this effort for lack of having tooling. And what I keep hearing, what I keep seeing is we write tools instead of use tools. And I don't understand it, because we have an immediate problem to solve that is slowed down by having to create new tooling for it.
So one sort of bigger picture thing is every year, like, there's some very well-known articles about some of the most successful entrepreneurs. Steve Jobs used to do it, Jeff Bezos does it, and so on, where when you're trying to develop your product strategy, it's very lazy to have it in bullet points in a slide or in a project planning document and that sort of thing. Because the gaps between the bullets often lead to big leaps of faith or that sort of thing. So one little thing to add, but it could be a big thing, is I think it'd be very healthy for it's kind of a scary thing to do, but for us to attempt a 6 to 10 page document that basically in prose, in writing, talks about where OpenStack has come, how the pieces fit together, and then where we're going in the next year, and then where we think we're going in the next 5 years. And the amazing thing about doing that, and we do it every year, is it really forces you to get into the detail of how your strategy fits together. It's also a great way of articulating to people in a consistent way. It becomes a document that can be, that's shareable and everyone can consume it. So
a manifesto of sorts.
No, I guess it's like a product strategy. We call it a strategy plan, strategy review type thing.
Amazon calls it
So,
6 page.
24 different.
Sorry?
Amazon calls it a 6 page.
Right.
And we'll do a 7-page.
5. We can do it better.
5 pages. Yeah. 6.
Yeah,
Anyway,
store it in a container.
It's one of those
Store
things
it in
where
a
I think
container.
particularly at the beginning of this process, it's
Deploy it using a
something
template.
maybe to think about and talk about. No,
You have to use 5 tools to read it.
I think it would be a powerful thing to get consensus around the bigger picture.
I think it's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
So how do we get that? How do we
I
get
can
that?
imagine the reviews
So
now.
can that be something we ask this team to come up with? This document, I think, is a very important thing to have before we jump into a million triage and prioritization of 30,000 features. I want to know fundamentally what we're going after. I think that's what we've been trying to get at with the whole product management discussion.
And I think it can be done in concert with the foundation, like Jonathan and Mark, because there's a lot of thinking and knowledge that resides with foundation.
What do we want to be?
So a question. I'm certainly not advocating for unnecessary extra work, but does it make sense to have a overarching, OpenStack broadly document and then a per project expression of the same? Or is that something we're not likely to be able to see through?
I think let's start with the higher level one.
Broad stroke, high level.
Yeah.
I think that, it seemed like from the discussion that may be the sort of like the biggest place to add some thought right now is kind of like cross everything at that high level to start with.
In a way, what it could be is it could be progress in our mission. And that's one of the things we identified early on is that two of the things that are in a mission statement we haven't achieved yet. Scalable and easy to implement.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or massively scalable and easy to implement. We're like, oh, maybe those would be
To-do list.
Yeah, let's put those on.
We don't want to be consumable. We want to be devourable.
Ready to go, Simon?
All right, Simon, two marketing hat wins.
But I mean, they're on today.
Chanel ads over there.
It's to be delicious.
And we need a new logo.
OpenStack, it's delicious. So yeah, I think that can be one of the outputs of the product team. I think it makes a lot of sense. But I think much to what Simon was specifically saying that what Simon was saying DreamHost does now is it's more immediate strategy, not long range. Whereas it more like
it can be a picture, but it can.
It's more
time on the
next
year.
Yeah. Because one of
then
the
I
things,
think that would flow into some of the questions around how do you then sort of map that to process, to internal process. How do you map that to CC and so on. So I think that's some of the questions Mark, you or Russell kind of ask, how does this translate?
Yeah, I think it's fundamentally about how do non-code contributors, which are certain set of skills, program management, project management skills, how do they make a meaningful technical impact on the project, meaningful contribution to the project? And I think Sean is doing a great job of bringing people together and you set up the workflow. I think what would really make a big difference is you have one or two really good role models on that group who really demonstrate how they've made one specific meaningful impact on the project to kind of take it through end to end. And those kind of role models will really kind of set off lots of other people in organizations. And I think, just as one example, I think we've seen that in the NFV space. Going from a whole bunch of people waiting behind their end doing all these things to kind of product management input and helping to shape that into specific requirements, working closely with specific developers to implement it.
Yeah, because what I can see is like even the NFV, like this NFV discussion today could encapsulate that piece of it in terms of high-level goals and requirements, that then could be translated more specifically into specific code requirements and specific features. But without the overarching, sometimes it's hard. I mean, there's 10 different ways it can go, 10 different priorities, or 20 or 100.
One of the ideas in the product team came up with was to this would be repeated every cycle, but we've come up with a set of verticals that would represent different business models. So there'd be cloud computing, there'd be NFV, there'd be HPC, there'd be HA, different stuff like that. And each one of those would have different attributes that would have a longer description, but it would be something like scalable or something like that. That would go into all those verticals. And each one of those would be considered a theme if it went through a variety of those. We pull those out and start setting priorities to implement and break those down into features that come from user stories. So the user stories would be the first step, right? We break it down and we pull horizontals out of it to be called themes and then prioritize them and come out from that 4 to 6 release plan to implement each thing and break that down into blueprints. But one of the things we haven't figured out is how would we express that when the blueprints don't exist 6 releases in the future. So we'll have to work out some of those details. But I think they're all solvable problems. It's using the same language as the technical community is the important part, right? Getting the product guys to start thinking that way, and also getting them to start talking about that at the right time and using, talking about it at the right time, not at milestone 3. So
there's a addenda slide that references some of the process. I think we'll link it further down. And there's that too. Not to suggest that that's legible or not legible.
Oh, you lifted that slide from him that he already existed.
Yeah.
That's just I thought for just a brief second that you guys had done this in the hour, and I was
this is a
totally
product.
hand you all of my money for investments and stuff like that.
This is an output of the existing product.
You really like workflows.
I can't even read it. You just,
No, I just somebody did that in the hour to talk about other things. I was like, wow, you have high output. I don't know you're not.
They did cheat.
Nice.
Good point. Unfair.
Reuse.
I don't know.
I made this last week from the work we did in class.
I had to look at the colors.
I wanted purple. In ASCII art, though, that's all.
But it's still very rough. There's a lot of stuff. So, the ideas and the so the intention is to make this the sister effort to DevCore, that they work together.
So is it like a fork?
No,
DevCore sister.
For DevCore
sisters, brothers. So
companion.
Time check 2:56. How Robert? How are you guys going?
No, this is the this is the stage we reached.
So what were our to-dos?
Well, I think we should follow up with the idea of putting it under the user committee.
Right.
And I think doing that without bylaws amendments is a good way to go, and not necessary. So I think that's probably something we should sync up with.
What does that look like? Is it a motion or something?
No, we don't need to do that.
No, I mean it's
an email to the user committee list to see does anyone object, and then
so basically
would be an action.
I might phrase it differently.
Chartering
We propose.
Right.
Yeah, basically we charter this group as a set effort of the user committee, blah blah blah, and then we we can look at what activities you want to roll in around the summit in Vancouver. We can make sure that we get it into. I know Steph has already done some work around it. I think did we do a super user article about the product community thing? Yeah. So we can we can do some of those things to start promoting it.
So, Alan, do we want to take 5 before we?
Have we wrapped up here? Do you think, or
I think we are. I mean, I was just going to suggest that maybe we have a few minutes before we go back to the last couple items.
Yeah.
We've been here for a little while. But yeah, no, I hope you guys found this valuable. I thought it was definitely a really good discussion, and we've identified a lot of big markets and a lot of commonalities between them all too. So.
One question. It didn't feel like a 5-year exercise to me. It felt like a 12 to 18-month exercise.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if there's a mechanism missing here in the board, because I know NFV's been talked about here before, IoT's been talked about here before. Other disruptive technologies that are on the edge of disrupting us are 12, 18 months from now. Where do we have a forum to talk about those things? Aside from a side comment in a board meeting,
sure,
or in a chat, but it becomes part of the process to review those things that are potentially disruptive, how we can adapt to them before they become a problem, and then reacting to it.
Yeah, I mean, NFA is a good example where Toby said, I guess I was talking to Toby, I don't know, whenever it was a year and a half ago. It was like, hey, we really need to be paying more attention to this NFV thing. This is really big for OpenStack. And we said, well, let's carve some time out on the board meeting at our next board meeting agenda, and then you come present with Motts and others who are experts on this, and just talk to the board about it to kind of get the discussion going. And then it sort of lit a fire, and a lot of good things have happened since then. And with the friction that needed to get those points of friction need to be found and work through. So that was. I mean, I think we can certainly be on board meeting agendas regularly. I mean, we only have face-to-face meetings 4 times a year, and certainly have some discussion on some of the phone calls. But I don't know, Alan, do you have any other thoughts on how to bring these into?
No, I think you summarized it and say for ideas, but that's kind of how we like to use face-to-faces for this type of discussion because it facilitates a lot better.
But I think having I think a lot of my companies have a specific board meeting where it's like,
strategy.
What to the next strategy board.
It's facilitating.
Yeah. So, if you could put that on the calendar, then it'd be a regular event.
Yeah, and I think we certainly want to have this discussion, once a year minimum, where we can block out a day, but to have an hour or two. The biggest thing we need is lead time. Not the day before the meeting.
I'm sorry, Robin.
Oh, wait.
If I understand what you're saying, is we ended up focusing on there's 12 to 18 months out, not 5 years.
And they're important, right? But
Yeah,
I didn't see that the horizon was out there.
So the question, how do we get past the 18 months to talk about 5 years out? Good question.
And also, how do we quantify and measure our progress to the things that we've taken up from today, right?
Yeah.
Is that built into the governance process where, say, in 6 months, the next face-to-face, we revisit, how are we measuring ourselves against the commitments we're making?
Well, we got to turn these into commitments first.
I have a concrete suggestion taken, as I sometimes do, straight out of Texas Open Governance Rules, so take it or leave it with that preamble.
I haven't heard you bring that up for a long time.
There's a reason they call it Robert's Rules.
So there is a type of meeting in governance that is basically a listen-only, no decisions meeting. And so one of the things that we don't do as a board is we don't have basically educational meetings or meetings where there's where you don't, if you don't come, we're not making any decisions. You're not required because it's just informational. What I would suggest we could do to keep these strategic topics going and not use as much time educating people about NFV is actually have scheduled board meetings that are decision meetings, but are discussion or topic or, and actually I would, in those meetings, we actually open them up to the community and you give people 5 minutes to present information to the board, and the board is not actually allowed to make decisions about it. It's just a hearing.
Is there no quorum requirement?
There wouldn't be a quorum requirement because there's no decision being made. So
I think it's a good idea.
In that case, it's an open meeting. The board is here. We could discuss things because it's an open meeting. You're technically allowed to discuss it. And then, so that would give you this avenue to have these things discussed in a regular cadence so that it's not a big thing. And then, but we don't have the quorum issues that we would have if there was a... Sometimes Texas gets it.
Then you typically hold it in the bar.
That would be ideal, or in close proximity to a bar. I actually think it would be, I think it would be really interesting to plan it so that if you did those, for a year or 2 a year or something like that, where they were co-located with another event, then it would be, but make them audio accessible, and so that would give forum to do this. I think it would address some of the items that Tristan brought up.
Do that.
Well, we just did 6th Street.
We could reuse OSCON. We could do some. We could actually find some venues where it was like, look, there's a big OpenStack venue. We're going to co-locate, and you don't have to be physically present. We'd make sure of that. But then you could say, well, this is a convenient timing to have a board strategy review or a board strategy brainstorm, whatever we want to call it. But it would give community a way to say, all right, we are actually talking about these issues. These are top of mind, without it having to be an official agenda of the forum. I would suggest that we would want to have board members come forward to actually do the presentations. So it wouldn't be anybody coming forward, although we might want to add those too.
Why don't we see if we have any proposals for board members on topics?
Exactly. That's what I would say is that board members are going to come forward and say, all right, you're going to have 15 minutes to present. These are the upcoming topic I think is important.
So how do you? I'm still trying to tie this back to Steve's comment.
Yeah.
How do we get those topics to be the 5-year out topics and not the 12 to 18 months?
I think that you're going to get a little bit of both, but I think that what we're trying to do is say these are strategic. You actually identify strategic topics for board consideration and review. You make that the agenda. You have board members present, items that they think are important. Maybe even have a foundation do one, like a SWOT analysis, something like that, and then that would
make it concrete. Why don't we then say, Alan and Jonathan or whatever, let's try to get proposals for what would be the topics. If we have enough that we think worthwhile, meaty enough to warrant calling the board together for it, we can then do it.
I'm good with staff bringing it forward. I don't know. It could turn into like company agendas or viewed that way. Not necessarily it would be, but
actually, I love having the foundation do it as the.
Which is why
I was being actually run by.
That's a knowledge,
or something like that.
Yeah, because otherwise,
I like that.
it's the big corporations or something running the
Forester or something like that.
Yeah.
It could be a vertical.
Bring in the head of the Open Daylight Foundation or Docker, and then go on.
Yeah.
Challenge them with, how do you believe you relate to OpenStack? How would you like to present your vision to the board?
Yeah,
it's a way to do the
source
ambassador
some
stuff we were
speakers.
talking about before. Like they could come and present.
Yeah, and then you talk about it afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
We're
Can we get a little scorecards? 5.
American Idol style,
One little
The judge from France. Sorry.
One little nuance, Todd. When you mentioned that about, personally, I feel like we as a board have got to get over this whole being perceived to be corporate interest thing. I mean, just to be candid, I don't think we can defer our responsibility to the foundation all the time and say, Mark, Jonathan, you guys got to do things. I think we are a board and we do represent companies, but when we're here, we know, I think everyone genuinely looks to represent OpenStack. And so to some extent, I understand the optics of that, but I think if we're fearful of that going forward, we've got to be able to step in and have.
I absolutely agree with you, and the board has to also bring presentations forward. I only bring it up in that, especially as we get it started, having it come from the foundation seems perception-wise would probably be more palatable to the general membership.
Right.
Okay.
To kickstart it, basically.
We will bring in experts, and some of you can apply as experts.
There we go.
Kind of joking.
We can bring a
little levity.
All right.
Cool. Everybody wanted to know.
Suggestion. We'll take that item and work it.
Cool idea.
Done, Mark?
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. I think that was an awesome session. Much enjoyed. Let's take a 5-minute break. Then we'll come back for some more meat.
There more coffee in there?
You ending today with an empty inbox in your mail.
No,
It seems like you're cranking through an awful lot. Every month, 1,000 emails. I haven't sent it every
Do you guys
Yep.
We're looking through a window.
We didn't have a lot of.
Well, the expectation is to set up for ourselves out of it.
Yeah. That's come out of this and put together some plans for areas.
But the thing is,
it's a bunch of recommendations.
Yeah, we're basically turning that into.
Which we do need to go back to. Maybe if they're not action, but they're recommendations.
What's that?
I mean, we as a board will say, not putting it on your shoulders, because eventually, a bunch of the recommendations will relate to.
Make my life, my personal life better if I
Summarize it to a more concise format.
Right.
And have it be something you're all reminded of.
That would
Bring it
definitely
back up
help.
and say, okay, here's what we thought then, this is still what we think now.
Yeah, you shouldn't, because we weren't trying to come up with the action plan today.
No, it was the brainstorm. That's what.
Get in trouble.
Cool.
But I think it's interesting the common themes from the different other industries. The format was sort of like markets and technology. The product and sub-team because so urgent.
Yeah, Mark, if you want,
we're here. Let's go ahead and read
Get out a little farther.
Well, but it's different. There's a bunch of things like the NFC, IoT stuff, but it's pretty.
So it has all of these. Here's all the crap you have to do.
Yeah, 3 to 5 years.
There's work now. You sort of have to know
to
work to knowledge. Oh, Rackspace. Oh, then it works actually HP. No, it works this other way.
Yeah, most easily to have bottle things to do other things to do. You need
But
to
the next thing is finish by being negative. So sorry about that.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ready
I'm
to
not pushing
look at
it.
each project.
Yeah.
I guess it's decide how you enable that.
I hear, but
You don't have to wait for them to
ways.
decide every one. Technologies are there.
Lateral.
So like,
growth.
So, taking on what sounds as
This has been going on for technology. Point where we have enough processes that we're one is that they're actually not good all around the world every place. So but even if there was, there isn't really a good communication vehicle between such a theoretical project management, product management view, and the technical skill. So
let's say if you're isolated in a
I know
remote
for a
field,
fact that we have key people in our technical communities who will flat refuse.
connectivity isn't reliable.
Right,
And
so I suck
in the
through
middle of
straws.
New York City,
And so I've got to make sure that we don't
we don't leave people out of the. I'd love to get to the place where we have a, I want to make sure we have everybody on the table.
Understood.
I don't,
really don't know how do you make wrong.
Yeah.
Totally. I think that we just
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah. We're writing bug tracks on I mean, not because we wanted to get into the business of writing bug tracks. We're not really particularly happy with this. We're not people in that business. It's just the, existing requirements, which is frustrating as all my.
Whatever else is like buildings.
First, to be just a way to like gauge like, I guess it would be
yeah,
but it would also be a way to essentially stack rank capabilities versus.
Yeah. Oh no, I know. The thing is, yeah, or actually, I think it'd be within theoretically sour to it. Yeah. The problem is that it's not far enough along for that, and I hate to add more feature requests on it before we get it to the place where it needs to be. So there's a real problem here, and there's a real problem that we should be sat down and figure out what's the, what's the buy versus build, what's the, how do we actually solve the problem?
Microwave dish?
Yes.
Or a cell tower.
That would apply to the. Potentially,
at his house
across
the lake.
Yeah. No, like use it, would you donate?
Honestly, starting on a curve, you have
to
have that three-story height.
Not because it's
So I'm an engineer.
Right. It's not. This is the same reason that we wouldn't have to use Jira, right? Because even though Jira would give, Atlassian would give us a Jira account. In fact, it's all of the input work teams. So you would have 0 members of input work and would be willing to interact. It's a very big line in the sand. And the reason why some of the people are involved in the project in the first place is that this
that all worked perfectly.
The problem is what it needs to be addressed, and it's we have had conversations in the past where why is functionality a longer term plan and there's been several we
Oh yeah.
That's we've got enough nodes of this that comes out really easy. Is that right?
No, I'm not saying
that's what I write.
I'm very fairly away.
Actually,
it's the viewpoint of it is important while it's open for free, it gets marginalized far more than the other things. And so when we're in a position to actually kind of stand and put our backs up, in almost all cases it gets
the first stuff I built
right? I mean, people are really happy to use GitHub, even though GitHub is run by a bunch of anti-free software bigots. People are happy to use this last time for projects, even though it's completely unfree. Like this is everybody's giving, right? And so I would hate for us to not think that it's important, and then make a position where when we try and tell people it's important that OpenStack is open, we're kind of then just turning right around and be like, well, except when it's not convenient for us for it to be open. Like we kind of like to just give up. When it's hard.
Well, so before they sent it there, they did a loop around the area.
Yeah, that I did go and listen.
And they tried to experiment with that all the handouts they were told. TV and high at the same time. You did that? I thought it was really cool.
But there's a whole satellite network. Actually, I question for you guys, site tracking, radio control, and none of that. Basically, watch what was happening, correct the dollars.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Hard to second fence that.
if the reason I'm in this is for face off, right? And I didn't say open, I said face off. If that's the reason that I'm participating in this, then do I do my best in order to see, even at HP, to not touch the ridiculous. Most of them actually very bad. I don't have control in that environment. And most of this works for companies where we don't have full control over being able to say, yeah, I'm not going to.
We're very close to
But
having
but in my interactions with the community that is free software, also self-styled is open source. Both of those.
$30 on 2 grade.
Very disingenuous to also enact environments forcing non-street tools. It's a very bad
It's fucking all the rest of my cars or computers and things are cheaper. Gas was
But
$1.65 is it's funny, my son and I.
No, but that's I've never said it's simplistic because of that stuff lost.
But my son and I
This is
go
a real
out
problem. We need to solve it. Let's not bail out and immediately just go buy something. Right? There's ways we can solve this. Whatever the problem is, there's ways we can solve this. I do not believe that we cannot solve this with something. I think that is
writing, solving it by writing.
I didn't say writing.
I understand you're not saying that. I am still very frustrated in about storyboard because I find people try to write software and I was back up on projects go down the software itself they're using to make those decisions. Is it
That's a really good question. The question is, why is it going back?
That's why.
If it could go all the way back.
That's why we haven't moved people on the launch pad. There's a real specific reason why we tried to keep that to own into us running that, and a few other people managed to roll their way through the door. Yeah, they take care.
And so this is one of the actually started one of the discussions.
We're doing 235
for free, but is a lot of what we're doing is we're building infrastructure that has to be stable and working.
But you've got
every time we throw in.
When I travel up there for Utah or Colorado, I heard my can that or
That's actually one of the reasons that, I mean, our usage patterns and velocity and capacity more than overwhelms most of the people that are out there. Right? And then we tend to, the reason that we're there's two reasons. One of them is we can't tie it into our identity process, which is very frustrating. Right? So we're still stuck with one. And that's a thing that we actually all like to do. There are other ways to solve it. The other one is like we have bugs when you're going up like a mountain because the number of bugs that happens on it exceeds what longer time can deal with in terms of changing statuses. So we have actually gotten to a point where we are outgrown you don't notice it as an individual developer, but you notice it like 2,000 developers running 10,000, 20,000 stuff across the day. Right? It's things like this where we cannot rely on those things because actually the times that we do, we actually degrade the service that we're providing for our users. Don't give you one. about that. The biggest problem with that, and we may actually just at some point have to, it's another thought that we choose to call that and go back and have a very tough conversation theory, but none of the other existing tools actually, other than Launchpad, describe the project management requirements that he has released by kind of notice. And there's a data modeling problem there that isn't matched. So it's actually sort of the point, like the person who's the main user of the tool said, I need these features in order to do like crap. We didn't consider every single existing tool. All of them. And it does not exist in it. We would have to go in and rework the internal data models in kind of significant ways. And most of the time when you show up as a new contributor to a project, you're like, hey, I'd like to rethink your entire internal brain and the way you model the problem to be more complicated. They generally aren't very receptive, but it's possible that we might have to you know, given the current season we haven't been able to use as many resources and so we may have troubles, like we may have to, you know, and that'll be what it is.
There were
it's very discouraging.
Yeah. Should we start again, guys?
I mean, originally when we started that, I was supposed to have been given 4 contracts, and I've had 1 contract, and I've been the only person providing full-time rights times with most of these things. So
that's how they go.
Yeah.
Right? Commercial incentives are very strong.
Yeah, they are.
Where's my list bag? Cups. Oh, it is. Thank you.
Don't have any crystals.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
You didn't gather a full shoulder.
All right. Hear ye, hear ye. Okay. Pass the word resolutions while they're
Yeah.
What
do you want?
We have some real work to do. Anybody want to try Jinjin before I eat the last of them? What is it? It's this very, it's ginger, it's like very chewy ginger taffy. Last one? You have loose fillings, not a choice.
Oh, so it's like a.
Yeah. They're really good.
That's what a loose little part of my
No, they're out of like India or.
Oh, really?
I've been getting at Trader Joe's and my wife loves them, so we got like a huge box. I grabbed a handful. Their claim to fame is that if you're on a long car trip with somebody who you don't want to talk to, it's really good. You hand them out.
Now that I've noticed about it, it's very good.
I will.
All right, guys, ready?
Like I don't know if people remember, I did the foot in your mouth cookies at the last strategic offsite.
I do remember those, yeah.
Still have the mold. Don't work for a company that needs it anymore.
That's some reach over there.
Yeah, Rob, I think I could usually do with some foot in the mouth cookies.
You just tell me.
Especially now that I don't have Josh anymore, I think that's pretty much on my head to do that, right?
You and I are both channeling Randy. He should be proud.
Yeah. I don't really know what to do with the fact that I have fully come around to his position on at least one topic. And that's, you know, like, which is a complete 180 of my previous position. So I'm not really sure what's happening to you.
Broken clock?
I don't know. Yeah, it's right. Twice a day.
This is one of the things I really like about the board and even the members, the past members, is that, you know, we have strong opinions. We can respect the opinions and keep them around as the placeholders, because I think that Randy and Josh specifically have expressed really significant perspectives that
do have merit in the ecosystem that we're considering, and it's important to keep those positions around, even if the people aren't.
I think it actually goes to show how important some of the, even though they're stressful sometimes, when we get kind of upset with each other, it probably means that there's an interestingly intractable problem or seemingly intractable problem that we should probably figure out a way to dive into, because there's probably some real gold in there. Now I don't really want to have those.
Now that if I ever heard it as a segue for DEFCOR.
Nicely done, my friend.
We've had a few of those. They're not late. All right, Rob, we'll turn this over to you to take us to DEFCOR. Do you want control of this, or do you want me to just scroll?
If you can just scroll, that would be fine, and I can read it as you scroll it from. Woohoo! All right, so this. We budgeted 55 minutes with an optional drum circle at the end. You didn't read the agendas, did you?
By the way, just from a time check, given that we're half an hour late, right? Are we half an hour late on the agenda?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
what does that mean? What's the other agenda items?
Yeah, what else do we have?
We've got transparency and then
Comments.
Comments proposal.
Discussion
of comments.
Okay.
So
it's half an hour. Were we planning to go till 5? Is that right?
Yeah. We might have to go a little bit over.
So I wasn't planning on having a discussion on transparency just because the Transparency Committee actually hasn't had any meetings. And I think there's I actually put out an email on the foundation list last night. I think we need to, there's some good ideas, including the diversity idea, that we can debate within the committee and then come back to the board with some proposals.
I just recommend. I think it would be worthwhile having.
Are we going to conflate both the diversity and the transparency things, or are they two separate issues that should be addressed as such?
Well, I think, I mean, just jumping in, I think what we could do is the board could have a conceptual discussion around it with the purpose of providing some input, to the Transparency Committee and to you, Kavit. And I think that'd be a great way to go. So sort of tee it up.
Sounds
if you like.
Yeah. That's what I was putting on the agenda, because essentially we didn't even put it on the agenda until Monday. I wasn't sure if half wasn't even sure if half the people in the room saw the agenda.
Right.
So that's why I put it down.
So why don't we just carve out, if we carve out the last 20, 25 minutes, and then with the wrap up. So start that at 4:30. Yeah. And then that gives you a full hour on DEFCOR.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Great. And hopefully we'll go faster, but I left enough time. And Simon, if you want to keep time checking us, if you don't mind, on the time that we've got, that we allocated. So I'll start with the mandatory reminder on what DEFCOR is and isn't. Just we seem to run into this, so it's useful. The foundation is responsible for enforcing the brand for vendors. DEFCOR is not the complete process for brand enforcement. It is the board's informing the foundation on part of the overall brand process. And if we need to, we'll come back to that. But it's helpful to keep that in front of mind. If that helps, this thing isn't working?
It probably is.
Okay.
Yeah, just going to try it. Just in case.
May not speak.
As from a status perspective, we have Igla has volunteered to be our co-chair and was appointed by the committee early on, and she's been full on helping out, realizing how much work DEFCOR had accumulated in front of it. Thank you. And we'll go through and interrupt me as we go. I'm going to try and keep things moving so we have time for discussions in this. And then Chris has, as a foundation employee, was appointed as secretary, so we have a full-time representative. These are some structural changes we talked about at the end of last year. And then Van's been doing a really nice job leading the capabilities group and actually doing committees. So we actually have 2 simultaneous committees running with weekly meetings for DEFCOR. It's truly active group right now. That should phase down. And interest throughout the community seems to have picked up. We have a lot more participation. We've always been pretty strong, but we've had a lot more participation. I was really happy to see we had 5 board members at our face-to-face meeting, and the full foundation staff represented. So that was really exciting. And we've been producing a lot of reports and things like that. So I could actually look at it on my screen here from there. Okay. And so the good news is the bylaws change is passed. Very quickly as a briefing, what that means is the bylaws changes mean that we no longer consider core defined by projects, but we consider it defined by a to-be-defined process. That process, having that process approved by both the TC and the board, which is our requirement, is our objective. We're in a little bit of a limbo because we haven't completed the process sufficiently for approval. And part of my recommendation here is that we're actually going to make approve some items, or we're requesting approval for some items that would allow us to operate as if we had that process complete. And we can discuss that if we need to, but the expectation is we will have a process vetted through the board, through the community, through the TC, for approval in the joint meeting of the board and the TC at Vancouver. Okay. I think it's very attainable based on the progress we've been seeing. That said, we actually have some items to have in front of you for approval even in advance of that, and so what we need to do is tee that up a little bit. So that's the major bylaws change impact, is that we have to have a process to be approved.
You wanted to have extra board meetings other than the ones that we had planned between now and Vancouver, or
I don't think we need them. If the people who have strong opinions about DEFCOR participate in the DEFCOR subcommittee meetings. If you're planning only to come to the board meetings and then express strong opinions about DEFCOR, we will need extra meetings. All right, scroll a little, please. Sorry? And then, so we've been providing all these. Okay. This is going to tee up the action. So at the face-to-face, we came up with a suggestion that was vigorously debated at the time, and we ultimately thought made a lot of sense. Which, and actually, let me do this. How many people have heard of the guidelines approach? How much do I need to walk through? How many people haven't? Or like timed guidelines? I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, that's fine. I have to do it either way. No shortcuts. So DEFCOR was getting very confusing and was causing a lot of confusion, because what we would do is we would say, oh, we have the DEFCOR for the Kilo release. We were saying, oh, at the Vancouver summit, we want the Kilo guidance or the Kilo DEFCOR results. And in reality, nothing from Kilo was in that result at all. It was all about stuff that was in previous releases, because DEFCOR, by design, is about trailing the releases. It's not about the new features, it's about the stable features that have gotten wide adoption. So almost inherent in the design of DEFCOR, nothing new in Kilo will be in that release, or even in Juno, really, will be in that release. It's going to all be trailing.
So the name was somewhat confusing.
The name was incredibly confusing, because we'd be like, all right, we want the Kilo, we have to have at Vancouver, we have to have the Kilo capabilities done because vendors want to announce their Kilo products, when they weren't really tied to events.
Plus, it's at the Liberty Summit, so.
Which is even more. At the Liberty Summit, we have the Kilo capabilities for the Juno products, it was a mess. And so what we said was, this is really confusing, and it's not adding clarity. And so we pulled back from having release guidance to timed guidance. So what DEFCOR will produce in the new recommendation is a set of here are the capabilities that are required at this time. So part of what we're going to propose next is that we actually have a 2015-03 guidance that has these capabilities in it. Those capabilities would be the required capabilities. They'd have deprecated capabilities if we had deprecated capabilities. They'd have advisory capabilities for things that we think are coming in the next, for review in the next guidance. And then the guidelines would also include, it applies to these releases, because that is still a relevant thing, and it would include the designated sections to say, for this release, these are the designated sections. So if we felt that it was necessary to add that, we could add that. And because we have two levels of DEF-core guidance, we have components and platform, it would also say these capabilities are in these components, and then these components are required for the platform. So you have to put, I live in DEF-core, so I know what all that stuff means. Yeah.
I would like to respectfully suggest that the foundation puts all of its branding, energy, and marketing behind what this is, and not the features that drop in the latest OpenStack release. We cannot continue to operate this way. No vendor ships the latest OpenStack code, at least no vendor that doesn't profit from chaos, which is not in our interests.
So you are off topic. I'm going to stop you.
Fine, but I just want to suggest this is really what matters to the future of OpenStack.
Thank you.
Approve it, so it's real.
I think I found the first thing to disagree with Chris on.
Okay.
Okay, the universe can still.
All right, fine. Off topic.
You guys go off topic. We're off topic.
Can we not do that?
We're turning to Rob.
We won't have time for the drum circle.
So does this? I've been looking forward to that. I'm wearing my drum circle socks.
Drum circle socks.
I'll show you at dinner.
Way off topic. All right, keep going.
Oh, that was priceless.
It's dirty snow.
So does that? So and the one thing I threw in really fast at the end was capabilities and components. So just for those of you who are new, at the end of last year we had a very heated discussion and recognized the need that in the DEF-core world we would have, and this ties up with branding very nicely, we would have components for DEF-core like compute and object and potentially other things coming in, and then there's a platform level that says in the platform you must have these components of that set. Today it's very straightforward. The platform is both the compute and object, and there's just compute and object, and they roughly track to Swift is object, and Keystone, not Keystone, Glance, Nova, and
for the 2015
Cinder.
3, that's it.
Right. So, so that's sort of how things stack up. So does the guidelines make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Good.
So did you want to get a vote of basically sense of the board approval? If so, this is a good time for doing that.
Yeah, actually, if you can scroll up a little bit, let me pull these up so I don't have to squint.
Up to your diagram?
Yes. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I have the minutes. No, I don't. Not on this machine. I'll just read it. Oh, okay. So this actually, we can. I won't spend much time on this since we're trying to move quickly, but we put together a graphic that helps illustrate how this would work with the guidelines. So remember, every board meeting, we would potentially have a guideline, although our expectation is they would be mid-cycle, meaning we would have a draft guideline at the summit so that we could maximize the socialization, and then 3 months later the board would approve that guideline as a final guideline. Most of the work
face-to-face meeting,
at the face-to-face meeting
typically happens in between.
Correct. So at this meeting we would be approving. If we were in normal cycle, we would be approving the guidance from the draft guidance from 2014-11 from Paris. And so the idea is that the community has time after the summit to give feedback about the draft. The preparation for the draft is actually happening. So at every time you approve a guideline, you're basically creating a fresh draft guideline that would then be, DevCore would then go look at new stuff, score things, do all that work, and then at the summit would show up with a solid draft, if you will. We actually, in this document, we actually talk about that in some detail, and I'll get back to that at the end, because that's really the coming stuff. But the graphics sort of shows that we have these timelines, and then every trailing indicator, so every guideline includes what it had before, and then adds in little pieces, but they're not the new pieces, they're the older stable, and they're not all of the code, they're pieces of the code. So we came up with a graphic that sort of illustrates how that works for the community. So one of the nice things here is it stops looking at, oh, here's the new layer, which is what was happening when we would announce Kilo guidance or Juno guidance. It looks at aggregate as a summary. And we can deprecate. That line is, so that's, there's two views. One is the additive releases, and then the other one is just the guidance itself. So the idea here is the guidance itself is a continuum. So the top is the guidance growing over time, and then the bottom sort of breaks that guidance into the pieces of different releases that are getting picked up in the guidance. And this is a pretty fresh document, so I'm assuming we'll continue to refine and improve as people look at it and ask questions.
Does it make sense that the bottom is the entire code base, and then the top part is the bits of the code base that have been defined in DevCore?
That's right.
Yeah.
So the bars or the percentage for the car.
Well, at that point in time, that's the chunks of code that we've used from the entire code base. So at any point in time, going from right to left, excuse me, left to right, at any point in time, the going down in the gray area, that's the entire code base.
Yeah, that's the entire code base, but what I'm saying is the bar graphs, that's the code base which is DevCore from that particular release?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of squeeze a lot of facets of information into one image. Like I'm
the
very,
raw personal specialty.
This is
tough would be
proud.
8 different graph pieces of information all in like one snapshot.
That is I actually Tufty is I actually model that. That's the yes.
Can you make it like a wall thing?
Yeah, sure.
We should put it on the front page of the OpenStack wiki now.
So the request. Sorry.
DevCore, so you've got two DevCore 2015.9.
Yeah, one is guidance and one is approved. See how they're different points in time?
There's different points in time, but it's got the same.
It's a typo.
Got a name collision.
That one I think is.
Shouldn't they have different names?
We're expecting to have 2 ones here in a relatively short cycle, right?
Yeah, they should have different names. You're right.
Yeah, I think at the time actually we changed our mind on how we're doing things. So that's why.
Yes.
Anyway.
We'll correct.
And that's how we'll.
It should be 2015. And so to be what we're expecting. Sorry,
the name will be the date.
Name will be the date of the board meeting that we have it. With the expectation that we do once a month. So
like a final approval.
Final approval.
I'm just wondering from a usage perspective, somebody wanting to say I comply to OpenStack DevCore.
DevCore version 2015.03.
Mm-hmm. And the expectation we have is that you will be within the last 2. So there'll be a current and a previous, and vendor certifying will have one of the last 2 approved guidelines to be in compliance. Now, of course, back to my original reminder, that means it's the foundation's enforcing that. So the foundation enforces you're complying with one of these last 2.
Can you call it OpenStack 15.whatever 3? I mean, why do you have to confuse the customers more?
I would. The problem with that is that we have release versions that are almost identical.
Correct.
Let's have that be a branding decision. What
yeah,
we
I think
call
that
it.
needs some thought.
This is the technical decision in terms of naming the.
Yeah, this is a spec name, and that spec name may not ever see the light of day to an end user.
Correct. Actually, hopefully not.
Yes.
It's a marketing people that should be saying this.
Also, to be fair, we don't ever release just as information in case we don't ever release an actual artifact out of the technical side of things that's titled OpenStack. Like we release a whole bunch of projects that have 2015 whatever.
But everyone
So
talks about
never do. I just want to say we don't. For what it's worth, you guys make the decision, not me.
And so, and this is the weird thing. We're in a little bit of limbo. So I'm about to ask for board approval for something that is a fragment of a process that we're still defining.
I guess my question is, why do you need board approval? Can't we just say
keep going?
Keep going. Yeah. Why can't?
Because
He wants to make sure.
because I'm about to ask you to pass the first one.
Can I interrupt for a quick second? Tristan can no longer hear.
Now.
So that we can put
Tristan
it into
can't hear?
motion and do something with it usefully.
He can't hear on the phone, or he can't?
He said that he's saying the WebEx audio was working, or WebEx audio still isn't working. The Hangout audio is now.
I have the puck, but the light flashes on
The
it.
Hangout audio died.
He's saying the WebEx audio is useless.
And the Hangout audio died too, because it's showing me
he
it's
was listening
working.
to the Hangout audio, and now that's stopped for some reason.
Let's see. Hold on. Thank you for speaking up.
Yeah, sorry, he
It's
interrupted.
good.
but
No, that's
Tristan can't hear us.
important. Is that better? I don't see Tristan in the, so I don't know where he's watching from. He might be the one viewer, but I don't see him in the Hangout. And if he came into the Hangout, I could actually let him speak through the Hangout.
Can you post the link into the URL into the board meeting channel? So
Yeah.
we can join?
Oops.
Pull the big speakerphone over to you.
Mark that one and maybe things.
And Tristan's in now.
Cool.
And
Can we hear?
let me try. He's not muted.
He is on the WebEx.
So Rob, just to give us a target, are you saying this recommendation above use of time guidelines, the board agrees by general consent to the current direction?
Correct.
Calls for the draft of the DEF Core appendix for the April review.
Right.
So why do you need a general consent to the current direction?
The reason, so this is my thinking on it, and if the board wants to proceed otherwise, that's okay, is that we actually have a draft guideline for March. And we were asking, as a catch-up, to have the board actually pass the draft actually pass a guideline so that we can start this process. And because we don't have the process fully finished yet, I feel like it's important to have the board say yes.
Just want to say silence and the Hangout.
Huh. It thinks, and he just dropped out again. Can somebody else bring up the Hangout? It'll create a loop, but.
Sure. I'll jump back. Happy to hang out.
Because Google's looking like it's hearing.
Hey, I just back to WebEx, Scott.
You're back to the WebEx?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Hangout it either goes bad every now and then, the Hangout, but WebEx is better than Hangout.
Okay. I was mostly doing it for video, so.
Hey, Rob,
Sure.
question. You started out your conversation, you mentioned something about bylaws, right?
Yes.
Having us vote in March prior to the bylaws being formally adopted, does that create a timing issue?
That's what we were.
That's why I was asking for the formal approval. It is.
We can't do the formal approval.
Well, we can approve it subject to the finalization of the bylaws.
Right.
It can go into effect March 30th or
That's
whatever.
correct,
so
correct, yes.
When the new bylaws take effect.
Just like we did with the legal affairs.
Okay.
A much more important change.
So
as regards to depreciation of, you mentioned there were, after 2, you expect the previous ones to be depreciated.
Correct.
What happens in the scenario where we have 2 passed in quite close proximity?
then
like
then
.3 and .4, because you could potentially be running, I expect, up to 12 months behind.
So in this case, because we're trying to catch up, I'm expecting a .3, a .4, a .5, and a .8 or 9, or whatever the 8 probably.
But in future, will we vote not only on adopting new ones, but on depreciating the old ones, or will there be a fixed time window?
That is not decided yet. I think we were codifying that it was always the last 2, and I think that that's actually a foundation decision in brand enforcement, not a dev board decision.
You say last 2, it's N-1 and N-2, but not
No.
N.
N or N-1.
But in that case, if we pass the March, and then we pass another one in April, and then another one in June,
Then if someone, the way that it would work is if someone decided to validate in June, they could go either via the June one or the April one. If they wanted to validate in May, it would be March or April.
Right, but keep in mind, yeah, that's correct. But keep in mind, these are still quite backward looking. I mean, that sounds negative, but these are still quite, conservatively defined. So they're not. It's not saying you need to be running Kilo. It's just saying you need to be running one of the last 2.
So March would actually
things.
cover Havana and Icehouse.
Yeah.
So 2015.03 cover Havana and Icehouse. 2015.04 would cover Icehouse and Juno. And then 2015.06 or whatever would be Juno plus Kilo, at which point it would be, that would be after the Kilo release.
Right. So there's an element of trying to catch up. This was a little bit of a surprise to us at the face-to-face. Foundation was saying, hey, how fast can you get these done? And we looked at it, and we figured out with this new approach, we actually could come to this meeting with guidance. So,
right, and if you look, I don't know, I think you have proposals on basically what we formerly called Icehouse and Juno. They're not radically different, right?
And they're actually, we pulled some things out based on community discussion.
Right. So I mean, another way to think about this, Tim, is that knowing that seems fast, then what we pass will make sure that it isn't. I don't know if I'm explaining that clearly, but it's just a matter of adopting a model and then making sure we approve things that work realistically.
So we're not baking anything that's going to cause us trouble in future.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it actually won't, and the thing is that because we're still kind of catching up on the backlog, it will actually not change the requirements versus what the current trademark requirements are in terms of version difference. It's going to move them from where they are now, which is just kind of like Nova and Swift in these versions. We get rid of that and we replace it with this. But in terms of the versions, it's actually going to cover the same as what. So there's not a. It doesn't shift anything. It doesn't actually put a different kind of currency than what was already in place.
So Rob, if I may, I propose a resolution. I propose that the board approve the current direction of the definition of the DevCore process as set out in the document presented to the board.
In the report.
Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Abstentions? Anyone on the phone abstaining? Or is a voice vote okay, Alan?
Well, actually, we have to amend that to say per the adoption of the bylaw changes.
It'll be the adoption of bylaws. It's like the legal affairs thing. So it'll come into effect on September 30th.
Right, and so it was.
March 30th.
Right, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to rush us. I'm just trying to keep us. If that's the sequence, it sounds like. Okay. Does anyone object to that amendment to the resolution? Just the proviso? Okay. So then, moving on,
So now we actually have the guidance to present, and this is the subjective thing. So in this, the first thing we do is to recommend retroactively. Actually, this guidance retroactively creates a 1407 guidance.
2014-07 guidance. So basically saying, hey, at OSCON last year we passed Havana sections. We don't want to call them Havana sections. We want to call them 2014-07 sections, just in compliance with the thing. And so from that perspective, we have a list of capabilities from the 1407 guideline that map to the 1503 guideline. And so if you pull it up, this was sent to everybody as a PDF. And so without going into a lot of detail, it's the same list with these changes. Volume was removed. Images v1 was removed. Compute servers metadata was moved to advisory. I guess remains advisory from that perspective. Compute, and Ben, you probably are better positioned to go through these and discuss them than I am.
So the way in which we came up with these is we wanted to make sure part of this is getting off the ground easily with, I mean, to a certain extent, it's a low bar. We wanted to get something that everyone can agree on and then lever up from there. So what we did is we took the previous Havana, now 2014.11 or whatever number that is, the 2014 guidance, and we looked at, and we went around and said, are there things that anyone has issues with? The things that people had issues with were, number one, tying us to the V1 of the images, where because everyone's moving to V2 and V2 was already covered. Second was the compute servers metadata, because that was not, even though there was some weirdnesses with where those tests had been moved, and so that it wasn't clearly in the Havana one, and so we wasn't clearly in the JSON, and so we moved that kept that in advisory. And the third big one was the removal of floating IPs, because the particular implementation called out in the Havana 2014 guidance was the one that required Nova Network, and so we didn't want to think that, given the current uncertainty around Neutron, and we didn't want to bake in thou shalt ship Nova forever and ever, but we didn't think thou shalt ship Neutron was either one the right direction. We thought better to just drop these, to drop both of them, and have, again, that low bar that everyone can agree on, that this is base functionality.
What about volume? That was the only other one that.
Yes, volume. Let's see. That one had no tests.
Right.
It was an empty placeholder for generic volume capabilities.
Okay.
You'll notice that compute volume
yep.
is still in there. Then, because we know Keystone is important, we have another empty placeholder that we put in as advisory auth token, which is non-administratively get an auth token from Keystone. Chris Hodges said, I will write tests for this so that it will no longer be empty.
That might be one. Just one.
It might be just one, but if we get to the point where we're here, there's another meeting in a month or two, and we still don't have good tests or in that, then that'll probably stay advisory, because you can't be in there without tests, etc. So that was the thinking: is can we get down to something that everybody could easily agree on to move ahead, and then we'll lever ourselves up from there.
And then this will drive. Oh, actually, so that's compute. The object component did not change.
The object component did not change. The images component. So images, I guess we dropped to V1, but the images, pulls in glance.
So the first ones are all part of the compute component. So the first table is compute component. There's a second table for object component.
Yeah. Do you want to show the draft spec, because that calls that out?
So I get the logic why these were removed. Did our process, did our spreadsheet fail us when we were doing scoring and everything on capabilities?
I don't think so.
I think it actually highlights why it was good to do the first round as advisory.
Yeah.
And why
It does that.
And why when new things are going to come in, well, new things are going to come in advisory.
Because we know that we don't always know.
Yeah. Like off token is advisory here, and then if there's
We don't predict we're going to have a lot of removes.
No, we don't. But
because it to the point, like this pointed out that we didn't have a test on a thing which is pretty freaking essential. Now we were testing it like via testing other things, but there just wasn't a thing that actually tested that we got an off token.
But I thought
and so we're gonna fix
that
that.
was part of
Yeah.
the core capabilities.
Is there a test case that exists?
Well, if there was not a test case,
there are some places where between the time we did it in July and changes that came in the code base itself that we did lose some tests. So there were actually, so we went back through the process and mapped the tests that we had for Havana to tests that we had for Icehouse, and there we had discrepancies and we actually lost some tests in those capabilities. It was impossible to reconcile.
Every time we do the guideline, we got things coming and going.
Oh, so that's something I forgot to mention in the status update. So one of the significant, perfect. So this is part of the answer. So one of the things that has changed very recently is, and we talked about this for a while, is every test is now being identified with a unique identifier, so that because of this exact problem. So when tests are refactored, removed, or renamed, we lose them and we can't easily just reconcile it. By having every test have a unique identifier, that will allow us to track these track tests across releases. It's a significant challenge, but that should reduce that churn. It also allows us to bring in non-tempest tests and still recognize them correctly as unique.
I think it also points to something that we had to deal with this sooner, perhaps, than we thought. But there is going to be deprecation, so this allowed us to sort of understand what deprecation would look like as well, in terms of in the future. If we,
how does this relate to versioning some of the APIs? You're just going to zap them? That version.
If the API version changes, it's going to have a new set of tests. The tests are going to be part of capabilities, and then they would therefore be deprecated as those APIs are deprecated.
It's a whole new capability at that point, and people starting to use the new versioned API is a new. It's a new thing that you may or may not.
Should have new tests.
Images V1, V2, I think is like an example of that, where before they were both in the previous guideline, and now V1 is out. It's no longer required because most people are moving to V2.
But with versioned APIs, you tend to maintain both so that you don't break compatibility. Whereas here, by removing it, you're implying that you don't need to support the V1 API to get the brand name.
Correct.
That's correct.
That is the statement. That is exactly the statement.
Not covered doesn't imply anything.
So we're talking cross purposes. We had one case where we had tests that were removed and we've removed the capability. We have another case where we're deprecating a capability because we feel like we don't want to force people to support the old version of an API.
We've taken so long to get through the process that
we don't want to start with the debt.
Anybody can stay on one of these things if they don't change their.
You can always
their
run
software
more
for
things.
5
You can
years.
run more stuff.
They're going to be on that. They're going to be on that dated compatible. That core forever.
And it is clearly in the thoughts that we had. This was discussed explicitly at the face-to-face meeting, of allowing people to support different versions of the standard, as many as they want. That is clearly that's anticipated, and we want to encourage that sort of thing.
Back version would be expressed.
Exactly. But do we want to, let's say someone comes in 2 years with a greenfield, N implementation, do we want to say, oh, by the way, this old code, you have to ship it and support these old API calls, even though you're never going to use them. We don't necessarily want to do that and tie our trademark to the old stuff. Now, people and individual vendors may want to maintain back compatibility, that's great, but let's keep our mark up with the times.
Well,
This gives us basically
that's a trademark discussion.
Implication of the mark is if you have an application that doesn't
how long back a trademark
successfully migrate,
it's 2 years.
The end user implication to this is the application might not work. There might be incompatibilities introduced because of it.
It's true. And basically it gives a 2 year, roughly, because it covers we anticipate that it would cover 2 years. It basically gives a 2-year rolling window, 2 releases. I guess it's
I think the question though that Chris is saying is, if I build an application on top of OpenStack, as defined by the brand, and this is backed up, and we remove things out, that application may stop working. I think the other side of it is that with some of these APIs, they get deprecated and they are no longer developed or supported from the development side, and so that's capability just won't be there at some point. And so I don't know. I mean,
they're sort of the same thing.
So either it'll break or it'll break.
So yeah. I mean, it'll. I'm wondering is maybe when we do this, should there be some kind of signal? Should there be a deprecation flag, just like there's an advisory? Is there a deprecation so that there's one cycle where it's on its way out to?
So those are the exact things that are specifically in the thing that has to get passed that we're working on doing. And so there will be very specific, this is what deprecation means, and when something's deprecated, it's not being removed, it's being removed over a certain number of guidelines. So in this case, the first guideline was advisory, so we have no reason to not remove it immediately. But in the future, yes, if something was approved, there would be a deprecation phase, and part of the next discussion for DevCore is to look at the specific how many guidelines do things get deprecated for, or how many guidelines are they advisory for. So advisory is the same thing. If something's advisory, you don't go in without being advisory first. And it could be that we decide that we want to be advisory in 2 guidelines before it goes in, or deprecated in two guidelines before it goes out. And so those knobs we get to turn from a process perspective, and we're not done with that.
Could I make a kind of maybe a suggestion? So I really want to make sure this is clear to customers above all else, so that the expectations of the brand are fulfilled. And DevCore is great, and what we're talking about is the idea of dep. Maybe we deprecate something, but when we talk about the latest OpenStack, I really think we should talk about it in terms of DevCore, dep, def cool, and def crazy. And where def crazy is the unfinished stub code that gets shipped with a new project. And we just,
I'm gonna stop you again.
I know you do, but I mean,
I'm gonna stop you because
this is
wait,
our customers' expectations.
I understand that. We have weekly meetings where we go into the weeds on this.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the branding of OpenStack.
And that is not. We have to stay on top of it.
So definition, right? So I think what you're driving at is OpenStack is a product, and we're not defining, hey, this is the product you're going to have, because whatever you ship is a lot more than that.
The expectations of customers who consume OpenStack are set by what you are doing here. And that is really important to the adoption of OpenStack as a technology in the marketplace, which is struggling.
Sure, it's the minimum.
But it's also so complicated the way that it's being presented, no one understands it.
But how many customers will be looking at this?
I'm trying to elevate this. No one, unless it becomes the emphasis of the marketing activities as new releases come out.
So hold on, Chris. We definitely, and actually my next topic is elevating this.
Right.
We cannot
brush
past these details. We must be concrete, and so.
So what would the distros think of this step?
What do you mean by the distros? Just to be clear.
Yeah,
the OpenStack platform.
OpenStack
branded
distros. Okay,
distribution.
sorry, it's one of the overloaded words.
Yeah.
So.
The distro is sort of weird because the distro is not implemented.
These specific removals of Has there been any consultant consultation? Because I mean, obviously they're the biggest consumers of the brand right now.
Applications don't affect on distros because they continue to be able to use the brand. I think Chris is right. It affects applications that have learned to use distros versions in the past.
In the event that that actually causes you to remove that capability. Or, I mean, I'm not talking about these specific capabilities. Or
the capabilities won't cause distros to remove it. That was the
That was, I guess, my question is how the mechanics of how that would work.
Ultimately, it's going to wind up being that you don't need to show that you've got it for the brand anymore, but probably the work to go in and remove it is probably not something you're going to bother to do.
Yeah.
You know.
So I'm just fishing for what the downstream implications are of some of these.
I think the output of hold on a second. I think the output of the distributions and appliances using OpenStack that are going to publish their results alongside, the detail that I passed the DevCore minimum, but also passed all these others. When that information starts going out there, that will be the important information you're looking for. Because then, as a customer or an integrator or an appliance that's using another service, OpenStack service provider, they can go in there and make sure and validate, yes, my thing still works with company X because here it is. It's not required for DevCore, but
this is a tangent. I don't want to take us further off track, but this is really good work, and it's really important how it is marketed in the context of the big splashy keynotes we do and the products which are built on these capabilities. And I think it's a separate conversation that will probably take 2 hours, and we don't really sidetrack it now. This is really good work, and I want to build it and elevate it.
Chris, I appreciate that. I want to make sure that we go far enough because otherwise we're going to need more board meetings.
Let's keep going. Sorry.
So at the same time, this conversation is very good, and I don't want to short. So our request is to make this guidance the 1503 guideline, and have vendors
advisory.
This is not advisory. This is the guideline for 1503 as we're presenting it. And that allows vendors to go start certifying it, come to the foundation and say, validating. Thank you for correcting me. Validate, so they can self-test against this guideline and come to the foundation and say, we are working with you on the process for brand.
Do we feel that any existing people, sorry, Steve.
No, go ahead.
Any existing users of the OpenStack brand, if these guidelines are adopted, would no longer be able to use the OpenStack brand? Have we done that sort of mini audit?
We have it, because these are basically the ones that we already passed, and the removals, I think, resolve those issues.
Yeah, these are slightly more inclusive than the things that we already talked about and approved in advisory.
So that covers that, but then are there certain ecosystem partners that would, because this is moving from advisory to it is the guideline?
No.
Okay.
And
none that we're aware of.
Yeah, not that we're aware of, and just to be clear too, you validate your product on launch when you apply for a brand license. So if you have an existing product that you're selling that is you have already, gotten a license for, and it's on it's on Grizzly or whatever, and it's in a box that you have shipped to Mars, you don't revalidate that product. This is for so this gets approved now. What we can do is the products that are starting to launch heading into the summit, when there's usually a pretty big turnover between now and midsummer, this applies to those. And that's when everybody kind of refreshes their licenses, which is why we're really wanting to get this done.
And that's the urgency for doing this at this meeting. And remember, we're planning to bring one in April, planning to bring one in May, we're planning to bring one actually on the official schedule over the summer.
So is there anything else?
So there is
here.
If you scroll down, you can go to one of the things in terms of process is that we have proposed to have this in a REST formatted document. And if you scroll down, there's a link to it.
Is there?
I don't see it.
Just
It's-
added it.
Trying to
Did
make
you?
sure we've covered the actual substance of the proposal. I know we've talked a lot about the process and the purpose and the potential applications, but did we complete the substance of the actual list?
No, the substance of the actual list.
It's really important. That we
Yeah, could
actually
you
talk about
put that link in the back channel in the IRC? So the two additional components for the substance of this guidance
Yes.
are that it applies to Havana and Icehouse, and that we take the Havana designated sections and apply them to Icehouse. Okay, so that's the, and so that, because somebody should ask, and I'll just put it on the table. We have not gone through the full PTL vetting of designated sections that I would like to go through, but so we could potentially pull designated sections out of this guideline. Dan, I think.
I don't think so. Well, part of this is because, again, we're trying to leverage as much of the work that happened previously as possible.
Put it into use.
And put it into use.
Putting it into use.
We
and
haven't
that's why-
crossed the useful finish line yet.
And
This is it. We're at that line.
And
we just need to go across it.
And we did designated sections with regards to Havana. This is Havana minus anything that was brought up and at all controversial.
Problematic.
And problematic.
Correct.
So the designated sections are the same ones, minus a few that we already identified for.
What's the? I know I believe this was already said, and my brain just hasn't. It's a lot of information, so sorry. What's the grace period again for? So if this all of a sudden causes someone to not be in compliant, if we adopt this and say, yep, and that would, in theory, cause someone to not meet it anymore, what's the grace period for holding over before that person or that entity would be in trouble?
It has to do with it's basically the next time that they need to sign a license. That's when they're going to be.
Gotcha. So existing licenses for existing things that are there. Yeah. Same.
How long?
Okay. Right.
How long do those licenses? As long as that product is still shipping.
How does that work for public?
Yeah. How does that do for public clouds?
Can't pull that license.
Yeah, we can't pull them back. It's
Well, I
the
don't think
next
the
application.
license is pulled back, but you could be in violation. You know, if they're, if you adopt this, I mean, I haven't seen the new draft of licenses, but I would think it would be traditional under trademark licenses, don't be quality control criteria. You have to fix that.
So is this going to slow down enterprise adoption in March from the perspective of vendor A? It says, I am validated up to Icehouse, but my Kilo release or Juno is not validated.
You can validate your Kilo.
Yeah, you can validate the Kilo on the current DEFCOR. That's part of why we changed the names.
Yes. Yeah, it's not a
to
Kilo.
base.
It's not.
And you can.
It's whatever's
But
current
it says it in
minus
here.
1.
It says Havana and Icehouse. Does it infer a level of quality to a release?
No. I wouldn't say level of quality. No.
Functionality. In
Well,
other words,
I get the point, though. I mean,
the most current release is not validated.
Well, this is so. When we come back to you in April, I would expect us to add Juno into
Right.
this.
We're
into the
behind and we're trying to catch up.
Right.
So that we don't have
What's
this
the
problem doesn't
marketing
get worse over time. It gets
So the
better.
thing is, this is a spec that's basically used for validation and granting of licenses. This level of detail, and to Chris's point as well, is this isn't how it's going to be presented like in the marketplace on OpenStack, whatever. For instance, it's going to be OpenStack powered is the mark that you have, and around that, the things that you have always provided are which components you're including in which versions, and this in terms of how we market the pieces of this spec, that's going to be basically rolled out through this year. So it's not like if you sign this license, you're going to have a different kind of mark that says DEFCOR 2015.03. It's going to just say OpenStack powered, like someone else's
I see
existing
some
version.
challenges at the operator level from a confidence in quality, because there's already a bunch of FUD out there right now. When you release or ship every 6 months, we still have months of stabilization, and I'm concerned that between that and this, that there's a gap that says you really can't adopt the latest release now until 6, 7, 8 months post ship.
We're actually, this is, so the reason to change the guidelines is specifically to address that.
I understand, but when I saw Havana Ice House here, I said, even though you disconnected the release and made a date, I'm still seeing it here.
Yeah, we discussed that.
Because there's we all estimate.
We're still playing catch up.
It's not only because of playing catch up. There's a recency element to being to spec. We don't want someone running, I don't know, Diablo to say, I'm fully compliant.
Well, there's a subpiece in here that talks about releases covered too.
So if someone's going through and applying for a license, this is basically saying you have to be within a certain time frame of recency, or else you cannot be considered compliant.
We can't. We discussed this a little bit. Actually, discussed this a bit at the face-to-face, and we felt that there is a window of releases that we can say we cover in this. We can't go back forever. We can't go forward we can't go forward too much. So we felt it was important to be specific about, hey, when we looked at this, these were the releases that we considered, and so there was an element. There is an element of that. We decoupled as much as we could, and we had a very vigorous and lively discussion with people switching sides multiple times. It was sort of entertaining, myself included in that. And so one of the things that we felt we needed was we couldn't go away from release connections altogether. We actually felt that there were places where people needed connections or particularly releases found. This other place we felt.
So I propose that the board approve
Thank you,
the DEFCOR 15.03 guideline as outlines as presented in the board papers, and including the fact that it applies to Havana and Ice House, and with the 15.03 designated sections.
So
as specified.
Those are all included in the guidance.
Subject to approval of the.
Subject to approval of.
And if you want to see
what's the language?
Exact proposed
March 30th.
spec.
We'll just for you. Yep.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Yeah. Okay. And if you want to see the exact proposed spec, take a look. If you want,
You're not gonna say look at the Etherpad for the exact proposed one, are you? Please don't say no.
Discussion.
Etherpads just aren't that reliable as exact.
I understand how the license refresh works now. How does that apply to continuously deployed public clouds? When do they refresh the license for that?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
So it continues on under that initial license then?
So once
Because I'm confused. I'm a little confused about what's
that's just the thing.
happening.
That's the last thing I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't understand.
that is not clearly defined yet. I would imagine that it would be their public clouds would be in order to continue using the mark would need to be periodically recertified. I'd say something like on a yearly basis.
That changes.
So people have existing licenses. How does this work?
Yeah.
I think that's a rat hole.
Yeah.
It's a very specific rat hole.
Your question is valid. I just don't want to talk about get into like existing licenses and dealing with that, because that's a whole legal rat hole. But I think you have a very good question, which is how does it apply to public clouds? Is an unanswered question. My belief is that the easiest way to apply kind of the concepts of this would be to just essentially treat it as n-1 at any given time, or have an annual sort of checkpoint. And the reason is because you're essentially like releasing quite regularly.
Yeah.
A thing, and it's we obviously can't have a perfect model for every single business model or delivery model of OpenStack, but I think that's the cleanest way to apply what's coming out of DEFCOR to the public cloud kind of use case.
Yeah. And can I suggest that maybe a way to deal with it from this meeting would be that essentially the public clouds presumably have protection with the existing license agreement, which probably doesn't address this, right?
Right.
And so coming out of this meeting, but before the next DEFCOR, I think, the public clouds can look at, would we meet this spec? Would we meet this guideline?
Right.
And at the same time, the foundation can look at how, the relicensing, recertification, and that can be sort of dealt with.
Yeah,
in the next few months.
we can make
Right?
It's also a cloud, because you can just do a JSON call and just remove OpenStack from the logo if it doesn't pass the necessary
I want to use the logo it's hosted on our server. You have to default to our
Rather than going like right now.
So do we have any other
now? I just want
One clarification question.
OpenStack now.
A little bit of a nuance. The face-to-face attendance, Rob, was sort of a verbal agreement that a given capability or given product or service provider expressed which particular specification or which particular version of DEFCOR they are in fact validated against. Is there any language that actually stipulates that anywhere?
That it's not, because that would be a foundation, part of the foundation branding requirements. It's not a DEFCOR thing. This is the weird distinction here. DEFCOR is providing guidance.
It's an upstream component. It's downstream and it's upstream. It's upstream from the way we operationalize it through agreements, which have many different requirements, one of which is a technical requirement, which is now, assuming this gets, his motion is approved, will start to become, that component of the agreement will become, will be consuming the output of DEFCOR as approved by the board.
Okay, so order of operations is to approve this potentially, and then you will, then the
branding
will be amended. Okay.
We are putting a weapon in the to go
to say this is what it means to be OpenStack powered.
Correct, and I fully expect vendors are going to come back to them and say, wait a second, they're going to, we're creating a whole bunch of work for the foundation to go work with vendors because I want 3 bites at this apple before the summit, right?
Right. We need some reaction.
Yes. There'll be something we didn't anticipate, unless you count that we anticipated, but we didn't anticipate it.
I would also
we
note
asked the questions, which was, would anyone be affected? And in the opinion of the foundation, the answer is
no,
no,
but
it's possible that
we've tried to cut out the things that would affect people.
This guidance will be the weakest guidance that we come out with, meaning that from here forward we will almost certainly be adding requirements, not removing them. And so this will, from that perspective, be the lowest, should be the lowest bar. And from there, we're going to start turning the heat up.
All right.
Is there any further discussion?
Let's vote. Can we go for a vote here?
Apologies.
1 minute.
So we're approving it based on the Ice House discussion.
We are approving the 2015.03 spec,
okay,
which applies to Havana or Ice House, and has specific designated sections in Nova, Glance, and Swift.
Okay, so looking at your stack, I don't see a Ice House section with JSON. Is that?
It is. There is a there's a Gmail. There's a Google Doc JSON which is linked to the.
We haven't completed that part yet.
Yeah.
This is with. Make no mistake. This guidance is ahead of DEFCOR work this is going to trigger. We made the intentional decision to come to the board with this document now, even though it's a little bit ahead of some of the places we want to be, because we felt that it was necessary to motivate the market to start the process, rather than wait until May to do this.
Because
so it's
that
not problematic.
Pre-summit time frame is really when we have a lot of people asking for an opportunity.
When you've got progress.
Correct. Okay, so there's not a perception there's a problem with approving this. Sans. Yeah, right.
There's sufficient information for the vendors to figure out how to. So one thing that's worth remembering: there's no technical tool right now that they run and then it produces a result. So part of what is going to happen is vendors are going to have to work with the foundation to actually self-test and report their results. And yes, we did this. And so
there are tools. The state of the tools is not one-click and you get a thumbs up or thumbs down, that would be like a future goal. The state of the tools is we have an interop engineer, Chris Hodge, who's going to work directly with these companies to help them go through, some of the hairier aspects. If they get stuck trying to run the tests, they'll help them get through the tests, and then over time the tests will become easier to use, and it won't be.
And the testing's in beta right now.
Yeah, we're
right.
A bunch of us are trying it.
There's sufficient clarity, in my opinion, that vendors will be able to measure their results against this guidance,
which is a huge accomplishment. So thank you for.
So Alan,
getting us
we,
to the
we call for a vote. I'm just conscious of the
something we
time.
can use.
It's just after 4:30. So
is
everyone good?
I would call the vote.
All right. So the motion is to approve the
Well, I think-
guidance effective March 30th. Is that?
Subject to the bylaws, yeah.
Yeah, so we've approved the process, now approving the guidelines which apply to the Havana and iShaft releases. And these,
1503.
well, I'm calling it 1503, but I, well. we can
So
work on
here's
something.
my dilemma with that. Here's my dilemma. If we do a provision on the bylaws change, then the foundation actually can't act on them until summit.
Well, it's March 30th.
March
which
30th.
is,
It'll go
4
into
weeks.
place automatically on March 30th.
Yeah, I mean we can. I think that timing is fine.
Okay. I don't understand the reason for the delay.
Because the bylaws have not been approved by the Gold and Premium members, so we're still under core.
The bylaws don't go into
You'd have
effect
to
until
call it
March 30th.
core.
Yeah, but if you're going to do that technicality, we haven't approved the process changes yet.
No, we approved them earlier, so we got the process changes.
Today.
Everything's subject to September to March 30th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mark's got it all worked out.
Yeah, and we also say that this is up to people. It doesn't apply until they've executed new trademark licenses, which refer to these new requirements. So it's all square, right?
It's keeping us on the straight and narrow.
All those in favor?
Aye. Any abstentions? Okay.
Tristan or Kavit on the phone, did you, just because sometimes...
Tristan abstains on IRC.
Tristan abstains? Okay.
Do we get to see the socks now, or how does that work?
Always see my socks.
What's next?
Stole some sunglasses.
Definitely.
All right.
That was Kavit, is that right?
Yep.
Okay, cool. How about Alex?
So
not with us.
There's another project minute content for DEFCORD that I would commit people to read and not discuss. The only challenge I have is that I think we've covered some of it. Is that you're gonna, if you don't read it, you are going to be behind next time we present it because I'm going to assume that people have done their homework.
We don't need to vote on anything.
There's no further votes. It's strictly giving you an update about where we stand with the process discussion, and we've covered about half of it already. There's a graphic that tries to summarize this. There's 9 key points that we've sort of covered on anyway, and so I will withdraw the rest of the agenda.
last 3 pages of that.
I'd mention that the DEFCOR list is pretty active, so definitely if you guys read it and you have any questions or need something walked through, please jump on the
What I would highly recommend is there's a table with a calendar targeted around the summit, and please look at that, and if you have questions, we find that this understanding the table and the sequence is probably the most significant thing to understand in how this is going. It clarifies things. So.
Thank you, Rob.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah, the DevCore process document that's linked off this has all this in great detail as well. So that's even
For the
That's
DEF,
better
yeah,
than it.
I'm gonna need an exhibit for the DEF 4 document, for the process and for the PMS 1503.
They're
It's
they're
in the-
they're linked to the they're linked to the doc. And if you
It's in the agenda. Right.
Yeah, the PDF that I distributed should be your authoritative source.
Okay, does that include both or just the?
It includes everything we have.
It does include both, yeah.
include the REST spec and the JSON.
It does not include the REST spec.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Give me the.
Thank you.
All right.
I didn't realize you'd gotten that done.
Yeah.
That's
Alex,
awesome.
I don't know if you saw the IRC. Tristan misunderstood the question, so he wanted to change his vote from abstain to aye. That's still possible
Oh, okay.
on the last board motion.
We're very flexible on that. As long as the board meeting is not completed.
Excellent.
What are we going to do next?
We are moving to.
See,
So
23 minutes.
Sean's up next.
Well, I think it's sort of Kavir as well who wants to provide some input and insights. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go.
Sean?
Right. So, I mean, I guess Sean already spoke about a meeting with the transparency committee. Some of the issues that were mentioned in my agenda items can be taken up there. I'm quite happy to do that. But the reason I put forward those items were there was some really heated discussion on the mailing list with regards to some of the events that have just transpired in the last few weeks. And I just wanted to basically maybe have some kind of a formal discussion where some of the issues could be tabled, and if everyone feels necessary, we could have a committee on diversity as well. So the issue started with selection of the meeting location for the face-to-face meetup in July. And Bangalore was put up as one of the locations along with Austin and OSCON. And Austin was picked. I would have loved for the meeting to come to Bangalore. Hopefully we do it sometime in the future. I would like to also express some disappointment from the community leaders also. They were really looking to host the board of directors, but I guess there will be an opportunity in the future. Now, I think one of the reasons I feel strongly about this is because I feel that the local community has kind of elected me because they felt they weren't being represented or they weren't being heard. And I guess I've kind of had a lot of impromptu surveys held at various meetup events that I've been to, and most of them have felt some kind of a disconnect with regard to the operations of the board, and they haven't really also voted as much. I guess a percentage, just a rough percentage, would be around 10% of the people out of the total Indian or the total Asian community have come out and cast their votes, which is a bit low. I'm not sure, these are not exact numbers, these are just people raising hands and showing whether they voted or not. So I would like to drive that participation up from India, from Asia, and maybe get them more involved in the activities of the foundation and of the general community at large. I would also love if the process was a bit more inclusive for communities outside the US and outside Western Europe. I'm seeing a lot of work being done towards that. I just wanted to mention that point also. My next point would be, I guess transparency has also been an issue. I I was going to talk a bit about it, but Sean said that we're doing a separate committee for it, and we're going to have a discussion there. So that's transparency and diversity are two of the reasons I felt I had to kind of run again this year. So I guess there were a few points as far as diversity and inclusion were concerned. I wanted to discuss the possibility of establishing a diversity community with the remit to basically ensure that there is diversity in all levels at the foundation and in the board and everywhere, right? In the project community at large. So the diversity community would definitely help with that. Maybe it should publish regular reports twice a year to coincide with the summit to see how we have been doing in the last 6 months as far as diversity and global engagement are concerned. Also, I would like to say that the diversity committee should also review the bylaws I guess. And personally, from what I've seen, like it's very difficult for someone from a developing economy to even run for a position as an individual director, just because you have to go to 4 international trips, 2 of which are face-to-face meetings and 2 of which are summits. If someone isn't sponsored by a company and is running as an individual on a developing country salary or a wage, it's very difficult I mean, the cost of the trips alone would be more than the average salaries that an IT professional would earn, right? So I think more support is required from a travel support point of view for individual directors. Also, I found that a clearer statement needs to be made as far as diversity and inclusion policy are concerned, because the board needs to set the direction for the foundation and the community to follow. I guess leadership is our prerogative, and I would welcome any feedback on the points above.
Thanks, Kabir.
Sean, are you leading this discussion, or do you want me to take it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't sure whether we turned it back to me, or you're still running.
No, it's fine. If you wanted to, go ahead.
Well, I can jump in as well, just as a follow-on discussion.
Yeah,
because I think
just over discussion. The transparency questions and the topics. I actually told Kavit. Can you hear me, Kavit?
Probably need to get
magic
a
mic.
The puck.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very faint.
It's
a bit faint. I mean.
Is this any better? All right.
Did that fix it?
Have it?
Yeah, that's better, thanks.
All right, so as I mentioned to Kavit before, the transparency topics that he had listed fall under the purview of the Transparency Committee, so we'll have them address it. As Sean mentioned, they'll plan some committee meetings, public meetings for those topics. So the second topic.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Alan. If that is Alan?
So it's Puck, and then you get.
Hang on a sec.
Try to get the batteries are dead.
Oh yeah, there's no light.
They were like that in the morning too.
All right. Well, this one's blinking. This one's blinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the transparency topic will be taken up by the Transparency Committee.
But Alan, I think it'd be helpful to have a quick little discussion of inputs.
Yeah,
right.
I think
okay.
The board input on transparency is we certainly want to table in decision making for the committee to come back to the board with some proposals, but it'd be if there's other board members that have some inputs for the committee, this would be a good time.
So I guess as one of the other members of the transparency,
Robert, do you want?
I mean, if I can interject briefly, I mean, for the benefit of someone like me who's this is my first stint on the board. There's a lot of, I've just felt confused in the last few weeks about what is kosher and what isn't. It would be good if, hopefully, and I can help with this also, if the transparency committee would have some kind of clear guidelines about communication, right? I mean, a set of do's and don'ts so that the newer people like me don't really feel lost.
Okay.
I think there is a guideline there, and that's to use the public mailing list except for sharing confidential documents, and we've clearly failed that. And I think it's, I think it's kind of predictable and natural that we failed doing that because there's the perception that the foundation mailing list is a very
I can't hear anything that's being said right now. I can hear a muffly noise in the background.
Yeah, we only have
one moment, Tristan.
We only have one puck now, so we'll have to go a little bit slower.
Right, can you hear me now, Tristan?
Yeah, perfectly, thanks.
Cool. So what I'm saying is the existing guideline is to use the foundation mailing list for everything except sharing confidential documents. That's my understanding anyway. We failed at that, and my perception is we failed at that because we perceive that list to be a very broad audience of people discussing what we think of as trivial matters. The proposal before was we create a new mailing list called Foundation Directors or something.
Yeah.
Make that a public mailing list. Only us can post that mailing list. Anyone else can follow on that mailing list. And the foundation board mailing list essentially becomes private. We don't use it. We only ever use it for sharing documents, and it's moderated by default. If you post that mailing list, it gets moderated, and only say Alan can approve post to that mailing list.
Which will just kind of wind it down, basically.
So
Yeah.
I think it's essentially the same thing as what we should be doing now, except we have a new mailing list called Foundation Directors. That's where we do just coordination about meetings and all that kind of stuff.
We should be able to do that quickly, right?
Exactly, and so I think
Few days.
we should just vote to approve that today and just move on. It would make a big difference to
Robert, did you have?
Yeah, I would be in support of that. I guess the only other thing I wanted to add is I'm not personally aware, granted this is new, my participation with Sean on the transparency committee, but I'm not aware of a specific complaint other than this broad, we're not doing enough to embrace it. Have there been specific problems? Do those need to be floated to the committee? If so, I haven't seen them.
I think the problem about how the decision was made for Austin, well, I'm right by this one. How the decision was made for the Austin meeting was brought up multiple times. Do we need to discuss that as a group?
Sure.
And
I'd discuss that. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'd also like to back up Mark on his view that the purpose of the board list was to share confidential documents, and that's it. And the general conversations would all take place on the foundation list. And I support starting up a foundation directors list. I think that's a good idea, moderated. The parameters are still, I think, default back to posting everything to the foundation list because we are called OpenStack, and we're meant to be communicating as much as humanly possible in the open. And so yeah, I just wanted to I guess, I think I agree with Mark there, what Mark said just before.
I don't disagree with that, but I also think we've learned the need for sensitivity as well from this. And with Tristan, when Tristan noted that he was posting emails about the discussion on where we should host it to the folks in Bangalore, it began to set expectations that we would actually have the meeting in Bangalore. When we voted to not do, or took a poll to not do that, I think the community got upset. So we have to remember, by holding these discussions in public, we may not be setting expectations, but they are picking up expectations from our even having a conversation. Same thing about, I thought about this when we were talking about future summit locations. There's vendors out there that are just, as soon as they hear there's a possibility of a summit being held in their neighborhood, they're going nuts, right? They all of a sudden want to be platinum member or gold member or whatever.
Our phone rings a lot.
Yeah. So we got to remember, it's great to be open. It's great to have these discussions in the open. But everything we talk about impacts the community. So now we have to decide, are we just not going to talk about it? Or are we going to end up in fights and people being upset, saying that they're, for whatever reason?
Well, I think there's a third option. I'm going to try and talk loud because I'm a fairly loud.
Just come up here.
Just come walk over here.
Yes, I like making walk. But yeah, this is more fun. There's a third option. I agree with you. I think that the sensitivity with people getting feelings hurt or or expectations raised and then dashed, that sort of thing is tricky. I think there's a middle ground, which is to be cognizant of that in our communication and the way that we communicate in the public, so that we know how to, so we do our best. We're going to fail at time to time, because that's part of the thing in doing the open, is that your failures are open as well, and that's important. But so that we're very aware of those impacts, and we try not, as best we can, to sort of overhype or sensationalize things. And I am the first person to fail at this, so that's not me pointing fingers at anybody other than myself. As much as we can, so we say things like, well, we're not, hey, we're considering having it in Bangalore, but hey, we're considering having the meeting in a couple of locations pending people's availability. One of those might be Bangalore, because we might need to check and see what people's availability to host is, right? Like, those are real logistical questions, but to be really clear that it isn't a foregone conclusion and that we're going to have a vote on, and there's other considerations that are coming in, and people may still get excited and then unhappy, and that happens to me all the time. But as long as we're part of being open is being open and forthcoming about all of the things, including the fact that something may not work out the way that we're talking about it, and oversharing winds up being really important in a lot of those, and take care of people.
So
totally agree, Monty. Totally agree. If it's a balanced conversation like that is discussing the options for where the venue might be, I don't think the organisers got overly carried away that it was definitely going to happen in Bangalore or anything like that. It's just there was no discussion to the contrary, or no discussion around any other alternative locations, and right up until the sort of last minute. So, yeah, I agree, Manji.
So, I've got a comment, and Alan Clark has a comment. Just so that. So, one thing is that I'd like to point out that there will always be back channel. There will always be things that we want to communicate that, while not strictly confidential, you want to limit the scope of the people that you share it with. And while I generally think that it is good to be open and to bear in mind openness at all times, I also think that it is not necessarily a sin to just have a list where you can share more or less freely. You know who the audience is that you are addressing, and there isn't any concern about, and there's less concern about, hey, is this going to be taken out of context? Are people in India going to think that we don't care about them because we are talking about because we end up not having a board meeting there, for example? So I think that while I applaud openness and I think that things should be shared, I don't think that it is the highest good in every situation, number one. Number two, I also want to point out that the way in which we conduct our discussions, especially in public, this is why some of these, why having a list that sometimes is a little bit more closed is important, bears very closely on the tenor of our community. I'm watching some of the back and forth on Twitter, especially. those are the sorts of things that will actively send people away from our community. That is far more damaging, in my opinion, than an incidental decision not to hold a meeting one place or another. And this is exactly why sometimes having stuff on the board list, which is closed, is valuable, because if that happens on the board list, well then we all understand that everyone here is dedicated to OpenStack, we're all trying to do the right thing, and there was a strong disagreement. No one cares. But if someone is searching on Twitter and they're saying, oh, let me look and see what OpenStack is like, it's the first thing that they get are a bunch of curse words, then they're going to say, this is not a place I want to be. And that is a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I was next. Yeah, I'd like to speak to that as well. As a company that is on the list of 20 most democratic, freedom-centered companies in the world, and we practice all these freedom-centered principles, I don't agree that transparency to the full extent is workable. I think that you can still have an incredibly transparent organization, community, and so on. And I don't think that is the ultimate goal, just as democracy in everything is not the ultimate goal, and you don't vote on everything. You have to designate people to get things done. And I just think I don't want to put something out on an all list I don't want to put something out on the all list that's trivial. I think it wastes a lot of people's time. I see a lot of emails come through the foundation list that I have to read because it's my duty as the director to read, and I'm like, why am I reading this stuff? So I do think being a little bit more discriminating, I think we can aspire to, and to me, my reading of the bylaws as well is not that the only things that are confidential, the only things that can be confidential are the list of things. It's the other way around. It's that these things must be confidential. Doesn't mean that, it's wide open for us to determine what else can be confidential. We've made some of those decisions, in executive committee early on, some of the, sensitive gold member discussions. So I'm definitely open to learning how to push transparency to the ultimate, because I think that's really good. But I think if that's the goal, like if every single conversation has to happen in public, with the eyes of the media, with the eyes of everyone in the foundation, to me that's not workable. And all it's going to do is push those conversations into the back channel. It's going to be a phone call. It's going to be a phone call or something like that. So I think there's just a balance that's needed there. But I'm very intrigued with with these inputs, what the transparency committee comes up with.
So I think let's make sure that Alan.
No, you covered it.
Yeah. Okay, if you covered, I would say one. I'll come down there and see the block.
Or the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the one, my one sort of, now I can walk around with this now. This is very exciting.
Sorry, Al.
I think that's extremely reasonable. That position. I think that the one place where I push back a little bit is that many of us, even on the board, and certainly our constituent companies that we're sort of helping to shepherd into this sort of open source world, come from backgrounds that are very bad at doing things in the open, and we're having to. It's not a reflex that everybody has fully developed, right? The impulse to do everything open unless you need to do it closed winds up failing closed, I think, more than it needs to. I agree. I don't think that everything can be open even. I think that there's definitely a real balancing act. I think that as we learn to get better at it as a community, continuing to poke at, yeah, this didn't really need to be private, now did it, is a thing that we're going to have to keep doing, and if we can do that in a constructive manner, then we all get to learn how we can have as many conversations as possible in the open, and get to the point where we have more people with default attitudes of, I want to discuss this with everyone, and then learning to differentiate of, yeah, no, this one really does too, so that when people make that judgment call, we don't have to assume negative motivations, right? Because we've gotten to know that everybody has gotten the hang of it and gotten the gist of how this works, right? And so that's the reason I think that pushing on it for a while is worthwhile. And we'll get better at it over time.
It's a specific action to have, like, you know, we have core values, so practice shameless honesty, but be respectful.
Yeah.
Right. So things like that may be helpful in these guidelines as well. Is that if you're doing things in the open, you know, maybe the foundation can start working on some more specific. I mean, we've got a lot of open guidelines around development and process and, you know, the traditional open source things, but in terms of open conversations, that might be an area that we could provide some guidance on. You know.
Okay.
So
sounds great.
It definitely is something that you can fail closed just like you can fail open. It's I completely agree with that statement, and I also agree and see that the default in too many places is to overclassify stuff as confidential.
Right.
I could also completely agree with that. I just want to emphasize that there is a balancing act in terms of trying to make sure that your communications are appropriately scoped. And I think it is always a good idea to act as if anything that you say could be printed on the front page of your local newspaper. I think that that's a good guideline for whatever you're talking about, whatever you're doing. But I think that we can apply good judgment, and we don't have to, even now, with people coming from various backgrounds, we don't have to assume negative intent.
No, but we can also remind them. Yeah.
It's also worth mentioning that the technical committee just recently had a discussion on this topic about private channels and is drafting a resolution to, on the technical side, to not have any official private channel. So if private conversations need to happen, they can be done in an ad hoc fashion, but there isn't a forum where it's officially a private channel that sits around, because that encourages people to take public conversations into the private when they probably should.
It's too easy.
Yeah.
And what's really disappointing to me in this particular case is, you know, the proposal was made to have a meeting in Bangalore. This could have been a beautiful example of how to have constructive, open conversation about geographical diversity, whether having a board meeting there would help that, what other measures. Like, we could have really got somewhere with that. But now we're in a situation where I suspect 80% of the people at this table will be terrified to discuss that on public meetings after how this was all blown up and how extremely nasty. So by having this stuff start on the private board mailing list, we've ended up in a situation where we've
damaged our ability to have.
More often because of this.
So you see the connection to the fact that it started on the private.
Yes, thank you, Mark. That's exactly right. Thank you.
But Tristan, I'm also saying that the reason people are being so put off now having public discussions is because of the way this was blown out of proportion and deliberately, you know, just flamed out.
Yeah, I fully understand that, but the reason it got blown out of proportion initially is because there was a secret ballot, and then there was locations put up that weren't discussed with anyone.
That's not
So,
true.
But Tristan, there was no secret ballot.
Please let Al respond. Please let Al respond.
And let me go back just for 1 second to what Van said. Van, what might be printed on the front of your newspaper in your country may be different to what's printed on the front of my newspaper in my country, so be respectful of that as well.
So just one.
What might be acceptable language in your country might not be acceptable language in my country, and vice versa.
I don't think lazy, gutless, and racist is acceptable in any country.
Yeah, I tend to agree with what you just didn't hear what Michael said.
Mark.
Mark, I mean. So
I didn't hear what Mark said.
So Tristan, I'm sorry, but I'm trying not to get hot under the collar here, so I apologize if I do. But you keep twisting words. So all the sites that were put in the poll were picked up off the mailing list. In fact, there was one that I didn't include because there were some comments on the mailing list for people that looked like people wouldn't want to go there, and that was Go Berlin. But the others were all picked off the mailing list. and Twitter or whatever from board members. So saying that they weren't discussed is a false statement, misrepresentation. Now, saying that, again, it was a poll, and if you'll notice in my email, all I said in the email is, after the poll was, poll suggests that we can't reach quorum. So I specifically didn't say we don't hold the meeting in Bangalore. I said I recommend that we hold the meeting in Austin. I'm willing to, if we want to open that up again and take a poll here, I'm happy with that. I'm not dictating anything. Do we want to?
I just want to understand what's meant by the phrase secret ballot.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
necessarily
There was no secret ballot.
But it wasn't even like a ballot to me. It was
Yeah,
like,
it was
what's your
clear.
availability?
Well, hang on a second. We've had secret ballots before. We had a secret ballot related to the election of the platinum member, didn't we?
Yeah.
Secret ballot?
Yes.
I mean, so I mean, maybe it was an oversight. Tristan, are you saying that you would want to have known everyone's individual vote on that board meeting location?
It wasn't a vote. It was a
Oh.
Yeah, I'm hearing half the conversation. It's really difficult.
Yes.
I mean, this was not a, I vote for this. I voted for, I think I voted for everyone.
Yeah, I did too.
Right.
I said, wherever it's going to be, I'll be there.
There was one that I couldn't do. I did 5 of the 6.
I think the point is, Tristan, that what we're all grappling with, well, I won't speak for everyone, but I sort of feel it in the room, is calling it a secret ballot suggests that there was malintent, right? There was no malintent. I mean, trying to get through a decision around, where do we hold this meeting? People have got to make travel plans. So I think this is the only pushback on that, is that there was no malintent. I mean, maybe it wasn't executed as well as it could be. And by the way, the learning from that is, let's do it better next time, and let's make sure maybe it'll be an open poll and with more discussion and all that sort of thing. But there was no malintent from anyone.
Is it important that my travel availability is broadcast to the world? That just seems like such a normal thing to just send a private note about. I don't understand why that's even interesting to him.
In fact, some people consider that privacy data because now you're advertising that they're out of
I can't hear
town.
either of you guys, so if you want him to be participating,
Still, I'm only hearing half the conversation here, but that's okay.
I think that's the main point, though, Tristan, is that just to try and diffuse some of your, because we feel your frustration and we want to give you a big hug and say, look, it's okay, and maybe it just doesn't translate, or it didn't translate in this circumstance, but I just think that it's coming across clearly that you felt that there was underhandedness or malintent.
Let me
and there wasn't.
Because I actually, it's easier for me to chat because I'm in the room, but I'm more on Tristan's page possibly than anybody else in the room. I felt the same thing that Tristan felt, which is that. And I certainly don't think that there was any malice or negative intent from anybody. That was never a feeling that I got. It was really more of a sense of disappointment, and I think that if and it should be very clear, this is we're diving into some details here, right? But if for instance, what we sort of heard colloquially around the table is a bunch of people say, yeah, I kind of thumbs up all of them, and we sort of had a quorum issue with the vote in the first place. I think that it's one of these cases where we're actually having that data be visible shows that there were possibly more members of the board than one might have expected who were actually saying, yeah, no, I'll totally go to Bangalore. That's a potential positive message that could come out of there, or that discussion somewhere about that data is something where if it doesn't exist, then people start to imagine what it was or what the stuff was, right? And so and again, it's a doodle poll. It's one of the hardest things in the world to find where people can get to. We have a lot of people in the room with different requirements on them. What people's date availability is. It's an impossible task in the best of circumstances. And in this particular case, it's one of those where if you are associated with a set or a grouping of people who feels out of the loop or cut out of something, possibly not even necessarily related to this, but in general, like that's been an expression that we heard from Kavit earlier, right? Is that then when there's this opportunity that you got excited about, and then you don't even know sort of how much sort of, if it was basically more, that's do with this. That's a totally different kind of message to send to folks to make them feel loved, and I think just in this particular case, it's, it wasn't, nobody was trying to slam anybody or shut anybody out, but it's sort of like 2 or 3 things that are each in and of themselves rather small, combined to produce something that is unfortunately had the effect of coming across and making people feel excluded or marginalized. And I think that's, like you said earlier, I think quite definitely, this is clearly something to learn from. I don't think that there's anything to fix in retrospect, right? But we can certainly do better in future.
I guess it would have been better if a lot of the thing was done a bit differently. I guess because we have a pretty big community here. It's a very fast and rapidly growing community. People are very active. They do a lot of workshop events. Like they try and reach out to university students, and it kind of I still hope we are having an OpenStack India Day later in the year, and I hope a lot of you do show up to that. But I guess in the future, maybe how we choose a place to meet for the face-to-face meetings should be a lot more open than this time around, I guess.
So I'd like to point out that the most important thing for the board when we get together is to have board discussions, and it's really important to have a quorum, right? Because otherwise we can't carry resolutions. So I think we need to separate, at least for the time being, while this organization is still so young, the possible marketing opportunities that could come of having board meetings in certain areas with, well, we just need to separate those things, because the most important thing right now for us to do is to get stuff done like we did today. The after effects of where we go after this meeting or before and after, maybe a couple years in the future we'll be able to tie that in with the visibility of OpenStack. But I think for right now, we need to make sure those things are separate. Because I personally, I don't want people showing up to the board meetings that are thinking more about the marketing aspect of the board meeting than the board business. Well, that's what we're here for. So, that being said, I would have loved to have gone to Berlin. I would have loved to have gone to Bangalore or any of those places. I think that's an awesome idea for us to perhaps organize separate events, and if board members can go, that would be great. And but they need to be separate things.
So more of a online of a mid-cycle meetup for board members someplace.
Yeah, and that would be great. India and Australia and other areas in Asia are huge OpenStack participants, and we give them their due and show up if we can.
Yeah, I think the thing that we're hearing loud and clear though from Kavit, so moving on from that, the diversity side of things, which was another big part of Kavit's mini briefing, if you'd like, was that that there is this feeling of disconnect, and that it's just a reminder. Obviously, it's not irreparable, but it's just a reminder that with such a sort of essentially US-centric organization, which we do have, even though the investments, obviously a lot of the dollars for OpenStack, the foundation, actually come from US headquartered companies. Most of the dollars do, and those dollars do get actually spent very broadly around the world. There's a lot of investments that the foundation's making in meetups and communities all over the world. So I think the foundation is actually very diverse in making investments, but I think it's a reminder that you've got to get both the investments and the perception right. And just the fact that in India, Kavit, 2-3 board members being present for a meaningful event let alone a whole board. The fact that that could have such a big impact on the community there, a positive impact on the community there, is really important for us to know and plan for.
Yeah, I think leadership also is a lot about symbolism. I mean, it just shows, because I guess people here are starving for some international level events and attention, I guess. Especially like a lot of the younger people coming up in the community feel strongly about it. I'll share the details for the OpenStack India Day with you guys, and hopefully a few of you can attend. That would be great.
Yeah, but it does seem like holistically we should be looking at this as a board, like those kinds of opportunities, and looking at, kind of looking at what's happening over the next year. Where are those places where we can engage, where it's going to have most impact? I think they can hear me, I'm pretty loud. But so I think, holistically we should be taking a look at that and figure out,
But that wasn't even considered, I think, in this. We were looking for a place. We're not going to Austin because that's where we have everything else.
I realize that's the board meeting, but I'm saying separate and apart. What it brings about is a higher level issue where we need to be doing this. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
First, we're just physical presence of some of us, which is ultimately not that big of a deal to accomplish, can have a really big impact, a disproportionately large impact.
I don't think New York City noticed we were here.
No, if we believe that board members should be socializing in situ with community members, then let's make that a program and do that.
Yeah. Just to go there to have a meeting and then fly home, like we're doing today.
That's not going to do it.
I mean,
Bangalore is closer to some of us than
You guys
New York.
haven't seen it. You haven't seen the crowd outside the building with the "We Love OpenStack" placards. But a significant number of New Yorkers are here to celebrate that we're in the city. I mean, I'm being sarcastic, clearly, but right.
They made it snow for us.
And so, one of the things that troubles me that we do a lot is we conflate two things together. If we want outreach with board members and we think that it's valuable for the community, let's bring that up as an issue.
Yeah.
And try to make board members more accessible and create the funds or the travel program or the expectation that board members will do that. I do think we could be more accessible.
I think that for those of us that are traveling internationally around APAC or wherever, if we had a chance in a board meeting to share that, that'd be great. For example, I sent a private note to Kavit in Tristan and said, I'm going to be in Pune next week. If there's an activity, I can fly anywhere in India while I'm there. I'm happy to make myself available. I'm going to be in Beijing in 60 days. I mean, some of us are traveling already. If we can let others know that we're there, we can go to a meetup.
Well, there's a speakers bureau to handle situations like this for the meetup. Your foundation already coordinates meetups like this, and there is a speakers bureau. So board members, when you travel, check in with the foundation and see if they can help.
Sure.
Every time.
Every time if you want to be accessible for this, please.
I would go to the user groups portal because all of the user groups around the world are listed there with the contact information.
Yeah.
So if you're traveling somewhere, contact that local user group. They're going to know better than.
And there is.
I think you do a great job.
There is an additional mechanism that will be a little bit more broad, but it will give you a good insight as to post something to the ambassador mailing list, because that does represent the regional representatives.
That's a great point.
We should be able to link you in. The user portal is mostly working, and it's mostly filled out, but it's not 100% yet. So there may be some gaps in information. But I think that would be great. And I've actually done that a couple of times when I've been traveling the East Coast and I knew I was going to have time. I started a user group and I went to another one. So, it'd be great if we could do more of that.
Yeah, I was also going to say, I don't think Tristan heard me, but we help organize the OpenStack days that happen probably about like 12 to 15 a year, like the OpenStack India Day. So we help fund them, and we're usually working with the local coordinators, and we announce those like in our marketing calls. We publicize them, call for speakers and sponsors, and also on like the community list. But we can just send that schedule as an influx to the board list and try to get more board members at those events. It's probably pretty easy.
Once we have an
easy
open board.
So when we as board members attend these events and speak at these events, should we be more consciously trying to represent the board and represent the foundation's activities? Or
Yeah,
should we be continuing to give?
Good question.
What actually, I was actually that speaks directly.
Robert, can you just repeat the comment that Mark made?
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing. I think generally, I guess I'll look for a nod on this, is when we are traveling, part of our normal sort of travel agenda, should we be looking to represent the board, specifically in the foundation, when we do so? Is that the gist of it? And let me just layer onto that. There is, in fact, actually a section of the existing transparency policy that specifies additional obligations of board members, one of which is that board members are seen as authoritative, so I'm reading this out, authoritative sources of information concerning OpenStack's business. To ensure a consistent approach to public announcements, board members should generally defer to the executive director with respect to communications with the public. So I guess the question would be, what are the guidelines or parameters for representing the board or the foundation in our travels, given that?
Yeah, I mean that's primarily for like press and announcements,
or to say the board thinks this, or the board, if you specifically are, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean if you go somewhere and you talk in general about OpenStack as a board member, and you especially make yourself available to listen and to meet people and all of that, that's exactly the kind of thing that I think would be good.
It got put in place because we had instances where people were acting or talking, and it was felt that
they weren't really representing.
Weren't really representing.
So could I guess I'd have two proposals I'd make. Both of which involve amendment to the transparency policy.
Actually, I think one of them you're going to propose is already in there. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, one of them was for our earlier discussion around the email list, because there is specific treatment here for how email is handled. Make provision for this separate sort of write amongst our group and then read only to the world sort of derivative email list. And then the second proposal goes to Sean. Okay. And then the second was that we clarify that board members are encouraged to engage in our travels, albeit refrain from specific announcements.
Yeah, I think there's another paragraph in there that says you can't represent the actions of the board.
Yeah, you gotta read through there.
So, for example, like if we set the goal of every OpenStack meetup, someone, whether it's from the foundation staff or the foundation board, gives a stock presentation on the current activities of the foundation and their stats and all that kind of stuff, would that be a good goal, or is there generally someone from the foundation staff that everyone will?
Sorry, Mark, can you get a mic, please, mate? I can't hear anything at all.
Jet lag. Yeah, so I think you said have a goal to have kind of a stock presentation that that people can use to cover the basics. Yeah, I mean we
use your charts all the time.
I was going to say that especially HP and IBM, they ask us all the time for like the most recent basic slides, and they include that in there. And usually that's actually available on the marketing portal already, and it's usually where we keep kind of like the updated basic stock stuff.
Yeah.
So I think that's
it's kind of around coordination. We're not going to, as a group, all 20 of us propose to give that talk.
Yeah.
One of us should be taking the baton.
Yeah.
Or the foundation, one of the foundation staff.
Yeah. Well, I think there's probably a figuring out the coordination plan for this is probably not something we can do right now, because we need to look and see what the different, like Lauren, you said meetups, for instance, and Lauren made a point that probably the OpenStack days are ones where we should absolutely try to have. We usually try to get staff to all of those already, but try to have board and/or staff. The meetups, there are hundreds of those happening all the time, but I mean, it may be something where there's a goal around making sure that if there's not an OpenStack day in a region, at least once or twice a year, somebody is getting to to a meetup or whatever in that region. I think about it a little bit and figure out what,
I would
what
also
kind of
suggest.
I think we do have the OpenStack ambassadors who could kind of help in this role as well. The ambassador program, I guess even though it's not officially like a board member or a foundation employee, it's still someone recognized by the foundation as being kind of like a leader in the local community or the local region. So ambassadors might also help with this.
Yeah, and I think, Kavit, I think my understanding is that it's not necessarily content about like the traditional marketing content for OpenStack, but really a lot of these emerging regions or regions that haven't had a lot of sort of attention from the board, what they really want to understand is what's the governance structure of OpenStack? You know, why should I be a part of this community? You know, how do you deal with, so what's the board's role? You know, how does that relate to the technical committee? And, you know, can I trust this community that I'm getting a part of and I'm getting really excited about and get a warm, fuzzy feeling? So I don't think it's necessarily those traditional, you know, metrics on how many companies are involved and that kind of pitch. I think it's more around, and I think every board member around the table.
It's more about knowing the lay of the project, I guess. Who comes where, what to do. I mean, a lot of the questions are around that when people do come to a meetup or to a workshop for the first time. I guess if we had a default template reply or a default template talk that even like doesn't necessarily mean a board member has to do it, but I could even get some of the local organizers here to do it on a per city or a per region basis, and that would also at least give people the right kind of frame of reference when they do hear conversation about the election or about some decision. Usually people just ignore the email, and I think that needs to change.
Yeah, and I think so. Basically, I think just to sort of close this out, I don't think that the current policy actually restricts the board members from, or sort of limits us from talking about the operation of the foundation, or because we're not talking about policy, we're just talking about what is.
Yeah.
And so you know, particularly that, I mean, people should feel free to have at it. Yeah, it's factual.
I have a very just tactical suggestion. You know, I get a lot of requests to come out and do talks. I turn a lot of them down. I'd love to be able to have a place where I can send those opportunities, because I think anybody at this table would be a fantastic ambassador. But the problem we have is when I go to a talk, especially as we get bigger and, you know, we're more like bigger companies, if my company is paying for me to go do something, I'm kind of strongly encouraged to mix a nebulous sales or marketing message into the talk. I think if people want to hear about OpenStack, if the foundation could have a deck and a set of standards whereby if a request came in to do a talk, the audience was of sufficient quality where it made sense to deploy one of us, maybe there could be some sort of, I'm going to lose the right word, but some sort of, you basically reimburse one of us to go and do it, because then we can say to our company, hey, I'm doing this as with my board hat on. You don't have to pay for it. I don't need to carry the marketing message. In fact, here's the deck that I present, and I'm doing it as a board member. That's hard for us to do when our companies are paying for, and a lot of times we can't get the other organizations to pay.
And I think that would increase the diversity, because I do think when that message just comes from foundation staff, that's when it feels like central control. And even though you guys are great at presenting, obviously, but I think it speaks to that program that has been raised previously.
You would approve it based on who the audience is, and then you would supply the message, and then you would make the decision as to whether it happens or not. So you're in complete control of the message, which is better than all of us doing our kind of ad hoc. I have these slides, right, and they're entertaining, but they're not necessarily on point. And a lot of times I'll ask you, Jonathan, hey, send me some slides, and I'll mash something up, and I'll keep a room full of people entertained, but that's not ideal from the foundation's perspective, right? And so I think you could probably get half of us to do that once a year.
So Kavit and Tristan, but particularly Kavit as well on the diversity issue, do you feel like this has been a good conversation that's a good starting point?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I I feel a lot more comfortable with this, and I guess my final or the ultimate aim is to see some kind of a committee or at least a policy that we can set clear guidelines with. But I guess that's a few steps away. But I'm happy that we've at least initiated the conversation. Tristan and I had a talk about this also, and I think it'll be good if we do end up having a committee for diversity.
So we need a diversity policy. It's simple as that. Any organisation needs a diversity policy and needs to strive to do their best in every way to meet what are global standards for diversity for everything from engagement with women, international engagement, LGBTQ and things like that as well. So, but if we can start looking at a diversity policy for the organisation that's adhered to from the board right through the organisation, that would be great.
Is that something, Jonathan, that the foundation could take up? And
so we already have.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, sorry.
Speak for you guys.
Yeah. I was actually just trying to look and see where some of this might fall in existing policies. But yes, we'll look into it and see what is currently covered and where we have gaps and need to fill stuff in.
Is the book there somewhere before I start speaking?
Yeah, the puck. No.
The puck.
My final puck.
I think we should seriously consider the proposal of the diversity committee, but it should be a serious proposal, like what the mandate of the committee would be, who the members would be, what kind of expertise the members would have, what experience they draw on, and then I think we should seriously consider it. So is that our counter request back that if the diversity committee proposal is serious, that someone actually does the work playbook of coming up with a real proposal, really whatever proposal we vote on in the next meeting.
Or you could rescope transparency to be transparency and diversity, or other alternative.
Okay,
or a code of conduct committee, or there's a variety of ways you can tackle this that others do.
I think we should be saying the request isn't declined, but we would prefer to see a more activity on
our proposal.
All right, I want to do a time check here. We are 35 minutes over. Any other comment? I don't have the clock, so.
Oh, you go.
You run it.
It's an exercise.
I retired.
Time check here. We're 35 minutes over. Any other final comments before we close? All right, hearing none, and I close the meeting. Thanks, everybody. Monty, directions to the.
Yes. So it's not that hard, but the chances at rush hour of all of us making it on the same subway car are pretty low. There's the place is called the 10 Bells. It's on Broome Street. That's Broome.
10 Bells.
10 Bells. Yes, we're going to 10 Bells.
10 Bells.
Yep. We're eating at 10 Bell. That's on Broome Street between Orchard and Ludlow. Just in case, and for folks to know, it doesn't have a huge sign out front. It's about in the middle of the block, and there will probably be a small placard that says the 10 Bells. Typical New York, let's have a no bother sign in front of the thing. Anyway, from here, the B or the D train going downtown or towards Brooklyn, either one of those are the same thing from here. And getting off at the Grand Street stop is the closest stop. Or the easiest stop, that's the quickest sort of route down there. You could also take the after the M, but that's a whole other thing.
And you'll have to buy a Metro card.
You do have to buy a Metro card if you do that. The other thing you can do is you can hop cab. There will be 100 cabs outside the front of the building, and you can just tell them Broome and Orchard, and that's all they need to get you there. And the cab ride from here will probably be $8-10.
And it takes 1 hour and 9 minutes to walk.
Yeah. It is
in
walkable.
In case you were thinking that.
I have in fact walked from past here to there before. So it will take an hour, and
You'll be cold.
Yeah.
You'll be cold.
But it is
It
physical.
is snowing.
The grand strength.
Thanks, Tristan. Thanks, Kadir.
Thanks, everybody.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good dinner.
Cheers. And when you get it, it's about a 4-block walk on the outside of the Grand Street.
Is anybody else going back? I'm walking north to get to my hotel first.
I'm going to the Hilton first.
I'm going to the Algonquin.
You want to share a cab down?
Thank you.
You want? I want to get rid of my computer. I don't want to.
Yeah, I'm bringing my computer back too.
Me
I think I'm gonna
too.
walk. See you later.
Where's the Hilton?
Hilton's that way.
I'm a couple. Let me see. I'm at the Algonquin, so I'm pretty close. Yeah, I'm like.
Hey Rob, nice job on that.
Thank you.
I know. That was something to go enforce. We're making good progress. Very exciting.
Kept up. Perseverance.
It's been a long trudge.
Love to be with you
Yeah. So Hilton, you're at the Hilton on
Well, you're just up the street here.
Hilton Midtown, Hilton Times Square.
No, Milton Midtown, right next
Whenever
door.
you get there,
I'm
it's
like-
top us in line.
We're at 50.
There will be.
50 aren't, and it's like 30
Open
people.
the doors and all the people outside with the sign saying give.
Do I take a picture?
So brace yourself.
Okay.
All right.
No, you must have gone home. Sorry. They were out here. They were out here.
So why did we come here?
To New York. Vermonti. Yes. For $10, it's easier than.
But they sold the building.
It's not late for you.
Yeah.
So Rob,
Yo.
did you see the email?
Which one?
I sent it to Jason and the rest.
I must have missed it.
I sent it to I applied to every to the foundation board. It just said here it is.
All right.
No, it was just during the it was just during the thing today. I actually linked both of those things into your doc, the Google Docs version. But I figured people don't want to see that or whatever. Plus, it's best, as you point out, those things can be changed.
I hope it's good.
We've put versions of it down in lots of places.
Yeah, we'll move them into the repos. And
Yeah.
to me, the most authoritative source right now is actually.
Who's walking back? The Hilton.
I'm going to Hilton.
So check out the